Next up, we're going to be checking out American Truck Simulator. So for all those you on YouTube land, you may or may not see this at some point. I actually have not uploaded a single episode of me playing Truck Simulator to YouTube ever, but you know, maybe it will be a different. I still have them all recorded if I decide to do it. But for those who have not seen American Truck Simulator, it is a game that will surprise you. Like you go into it's like, why would I play a game that's driving? Like just driving on the road. Why would I do that? Why would that be entertaining? And yet it is. Oh wait, did we want to turn off the rules? So okay. Question. Do we want to disable like speeding tickets and that kind of nonsense? Because I normally actually drive obeying the rules the entire way, and some people are into that and some people are not. Some people want to see Big Truck go zoom. Some people are just like, yeah, we're just hanging out. And I know it came up as a point of discussion last time I played, and I didn't have a strong consensus that I could detect about one or the other. I had a lot of people say they do play with them turned off. Vroom? Cause I believe we go into the gameplay options. So fatigue is us having to go to sleep. It's a simulator, kind of feels like it loses that if you turn into GTA. Yeah. Preferred job length? Yes. Okay, we can leave them on. That's fine. Okay, so with that, I don't remember what we were doing or where we were going or anything like that. But when you first start playing this, you have quick jobs and all that. Yeah, like you have quick jobs that you just kind of like zip around and you do. It looks like last I played, we left off, my character was half asleep. The gas tank's pretty okay. So what I'm going to do is we're looking for a nearby rest stop. And since I am trying to, for achievement reasons, reveal the entire map, the way I'm going to deal with finding a rest stop is I'm going to go over here onto the road, and we're just going to go down the road the direction I haven't explored yet. And hit a rest stop, and then once I get to the rest stop, we'll just look at the nearest town and see what jobs they got. But yeah, for those new to the game, basically what happens is when you first start the game, you don't own a truck or anything. So it was this button and that. Nah. There. Got my cruise control set. But you just start and you can take what's known as a quick job. And a quick job is they give you a truck, they give you a payload, and they say go over there. And you just do it. And you can make some pretty solid money. But you gain experience. In this game, the way the experience works is they'll let you take bigger, more expensive, and more impressive cargo, depending on your levels and all that. You like unlock stuff. And for me, I went long haul cargo and then like valuable cargo, and I've been doing all that as we go. All right, cruise control to 75. Which immediately dropped to 55. And dropping to 45. But you do that to save up a little bit of money, you buy your own truck, and then you have the choice of you can now continue to do the quick missions where you don't have to put any effort. There's no driving without a truck with a payload and all that. There's no worrying about, like, a lot of times you're going to just avoid refueling and everything. You just kind of hop on and go type deal. Or you can do what I've been doing, which is you take your mission, it takes you someplace. You get to that location. That's the wrong way. You go to your location, and when there's going to be pedestrian accidents, there's no colliding with pedestrians in this game. There's no colliding with pedestrians. There's no running from the cops. If you want those things, that's Grand Theft Auto. That game does exist. You can collide with other cars in this one, but that's just kind of the way it is. Should have pulled up my map because we're driving like on an actual highway with no payload. That's fine. It's revealing road we haven't seen before. We'll get there. But American Truck Simulator tends to be a really good game for when you just want to relax. Because you can be like, just give me a mission. I don't have to worry about all sorts of negative consequences. I don't have to worry about min-maxing. I don't have to worry about any of those things. You get in the road, you drive a little ways, and then you get paid out. And you go, yeah, money. They do have street laws and all that. You can turn them off if you want. The Android and GTA probably has mods to enhance that kind of experiences. Yeah. Yeah, no, GTA definitely lets you be as awful as you like, and then some with mods, I assume. I haven't really modded GTA because I have no interest in doing so. That's those games that even when you're like not playing online, you're wink wink nudge playing online. Like you're playing solo, but it's still online connected. And a lot of those games nowadays, even if you're playing solo, not on the server by yourself, you still get banned for modding. I don't know if GTA is that way, but that's like Dark Souls. You can literally disable the mechanics where you have multiplayer, but if you mod, you will still get banned by FromSoft. And then you go to appeal the ban, and you will never ever hear back from them. I know this because I've played a ridiculous amount of Dark Souls 3. I mean, I've played a ridiculous amount of all of Dark Souls, but I've specifically played a ridiculous amount of Dark Souls 3 and was like, oh, I want more, but I've kind of beaten the game a bunch of times with a bunch of different builds. Let me try something different. And so I deliberately went and took the game offline, disabled my internet, did all that sort of stuff, played it with the randomizer mod, which basically uses cheat software to rewrite the memory, does how it work. Well, so 100% it picks up as a cheat by everything, because the way it's doing it is how a lot of people who hack games, like for nefarious types of cheating, do it. And it was fine for a little while. I was like, yeah, that's neat, but it's not really holding my attention. So I unloaded it all and went back online, and something must have flagged somewhere, because when I got back online shortly after, it was like, you were banned from, like FromSoft online multiplayer. And then, I tried to appeal and just never heard back. Or I think I got like a canned, we'll look into it, but then there was never a second part. You see, some ads communities are reading some games are still alive. I understand why some companies it's witch hunt after mods. So it depends. Like when you're playing like Grand Theft Auto Online, I do understand and agree that they should be very like vehemently against mods. And that's because you're able to ruin the experience for everyone else playing. And like that's honestly one of the big reasons I don't play Grand Theft Auto Online hardly ever. Is because if you don't take the time to like fake having bad internet so they put you in your own lobby, so that way just you and your friends can play together, you end up dealing with nothing but toxic people. And I usually mean toxic like cheating, modding kind of thing, where they make the sky into fire and vehicles just start exploding and they just, PK you from God mode forever away kind of things that you can't even participate in it. And like even if you sit there and open up an entire machine gun in them, they're just God moded. And that's just no fun. It ruins it. I haven't seen a place to sleep yet, which is a bummer. Sometimes you have ones, like, people who mod, they're, like, nice and chill about it. They're like, hey, do you want this vehicle? And you'd be like, no, thanks. They're like, okay, that's cool. But the vast majority of the time, I almost never have a good lobby in GTA for more than a little bit. Like, you can start good, but it's about 15, 20 minutes later, someone will come in and just start trashing it and ruining it. Then have a server-wide set of mod list. No company is going to put that effort in about, like, what mods are, allow or ban listed. It's just, you would never be able to keep up with it. And then, plus, mods do have people who switch them, that you'll have a mod that gets super popular. and then the person, you know, quote unquote, decides they're going to cash out, you know, whatever they're doing for their thing that they think they're going to make money, cryptocurrency miner, you know, put a hack in there. That doesn't happen often, but, you know, it does happen rarely, which just means now it's a whole thing that they have to police, which is just easier for the company to say, yeah, the answer is no. And again, I don't blame them from the laborious nature of it, as well as I don't blame them for, you know, people are going to download the mods, it's going to mess with the game experience, and then people are going to whine to them about why their game doesn't run when it's actually the mods and all that. So it's just easier for, hey, if you want to play online on official servers, just too bad, no modding. Because also GTA doesn't have official mod support. Like, Rockstar is notorious for not being mod friendly. So it's just one of those things you accept, that's just the nature of that game. Is if you're modding, there be dragons. Versus, you know, generally games like Skyrim, I agree, modding is one of its main value prospects. Because, like, honestly, if Skyrim and Fallout 4 and none of them allowed mods, like, they would like, actively ban you from being able to, like, log in and buy their games or whatever, then it would be a whole thing that, like, the company would not do well. Like, it's like, for example, where they started pushing that people would buy mods, like, pay for them kind of thing, like, the backlash they got for that, for example. And that's because, to a certain extent, their games are buggy messes a lot of the time that depend on mods to fix them. Because that is one thing Bethesda is not well known for, and that's circling back and maintaining games. Fallout 76 being the exception to the rule. You mean some mod communities are the reason why games are still like, yeah. Modding on online games, I understand. I can't see. Yeah, single player modding, I agree. Like, that's the thing that's the problem, is a lot of games started doing the thing that, like, Dark Souls has, where you play single player, but there is a multiplayer element where people can, you know, go into your world. And I do wish they would have it so you could flag a character and say, this is a modded character, and that would make them ineligible for playing online. Like, give it formal mod support. Just say, you're modded, therefore you have to play by yourself. You cannot play multiplayer, you know, on the official servers. And if they want to support unofficial servers that allow modding, and that's a whole other animal. But all that takes dev time, and it's just not been the priority. Considering, I mean, FromSoft is actually pretty notorious for most of their game ports are lazy console ports. Not all of them. Like, Elden Ring was good. Fallout 76 is solid. Versus, like, the Dark Souls games and all that. You play them and 100% you're like, oh yeah, this is a lazy port. Why can I not sleep anywhere? Are you gonna make me actually pull up the map to look for a place to sleep? Because I think that's what's gonna happen. Let's see. What's hard to understand about single-player mods? Some people want to adjust and tinker with them. Yeah. Yeah, Bethesda almost killed it with the Mods Workshop where... Yep. Yeah, no, I agree. Like, and there's people like, no, you shouldn't allow mods in single-player games because it would destroy the authenticity of the achievements, where I earned this achievement and I should be able to show off my badge without people fraudulently... I don't care. I'm an achievement-chasing person. Like, if you want to, like... If you want to just rob yourself of, like, that by just cheating your way through achievement, cool. That, and there's a lot of mods, like, I play games vanilla plus sometimes. I'm like, this mod doesn't change something. Okay. Where the heck is a place I could sleep? Okay, so we got a place you can sleep down here. Alright, so we want to turn to the left. That's also an actual city, so we should be able to get ourselves a job from here to take stuff back. Because they're driving around this whole way, I don't even have cargo. I'm not being paid for this. I'm gonna get fined for not sleeping, and I'm not even making money back from it. It's a straight up loss. Okay. But yeah. No, it's a thing. Like, I don't like that games quite often will make it so that, if you turn on mods, they disable achievements entirely. I am okay with when a game that detects that you're modding says, hey, I'm sorry, you're modding, so no multiplayer. Or, like, no competitive multiplayer, you can, like, co-op where people join your game directly kind of thing. That I don't care about. Like, you know, give the warning that says, hey, you might have a discrepancy in mods. Make sure the other person has the same mods. It might have negative ramifications to gameplay. He's saying, I only ever mod single player when I've either beat the game or fixed dev broken stuff. Or they add too much cheese to try and make the game harder to achieve the thing beat over cheese version. Yeah. I don't, like, I do a little bit more mind than that. I do, like, UI kind of mods a decent amount. Stuff that, like, if the game just has, like, a green bar for a need for something, and then someone makes a mod that's like, well, actually, it's not just residential. There's light, high, like, there's light, medium, and low, or low, medium, and high density, and they're all separate things. But the game just lumps them together, so you can keep building high density, but your people actually want low density, and so you keep building these houses, and the need doesn't go away. Like, you know, a mod to go in there and say, okay, we've broken this data down so you can go into it more. Or there's a mod for City Skylines that kind of, like, at a glance, you can get generally, like, do you have your power need met? Do you have this need met? Which you can go to the graphs and look at in an instant and see whether or not that's a thing. But then you have to, like, pull up the analytics, go to the appropriate place just to get that same information. Like, yeah, I'll just get the mod that's like, hey, you're at 80% your power grid capacity. Cool. That's the information I care about. I don't care about seeing the history behind my power. Like, that has its secondary uses, certainly. But I don't care about that right now. I have a feeling I'm going to the one garage I might not be able to sleep, or the one place I might not be able to sleep at. So the thing is a garage you buy. Okay, well, before we worry about that, let's check real fast. Oh, it's going to be not this menu. Do I want to buy another garage? What is my garage situation? We have a garage here. All 5 trucks are filled up for this garage. So we are at the point, if I want to expand my operations, I do need another garage. So I have a garage right here where I'm sitting that is now mine. Because why not own everything? Why think it through when we can impulse buy something that's almost $200,000? Okay. The UI mods are good, and they add stuff. Devs should have, but didn't because... Yeah, no, it's also, there's times that, it's too much information for a lot of people. Like, it's information overload. That if you're new, or, like, you're not looking to do that kind of level of gameplay, that can all just be distracting noise. So I do get why a lot of times they will exclude a bunch of information. But, once you played for a while, I'm like, yeah, I would like the option. It's also a dev time thing. Like, that is another one you'll hear people saying, well, like, why wasn't this in the base game? And a lot of times it's like, okay, well, they had, like, 30 things to work on, they had time for 10. This is a nice to have, so it didn't make the cut. Oh, right. Okay, so. We want to look at the freight job market. We are in Tucson, like, properly in Tucson. I pretty much almost always go for whatever's going to give me the highest pay per mile. So this one's pretty solid at $71 per mile, and it's entirely in Arizona, which is great.
Now you drive safe, you hear?
Why? Oh, right. I was messing with turning on the GPS voice. I forgot. I was...
And then turn right.
You might not last long, GPS. You might You might not last long, GPS.
Turn left.
Yeah, GPS. I don't think you can be around very long. I thought it would be kind of cool, but you're actually you're pretty awful. I'll give it a minute. We'll see if we warm up to it or if we straight up end up hating it.
Turn right.
I'll do what I want, lady.
Turn right.
Yeah, we're gonna pick up our cargo, and then we're gonna put the robot voice back into the robot voice prison, and we will never speak of it again.
Go straight on. That's right.
Stop talking into my head. All right, let's try a different voice and then see what happens. So it's not voice navigation. So these are the only English ones. We basically have male and female voice.
Drive safe. You have arrived at your destination.
Nope.
The route guidance is now finished.
Nope. Voices are gone. That's right, chat. We just turned off the voices in our head. I wasn't feeling it. I thought in my head, I was like, cool. Because whose stream was it we rated? So is the camera? Alright. Voices 1, camera 0, yeah. So the worst thing is, I can do a lot of stuff with the Stream Deck. But it's not hiding and showing the camera. That is the way I'm fixing it. It's deactivating and activating, which is a totally different thing in OBS. And on my Stream Deck, I can push a button to very easily say hide and show. Like an input kind of thing. What I can't do is I can't easily go in there and be like, okay, deactivate, activate. Which is a bummer. Now, I probably can do something where I set like macro keys that hits a bunch of shortcut buttons and it'll do that. And I might end up doing that at some point when I get frustrated enough. I'm not stopping for you. I mean, I actually am because that's where the pickup is. But I went past the stripe and you gotta live with it. They need a James Earl Jones or Morgan Freeman voice options. There's a lot of voices that can work well. So we have the freight market. So we could take... Alright. There we go, chat. We're going to be traveling... How many miles is this? Where's the distance? Whatever. It says we're going to be traveling for 9 hours and 24 minutes. Just a casual 9 hours and 24 minutes. For the record... This game does like time and distance compression and everything scaled and a bunch of stuff. So it says 9 hours and 24 minutes. This is probably, what, 20-minute job, give or take? Maybe a bit longer than that? It's hard for me to judge because I don't really know that well. Where is... Okay, so that's where I have to back into? Why would you set it up this way? Oh, so not a literal 20-hour flight and flight simulator. Yep. Why would you not have your outlet pipes for hooking this up in a place that's easy to get the trailers and all that to? I think this might be my first volatile fuel mission, because I only started going after the hazardous cargo rating recently. And it's not often I get long-haul hazardous cargo, and I usually prefer long-haul because the pay is usually the best. And then when I'm playing this game, I've found, like, no matter how short a mission is, it usually takes you 15 minutes, if not just to, like, drive around the city in the slow part. Versus, like, the super-duper long-haul ones don't increase the time that much, but the pay is just way better per mile. You missed the first boss? Yeah, the first boss went pretty smoothly. If you go to check the VOD, it'll be, like, right before the switch. So it'll take... I forgot I can't turn right on red for whatever half the time in this game. It's fine. Take my $700. I don't care. I do care, actually, chat. I care a lot. Oh yeah, we're going to drive 75 miles per hour. None of that actually being economical on your road maintenance like California has, where they limit truck speed. That way it reduces the wear and tear on the roads to such a huge magnitude is incredibly, not lucrative, but massively cost savings on their maintenance by limiting you to 55. No. Who wants to be economical and environmentally sound when instead we can go heckin' fast? It also reduces the risk of car accidents and a bunch of other stuff. And the severity of accidents when they do occur. Screw the environment, my speedometer goes to 200, I'm going 200. The worst I have ever done is, and this is what, like, it's got layers of why it's bad. So the first thing was it wasn't my car. It was my mother's convertible. Because my car needed repairs. Like, not like I damaged it, it was like wear and tear kind of stuff, because at the time I had a car that had well over 100,000 miles on it that the previous owner had rear-ended a school bus at speed, that I rebuilt the entire front half of the car just to keep it running nice. But you know, well over 100,000 miles be well over 100,000 miles, so it spent a little bit of time in the shop, if you catch my drift. The shop being me fixing it myself most of the time, or with the help of my dad. But, so my car needed, I don't remember what, it needed like an alternator or something, I can't remember. But it was something that needed a part replaced. So my car was out of commission, and I had to go to work, so I didn't have time to fix it. I had been working a tourist job out at the Kennedy Space Center area, so this is where we have the layer. So one, it's not my car. It's my mother's car. And it wasn't like a sports car, it was an Oldsmobile convertible. The second layer is, it was in restricted government property that I had to have clearance to go to, which I did have the clearance, for the record. But, you know, you'll get why this is a double whammy on this one. And then the third thing was, it was a 45, and I was like, there's no one ever back here, because it's a restricted area, an out-of-the-way restricted area, where there's really, really, really long roads with no turns, and flat. And I was just like, weirdly like, oh, please, please, please. I was taking that too fast. It's fine. Don't mind me. The truck just wasn't turning. But, so I was like, I wonder how fast this can go. And I think it was like 110, 115, 120, somewhere in that ballpark. The speedometer didn't go that high. Before I stopped and kind of went, my scalp hurts from the wind, this is stupid, and started to back off. But it was just that thought, it's like, you know, here I am on restricted government property in a vehicle that is not my own, going almost triple the speed limit, because, you know, teenagers are going to justify dumb stuff in their head. But yeah, like, I didn't get in trouble for it or anything, because I didn't get caught. Because that's part of the reason I felt comfortable doing it. There's like, the police don't go back there unless something's gone horrifically wrong. But yeah, it was definitely one of those things like, this is really dumb. Why am I doing this? The only other one I had like that was on the motorcycle. I had one time, I think I was going like 90 or whatever. I'm like, why am I doing this? If I had so much as the tiniest little pebble, I'm dead. Maybe let's not do this. And the funny thing is, it's never really a speed demon either. Like, generally speaking, I would drive, if I had a passenger, I would drive extremely defensively. Like, just, I've always been that way. And if I was on my own, I would still err more towards defensive versus not defensive, but not quite as strict as, I would, you know, when I have a passenger. Because the way I always saw it is if I did something on the road and I killed myself, that's, like, you know, that's on me. Versus if I had someone else in the vehicle. Like, my biggest fear was having someone else in the vehicle with me doing something stupid and reckless, and getting them hurt or killed, and me surviving. And just, you know, knowing what I had done and having to live with that. And I'm not talking like you make an honest accident kind of thing. Like, you know, that happens and it's a tragedy, and I never want to be in that situation, but it's always a possibility. But like where you've deliberately done something that created an unnecessary risk, and someone else was the one who paid for it. That was always my big fear with that. Do you think, I don't care how fast they go. Just keep them out of my left lane. Yeah, and I get that. Slow left lane drivers can be absolutely frustrating. That's one of the things that irks me is like I do try and keep right, but like, you know, there'll be someone going slow and you'll start passing them, and it's just no. Don't worry about it. I should have just taken the wrong turn. I misread my GPS, and that was the thing. Engine malfunction. I think that's the first time I've had that. For the record, I actually think that might be the hardest collision I've done in this game so far. That was definitely looking at the GPS, misreading it, and being like, oh wait, that's not my off-ramp. And trying to pretend like I'm a small little sporty car that I can change my mind and not die. And then I started trying to turn and realized it wasn't turning very fast because, you know, I'm in a semi. The fastest I've ever driven was 180 in your uncle's Camaro right after he swapped the engine and everything because he was building it out for drag racing. But that was on a country roads in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, so the road I was on was basically, it was a paved road, but it was effectively the same as a country road in the middle of nowhere. What's like this road here where it just goes straight, but no one would go on it because it's restricted government property. Check engine, nothing like hitting a guard at 70 plus might do. Hey, I probably got it down to 65. Those 5 miles per hour I slowed down may have helped. I actually wasn't watching, but we probably managed to dip because I was trying desperately to swerve. So it would definitely rob me of some speed. God, I wasn't paved. Yeah. Yeah, no, 180 on unpaved road, you would be airborne into a ditch or someplace so fast. Because you'd hit the tiniest little bump, 2 of those tires would leave the road. This wasn't my turn. I'm being confused by the fact that I have yellow lines that seem to go in one direction, and then the red lines are hiding the yellow lines half the time. They, you know, the glance over. It's... Okay, come on, stop stalling. It's fine. We got delivery of highly volatile gas that needs to be made on time. We don't have time for the engine to be broken. Look, and he was with me and didn't just take it or anything. And, yeah. No, I was never much of a speed demon. I did take my cars in places they were never meant to go, though. Like, there is a lot of... The area I grew up in Florida initially, we had a very large population who were the type of people who would take a truck, put it on really like, raise the whole thing, put it on big, like, super swamper wheels, and then go out by the railroad tracks, and that's where people go to drink. Definitely legally of age. Absolutely legally of age. There was definitely no underage drinking happening out in the middle of nowhere in the woods by the railroad tracks. But, you know, it was a super awful, like, dirt road kind of thing. This truck cannot make this at 75. Like, the speed limit's 75, and I'm just holding the left. It's just like, nope, can't do it. I just don't have it in me. But yeah, I ended up not hanging out with that stuff because some of the stuff they were doing, I'm like, nah, that's how you get a felony. I'm good. Need to upgrade to wheel and pedals? Is someone else bankrolling that? Because getting a decent wheel and pedal... I mean, I have pedals, but getting a decent wheel, not like a real terrible one, is not cheap. So I'm perfectly content having keyboard and mouse for the time being. It's fine. Stalling is just how we, we'll just pretend that's the engine's governor. That's all it is. Can you crash their cars? Absolutely. Wildlife management area with a wooden bridge creaking out. Yeah, no, for us it was, like, when people were just going out there and drinking, it's like, okay, that's fine. And then we started having people chucking rocks at the train going by at, like, 80, 90 plus miles an hour. I'm like, I don't need to be here for this. Like, one, those rocks are gonna come flying back at us. And two, if that train calls that in, the cops are gonna show up, and you're gonna be in hecking trouble. And I don't need that. I can think of way better ways I would like to have a criminal record. If I'm gonna have a criminal record, I'm gonna do something that I'm at least like, yep, that was worth it, versus dumbly throwing rocks at a train. Plus, I heard at one point, one of the people out in that area, like, you know, chased the kids off with a shotgun. Which is just now I was like, you know what, I'm gonna stick to just hanging out with friends. It seems like a much better idea than going out there. But on that ridiculously bumpy dirt road, I was driving a Mazda Miata at the time. And you'd have trucks that would get stuck at parts of it trying to get over some of these bumps and all that. And I'd just make it out there no problem. But part of that is because the car is so small, I could kind of like maneuver it along the tops of the bumps and not have to like do the dips up and down everywhere. I had to take longer to do it, of course, because I had to be smart and not put my car into a big hole. But one of your friends lives in a gated community that also has farming in it. Ohio is weird. And I totally didn't get drunk at her graduation and sprint halfway across the wheat field. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a pretty universal thing about teenagers sneaking off and doing stuff they're not supposed to. I'm not justifying that behavior, by the way. I'm not saying, you know, thumbs up, all on board, but I do think it's just one of those things that, you know, you get to a rebellious age and you do rebellious things, and that happens to be one of the rebellious of choice options. Like, for me, I didn't have nearly as much allure. Just, like, I wasn't the kind of person who would go over someplace and get plastered or whatever. Because my parents kind of ruined the fun with it by, you know, being like, hey, if you want to have a drink, that's fine, you drink here. And so it's like, you know, people's like, we could go to Tommy's house and get drunk. And it's like, okay, I can just do that at home if I really wanted. Like, I don't have to go to Tommy's. Like, that's just an option I have. So, like, it doesn't have the fun of you're sneaking off and doing the thing you're not supposed to. That said, I never took the parents up on that. Like, the worst I did was at one point, just, you know, kind of seeing if I could call my dad's bluff on it. So, you know, I went in and he had always said that. It's like, all right, just went to the fridge, grabbed a beer, came back, took a sip, and me was like, oh my god, this is terrible. How do you drink this? And he just kind of laughed at that, and that was it. Later on, I liked beer, but as a teenager doing that, it was definitely not a winner. It's not something I should have done. It's almost a universal program. Yeah, I think, well, I mean, everyone has their thing they do to, you know, to push their boundaries. And that's just a natural thing that kids do at all ages. Like, you hear about, like, the terrible 2s and 3s, and a lot of that is the kid learning their boundaries. You know, seeing what they can and cannot get away with, what is and isn't okay, that kind of thing. And at that age, you know, they don't understand consequences, not really that well. At least most of them. There's exceptions. A lot of them don't really understand the ramifications of their actions, the actual danger or risks they're taking, that kind of nonsense. So you have that, and you have, like, throughout childhood, you'll have different people, like, they'll see if they can sneak cookies. They'll see if they can do that. Like, you know, it's just kind of figuring all that, see where it's at. And then you guys get older, like teenagers, you start really pushing your boundaries again because you're starting to bristle that you're feeling like you're an adult. You're not there yet, but you're getting close enough that you're starting to get that feeling. And so you're bridling at all the restrictions you've had and just seeing where you can push stuff. And it is something that gets people in trouble because they push in the wrong places and those long-term consequences show up. Which is the difficult thing. Because even as like a late teenager, you still don't understand long-term consequences. You may think you do, but you don't. Not yet. Like you haven't had enough of seeing other people make those mistakes and the ramifications those have to learn from their example. Not usually. It depends. Like if you're in a household that has had people have those things, and you can learn vicariously that way. Well, I blew that one by going too fast. No, I was just stalling. That's what happened. Yeah. That definitely wasn't me running a stop sign. Or my engine making unhappy noises. Yeah, Grandpa let you drink in his house, but I never got many chances to drink anywhere else because it didn't do much anyways. Yeah, like I was never someone who's like felt the need to drink. I genuinely be scared if I ever felt the need to drink. Like that to me would be a red flag. That's like if I feel like I need this, that is a very bad place to be. Now it's like I guess it's different if you had like an absolute awful day and you're like, I just want to drink. I just like need to take the edge off today. Like if that's like a once in a long while thing, sure. But that's like every day after work. It's like work was stressful. Give me a shot, and that's just your daily routine. That's definitely one of those ones you gotta be like, oh, mayhaps I have a problem to deal with. And it doesn't necessarily have to be like an alcohol abuse problem. It could also be just the work situation you're in is unsustainable. That you're dealing with a level of stress that is not something you can manage. Not in its current thing. Like maybe it's just you gotta talk to your boss and, you know, adjust some things that are factors at work that are causing unnecessary stress. Maybe it's just the job isn't a good fit for you. And it could also just be a substance abuse problem that you grow to depend on something. It doesn't help that the introduction to vodka was good blueberry vodka. For me, my introduction to drinking was straight vodka, like just nothing, no mixers, anything, just straight up vodka, not even good vodka. So that definitely probably tempered my desire to drink. Because I remember thinking that was good at the time, and then, you know, not far later going, oh my god, how did I think this was decent or whatever? This was terrible. I didn't know, chat. You don't drink much because my family has a history of addiction, but I do when part of the health. Yeah, my family doesn't have any history of substance abuse, at least that I'm aware of. I would definitely say all of them, on both sides of my family, had things they would have, but I would say like I was more worried about like smoking on my mom's side of the family. We had quite a few smokers. Thankfully, you know, unfortunately due to why they felt the need to quit, which was people passing away, thankfully, for the most part, most of them ended up quitting after losing one of a family members far younger than we should have. But on my dad's side, that was never really a big thing. But otherwise, both sides of the family, I'd say they socially drink, but none of them, I wouldn't say any of them ever got to the point that I would be concerned that they have a problem or whatever. For the drinking side, you know, smoking of any amount, you know, by all means, if you smoke, that's your decision. I would definitely say smoking this day and age, I don't really understand. Like, we are very well versed at how awful it is. I would just choose a different vice. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's better than, like, chewing tobacco or whatever. but like I understand people who started smoking while a lot of that information was, you know, contested and questioned, even though it shouldn't have been. That it was dangerous or whatever, and the health ramifications. Or that, you know, is still very significant, like, as a cultural thing. So I do understand people who grew up in those situations. You know, addiction's a hard thing to break. So I can get that side of it. But, like, people who start smoking, like, nowadays, I don't really understand. And it isn't me trying to be judgy. I mean, I want to be able to better understand how they got there. I just don't get it. Which is not my job to get. Like, it's me not getting it doesn't change anything. It doesn't justify or invalidate them or anything like that. I'm just trying to be transparent that I don't understand. And I understand it can be an environment thing that, like, you have a mother or father who smokes or a brother who smokes and they get you into it or whatever. I mean, I guess that may be, like, how it happens. I don't know. I wasn't one who would fall, like, who went with peer pressure on a lot of things. I was fortunate that I never had friends who were that kind of person who was like, hey man, you really should do this. You know, it's cool, man. I can't see because my engine's stalled. This is terrifying. There we go. That's dangerous on a curvy road. That your engine stalls and your lights go out and all that, which that's not normally how a car works. Because, your engine would stall, but your battery's still working. Your headlight should still be on. At least, I would assume so. Unless I just, you know, really messed up my battery, but at that point when I stalled, you know, there wouldn't be a part where my truck starts up again. Not likely. You know, maybe with the momentum spinning the belt with the tires and all that, but I wouldn't have confidence in that. I mean, honestly, realistically, if your truck is to the point where you're stalling every couple of minutes, your truck's probably properly messed up and needs to be towed back home. For those who didn't see the collision, I was basically going at speed, took the wrong exit, tried to switch, and just grossly overestimated how much a truck could turn in that time. And so instead just straight up slammed a guardrail at speed for 38% damage to the truck all in one go. It's probably the hardest hit I've done in this game. Let's see, you have an uncle who goes through like 8 rolls of chew. Oh, gross. I'm thankful that chewing does not have much following where anywhere I've lived. I have only had one coworker, like of people I've known who have chewed. Like, I've only had one I had direct contact with who was a coworker at a job, and I couldn't stand to be around him because, oh my god, it is so disgusting. Like, it is immensely disgusting. God, the biggest scare I've had driving was in the passenger seat of an old truck with my uncle driving. We were going back to my uncle's house, and we were going by our house with a bunch of firewood in the bed, and the brakes gave out, and we rolled through an intersection right as the semi came up from the hill. My brakes aren't working well. It's fine, chat. I was holding my brakes and I'm like, I'm not slowing down. That's not good. I wonder if they do have a damage profile that you damage your vehicle and stuff like brakes don't work as well or whatever. I honestly don't know. But, the worst one I've had, and it's one of just a handful of times in my life that I was like, this is how I die. Like, you know, you have that moment, like, you freeze frame, you're like, oh, I am witnessing my death unfolding right now. Like, that kind of thing. And that was, I was going to, I can't remember if it was Biketoberfest or Bike Week in Daytona. which for anyone who rides motorcycles knows that is like the most absolute chaos motorcycle event there is in the entire country so far as just absurd numbers of motorcycles and all that. And one of the main intersections there is US 1, which is a north and south, and then I believe it's not I-4. It's International Drive, I think is what they call the road. I actually don't know the number. But it's a massive intersection. That is one of those intersections you don't usually get through it in a single light kind of thing. And I was going through on a Harley Davidson, like an older one. It was a 69 Super Glide. And not I don't think it's A1A. I think A1A is farther south. A1A, I want to say, isn't that the one that goes out to Merritt Island? Cocoa Beach, Merritt Island, that area. But the point is, it's the major intersection in Daytona. But and I was going north and south, and so what ended up happening was this is an older motorcycle that had been through a lot of things and needed lots of maintenance, and the brakes failed, like catastrophic failed. I squeezed on the brake, and for those who don't know, on those old motorcycles, the manifold is up by your hand, and I squeezed on it, and just the more I squeezed, the more brake fluid would just come out down my arm from that manifold. And so I'm going into this main intersection, the light is just flat out red, and it is like my brakes are doing nothing, there is no time to downshift. So it's kind of one of those ones, just like look for the gap, and then I just like gunned it through the intersection. Then I had to get to like the other side of the road, start downshifting, got to where I could get to a sidewalk and just peg-legged it to just slow down because I had no brakes to speak of. Just straight up, it was like literally you just squeeze it and it was like the exact rate you'd squeeze it, just oil, like brake fluid just pumping out of that thing. Which my dad was riding his bike behind me, and you know, he comes up like a minute or two later and he goes, "So what the hell was all that about?" You know, like, you could tell he was kind of like, not freaked out, like, okay, like, clearly this wasn't an intentional thing. Something went wrong. So there's no point in me yelling at him. It's not his fault. But he was also, like, you know, definitely amped up. And it was just like, you know, like me just holding up my arm. I just had brake fluid the whole way down my arm. I was like, those are my brakes. And then I rode it home. I rode it home real slowly. And I would start downshifting way ahead of time. Because there's nowhere to take it up there. But yeah, I was definitely like going, like seeing the cars zigzagging back and forth, just going, I'm dead. It's like, there's nothing I can do. I'm going in this intersection like 55 miles an hour. There's not enough time to slow down. These cars are going back and forth 35, 40. I don't know what the miles per hour is over there. Like, they're zipping past back. Look. Alright, someone needs to go somewhere. Are you gonna just keep backing up into me? I need you to stop backing up. The whole point so I could back up is so I could creep around you. And this is illegal for a whole lot of reasons. Because in real life, you'd have cars coming this way. But in video game logic, there's been no vehicles who've come this whole time. Something is foobar, and so we're going around. Because this is where you'd have the other flag person who's like, alright, you can go. Caution now. Anyone who goes up and down the East Coast, Florida? Yes. But I believe, let's actually check real fast. I believe A1A doesn't go the entire length of the state. I could be wrong. Florida A1A. If I remember correctly, A1A, I don't know where it actually terminates. I think it ends in, oh, come on. Oh, it's one of these weird roads. Yeah, alright, here, let me show you the screen. So we're both kind of right. So here's the catch with A1A. So this is the part of A1A I know, which is from Merritt Island down towards Fort Pierce to Stewart. So that's like one section there. And then it stops existing. And then you got the next section that goes up here. So that's the reason why you're correct. I don't think... Yeah, it's not A1A because that's Daytona Beach. And the motorcycle stuff is Daytona, which are two actually separate parts of it. Where is Daytona? It doesn't matter. But yeah, it doesn't matter. So it's one of these weird roads that like it does span the entire length, but there's sections of it that are just not there for whatever reason. So we're both right on that one. Because that's the thing is like I'm pretty sure like I couldn't remember where it ends on the north side. But it's like, I'm pretty sure it ends like Merritt Island over by like the Space Center kind of thing. And then the south side, I'm like, I'm pretty sure I've taken A1A all the way to its end on the south, and it ends at like Palm Beach or something. Yeah, and there is one final 20-foot section in Key West. Oh, I didn't see that, but yeah. I think it might be one of those things that it probably went the north-south way the whole way. And maybe it's what happened is like, US 1 was built, or I-95 or like some other major road was put north-south and they took chunks out of it to make room for it. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Versus US 1, I believe, is continuous the entire north-south there. Chat, my truck is really having problems going. I think I might have hurt my truck. Mostly by the fact that I look at the little picture of my truck icon. You can see it right next to my head, just to the right of my head. Red is bad. But yeah, I never knew A1A did that. But yeah, so it's Daytona is where they have the NASCAR. But it's got a lot of motorcycle events happen for Biketoberfest and Bike Week. Oh, this is terrifying. Okay. I was starting to turn, but I couldn't tell how much. You know, this game is much harder with your engine failing constantly. That's what they need for like a challenge mode for this game. That you do a shipment, but the truck you have is like temperamental and like the headlights kick off constantly. Like not even shut off the engine, just like the headlights flicker out. And, you know, it's always a night delivery in the rain. Like, challenge mode versions. Like, they'll give you some reason that you cannot wait. Like, your disaster relief shipment. I believe ATS does actually have Twitch integration that, what is it called? Oh, it's... Crowd Control. I believe it does have Twitch integration through Crowd Control, if I remember correctly. I remember seeing it having Twitch integration with something. I just don't remember what platform. Hey, I found a new thing. Ooh, that was a bad noise for my engine to make. You hear that grind? I've heard that grind before in real life. That's your clutch, when it's making the sad sounds. Oh, I'm literally delivering to a gas station. That's perfect. Oh, I mean, this still is, like, a nice, quiet game session. Like, that's the thing. Even when things go wrong and chaotic in Truck Simulator, it's still fine. I'm not driving around the whole building. It's fine. Delivery was satisfactory. Damage penalty, minus $6,000. That cuts into my profit margin a little bit. I still made $25,000 despite that, though. All right. So, we need to find a mechanic. You felt like that was more than $6,000 repair? Uh-huh. Thankfully, this is a video game and they don't give realistic numbers. Like, you slam into a guardrail going 70 miles per hour in your semi, and they now inform your next of kin of what has occurred. Because, I don't know about you, but I'm pretty sure a semi slamming into a barricade at 70 miles per hour, the physics involved are not good for the human body. which is very malleable. It's all squishy and flexible once. Yeah, and I think about it, actually, that's the penalty for the delivery. We have to pay for repairs, and I believe we also got a penalty for the collision. We most likely still turned a pretty solid profit. But, that said, that's definitely going to have taken a bite out of it. Alright, so, the question is, where is the nearest place we can fix up our truck? That's going to be all the way over there. Do we have something from here we can deliver to Bitmuman? Let's go to Freight. Because I'm already here. There was, like, no deliveries of anything meaningful here. Alright, it's fine. Oh, there's, like, the end of the road over here. It's a shame there's not a mechanic over there. We got way stations. For the future, what is that spot? I can't see what it is. That's gas down that way. We had nothing for Halbrook, or Sholo, or Clifton. No, all of that is the Grand Canyon. You know what? Oh, the Grand Canyon's the other way. Oh, right, because it's not quite center Arizona. That's right. Because the Grand Canyon's ridiculous. It's like this whole area. Yeah, sure, but I've seen a semi wrapped around a concrete bridge support. I'll take a 12x12 post any day of the week. Yeah, I mean, you're talking lesser of evils here. Alright, well, okay. So we need to go there. I don't want to go there. I'd rather be able to make money delivering something. But, I think the collision we've had here and the fact that my truck is almost equally as destroyed as it is together. It's time to get a little bit of glue and duct tape in here. I'm gonna deliberately pop into this business so it reveals, though. When you slow down, that grind just upsets me, where it's like, and you're like, oh, engine, I mean, actually, that's transmission, but it's like, oh, engine, I'm so sorry. Duct tape and bailing water. That actually kind of looks accurate parts of northern Arizona. That's the things I've heard for the most part, is this game, from the places they represent on there, it actually does a pretty decent job of looking like the place it's at. Now, obviously, Arizona doesn't get nearly as much rain, but that's because I cranked the rain up because, you know, fair weather driving everywhere gets kind of boring after a while. That's actually one of the things is I've been torn that I've debated buying a bunch of the DLC for this game because I do enjoy it. I do play it a decent amount, and honestly, the less I have to drive in California, where I'm restricted to 55 miles per hour, the better. As well as I've seen, you know, all sorts of interesting stuff that like looks different than the way my game looks, just because of all the different places. Like Oklahoma, people have pointed out, looks very different. I don't think I have the Great Northwest, but man, this is one of those games that, like, getting all of the DLCs, even if it's just the maps and, like, the special cargo, is a lot of money. So I keep kind of hoping, like, I should have watched more carefully. No, you know what, I think I did request a key for the dare, was it a dare drop? I think I did request a key for the DLC for Oklahoma, I just didn't get it. But I keep kind of hoping I can make that happen. Is it Sims 4 level? Sims 4 is very specifically on its own level. Like, I want to say Sims 4 is the outlier for the most DLC of any game, last I looked at it. Not counting Star Citizen, where you could drop like 10,000 a single item. But those aren't microtransactions, those are macrotransactions at that point. And for those who don't know, The Sims comes out to a bit over $1,000 if you buy all of the DLC. No, that train game? Oh, yeah, what was that train game? I don't remember. There was, like, it's like Train Simulator or something like that. That, my understanding, is like every train, like not every train station. Is it Unrailed? I don't know. I don't own it, whatever it was. There was a train game that's like, they add like new cities and all that, and every single one of them is like its own DLC. And then they add like every single like train that they can come up with, and it's its own DLC kind of thing. Like, not you get your train package, it's you buy this specific model and year of train. The train game seemed a thing, you bought everything, it was over 500? Yeah, well, everything on The Sims 4 is over 1,000. Like, there are individual games who have DLCs that cost more, that if you're looking at what games DLC costs the most, but usually it's something like the Mega Premium Supporter Pack gold-plated airplane that, you know, they charge $5,000 for. And I kind of not counting that. Versus, like, The Sims, they genuinely expect to sell every one of those DLCs, because they're all, like, $5 here, $10 there, $15 here, you know, for, like, the more expansion ones, like, $25, $30 there. There's, like, a whole bunch of stuff that individually you might be like, that's kind of reasonable. So Paradox, I would disagree. They can get to a couple $100 for a game, and they do have that model, but I would not compare, like, Paradox games to a lot of, like, The Sims 4 is a mixed one, because most of it's cosmetic stuff, which I think is fair. Train Simulator has 717 DLC. The cheapest is $10. They're anywhere from 25 to 40. Yeah, it's several $1,000s. Yeah, it's in like, what, $6,000, $8,000, you know, $6,000, $8,000, $9,000, all depending on exactly where you land in there. But yeah, no, I actually will defend Paradox in a lot of stuff. There's stuff I wish they would do better. Like, the problem with Paradox games is if you buy the game when it first drops. If you buy the game when it first drops and you spend your 40, 50, 60 bucks, whatever it is, usually it's like 40, 50. And you buy the game, like, when it first drops. And then, like, a year later, you go, here's a DLC. And it's not just a DLC that, like here, you've got, like, you know, we spit polished the game a little bit. They'll go and they'll add, like, an entire new level of systems. Like, they go, okay, now the game has disasters. You have a handful of disasters, you have evacuation routes, you have all of these kind of things. Like, you add a ton to it. And then the added bonus is, even if you don't buy the DLC, they'll also add a bunch to the base game as well. Like, all the quality of life that would come with the DLC gets added to the base game free of charge. The problem you run into is after you've had, like, 8-9 years of that, they aren't good about making, like, retroactively going back and, like, down pricing those DLC much. They do lower the price, but it's just, it's not enough in my mind. That I personally feel like what they should be doing, and this is me personal, like, so it doesn't have that, oh my god, if I buy it all, it's, you know, $400. Let's see, truck maintenance. Okay, that's all we need. Repair, so that's only 1,300. All right. It's what I want them to do more of, and they've done it once or twice in the past, but I want them to actually do on a meaningful level. Oh, we're already in a city, so let's just go ahead. So we're in Page. So let's see what we can find for stuff here. What I do wish they would do is, like, after 2 or 3 years have gone by, that what they would do is say, okay, you know, the new deal, like, the DLC that's like 2-3 years old, they'll bundle all of them together at, like, a super cheap price. So you get, like, the base game and the first 2 or 3 DLC, and they cost, like, $10-15 for 2 or 3 of them. And then, like, the new DLC would be the normal price. And then, you know, a couple years go by, they take like those next 3 and they bundle all of those DLC together to, you know, again, whatever would be a reasonable base price, and then the new ones are full price. Like, they don't do that well. Because I think that would one, help take away a lot of the teeth from people who, you know, dump on it for being overly prices. That kind of thing. Yeah, not gonna happen. I mean, they've done it some. Like, that's the thing. I just don't think they do enough of it. Hey, Sprint, yeah, they do humble, but like, they do discounts. That's the reason why we were saying, like, not gonna happen. Like, I wouldn't go that far. I think they would do it. It's just, I don't know. I feel like that would be a win for them to do that kind of thing. Because, like, how many people do they look at that price with all DLC and they go, absolutely not, and there's just, even if they would love the game and could slowly work their way up on the DLC or something, just the sticker shock of, if I buy everything, it's $300. No games are $300. And honestly, I would agree with that sentiment. If I'm paying straight up for a game as it is now, I cannot see a game that'd be like, yeah, $300, that's fine. What's your favorite Paradox game? If I remember, is City Skylines is Paradox, right? I'm pretty sure they're Paradox. Is City Skylines Paradox? I'm second guessing myself. Yeah. I very much enjoy it. That said, Stellaris is wonderful. I finally hit a point I fell behind on the DLC for Stellaris because of playing other games. And now it's like the insurmountable mountain of trying to get back into it, kind of that. Let's see, well, I can agree to that. Granted, people really don't have a valid reason to complain at the cost considering the content they put into it, but at the same time, you are right, it's a bit much getting in the games late. Only because they bought a company. Yeah, luckily that didn't happen too many times. But it has happened. Like, they did buy Prison Architect, but that's... Honestly, I feel like them buying Prison Architect worked out for fans of Prison Architect. Like, the DLC have been a little bit hit or miss since they took over, admittedly. But, Prison Architect really wasn't getting updates towards the end there. Not regularly. It'd be like, they'd go radio silent for like 2-3 years and be like, okay, we went ahead and made an update. Because you can tell they're kind of burning out because they're experimenting with other ideas and they just couldn't make something stick the same way. Yeah, I mean, developed and published, there is a difference there. But usually the publisher is a big influencer of your monetization model. Yeah, you've been struggling to be big. Yeah, and that's the thing. They've had twice now that Stellaris has completely overhauled the way you manage your planets. And yeah, I'm pretty sure Paradox, I think they're just a publisher. I don't think they do their own development. Or if they do, it's going to be like under a dev team name within Paradox. I could be wrong in that. Like, I haven't looked into their business model super much. But I just appreciate them because Paradox makes a lot of the game, well, helps publish a lot of the games that I like. They do a lot of, you know, Sim, Tycoon, City Builders, those kind of games that I appreciate because if you remember before City Skylines came out, like, it was just a thing that City Builders weren't being made anymore. Like, EA absolutely ruined the SimCities franchise. So far as the PR side of it, they just absolutely alienated their audience. And so that was kind of done. And it kind of came like a funk on the industry. It's like, oh no, don't... City Builders are doomed. Don't do City Builders. And Paradox is the one, you know, who published with, you know, helped make City Skylines happen. That without them, you know, City Skylines may not have gotten the money they needed to do their development. And then we've had a bunch of other ones that popped up since then, but I feel like a lot of those other ones only popped up because, you know, it kind of got reinvigorated because City Skylines were like, hey, look, we can actually sell a product. And to that credit, when City Skylines started doing that, Electronic Arts started bringing back SimCity. Granted, they kept doing like mobile development kind of SimCity and that kind of nonsense. But yeah. No, it wasn't SimCity 2000. It was SimCity 2000 was one actually the more beloved SimCities. Oh, what was it called? It was the SimCity that came out on Origin that had like forced multiplayer and all that kind of stuff. And you couldn't play it without being online. I don't remember, was it just like they just went SimCity 4 maybe? Doesn't sound right. I think SimCity 4 came out after that. I don't remember like which one it was. Because that came out, yeah, I think it was just literally SimCity. I think you're right. But it came out on Origin, and it had some really clever ideas, but like everything else about it was awful. Like, and I want, like, that was the thing that ended pre-orders for me. Like, this is, you know, everyone has that game that they got burned on pre-orders. That was mine. That I bought the game, the servers were so garbage, you couldn't even play it. So they were like, oh, hey, you know, we did such a and this is Electronic Arts, I'm saying. They're like, oh yeah, like our server's unreliable. We're so sorry for this. Like, we want to make this right, so we're gonna gift you a game that you can play in the meantime. And it was basically them trying to not get sued over it. And they're like, okay, so you can choose any game on this list. There's also a way of bolstering Origin, because now it means you'd have yet another game on Origin that you'd have to load up Origin for. But they gave nothing but like their discount bargain bin games that were like 10, 15 bucks. You know, games that were relevant like 30 years ago. And the one I did snag was Mirror's Edge, which was actually a decent game. But it was one of those ones that you're like, you know what, I'd rather be playing the game I bought. It ended up being like all the multiplayer stuff was all the... Like, the multiplayer required them to not cut corners, but to cut back on so much of the game that it kind of destroyed a lot of the allure to the game. Like, of the SimCity games, your individual city was one of the smallest they have ever had in a city builder game. I think it's only the very original SimCity had a smaller footprint that you could build on. You know, back, what was that, Super Nintendo? But yeah, now there's all sorts of problems. Let's see. The online versus countries recourse, they're supposed to... Yeah, so it was like, that was one of the interactions I liked. I actually did like, with the multiplayer, that if you had people actively playing roughly the same schedule, that was always like one of the big caveats, that you could actually have it. Like, you would have a city who would specialize in like city services like law, you know, police department and fire, that you could like effectively export those to help your neighbors, and they could like focus on tourism and everything. And so you actually had kind of an interesting way of setting that up. It was kind of underdeveloped, which you get a little bit from it being the first one of its type. But the problem is they had to just burn down everything around that made SimCity special to enable that, and it just didn't make up for it. Our simulation is so complicated, it requires computation on our servers. Proceeds to get cracked immediately, improves performance. Oh yeah, there's been a couple of games that did that. They had, yeah, it was like SimCity had that where a person had, what was it? There was it GTA? It was GTA 5, that their games have always had horrendous loading times for the longest time. And someone got fed up and was like, here is a patch, it improves the loading time by something ridiculous, like 75% or something like that. You know, like, halved the loading time, if that kind of thing. And they turned around and, like, GTA 5 was at first like, no, like, that's, like, you know, you should be careful with that. And then actually was like, okay, we've paid this person for this thing. And then implemented it into the game. And since then, like, the load times are supposed to be way better. I don't know, I hadn't played it since then. But it was just kind of funny that it was like, you know, people, they're like, we can't load this because it's a mod, which means we'll get banned from your online service, but this absolutely makes your game better, and you should really, really let, you know, like, bring it in-house. Or, like, allow list it or something. Let's see, I remember when the modern SimCity dropped, and people were, were waiting and the servers got overloaded right away and people were not able to play. Yep, that's literally what happened. They had to wait to play the single-player game, the silly online features nobody cared about. Yep, that's literally what happened to me. That's how I got Mirror's Edge for free. Is the servers were down, I think it was 3 days? Like, non-usable for 3 full days, before honestly just enough people gave up on the servers that it alleviated the congestion enough that you could mostly play okay. Like, you still had the servers would go down, you get disconnected, but it's one of those things you get knocked off the game, and you just reboot it and play again. So it's like a lot of like MMOs when they release, like the servers are taxed, you're able to get on the server, but you get disconnected from time to time, and like with MMOs they usually put a queue. They didn't have a queue for this. Could you imagine playing a single player game but have to wait on an online queue to log in? And just that is, I feel like that is actually the point that a person being angry enough to like spit all over their monitor and throw something might actually be justified. I still wouldn't do it because that's not how I react to things. But like a person being that angry, I'm like, no, you know what? That's actually fair. Because no one should have ever expected this to be nearly in the state it's in. Let's say there was one game, it might have been SimCity, that enabled 3 different anti-piracy programs, and had them scan every frame. They were never meant to work together. I don't think that was SimCity. I don't know what game did that. I know there's been a lot of instances over the years where they had one anti-cheat program, and it wasn't catching what they were looking for, so they turned on a second one, and they ran into problems like that with the 2 different cheat programs fighting each other. That sounds like something like PUBG would have done. Because I definitely remember that they didn't have much for cheating problems, and they technically had an anti-cheat at the beginning, it just didn't do much. And then cheating started getting bad, and they kept trying like different things to get it under control. And a lot of how they handled it was very messy. You know, lots of false positives with people getting banned for no reason, as well as a lot of stuff just falling through the cracks, that cheats were just happening flagrantly anyways. And I don't envy companies being in the anti-cheat situation, because it is an arms race where people literally make money selling these cheats. And so you are competing with them where they have money coming in, and you're effectively trying to not lose money by the fact that the cheats chase your players away if they get too out of hand. De novo anti-tamper. Yeah. There's a whole lot of cheat solutions, or anti-cheat solutions, that some of them do an okay-ish job, and some of them are definitely just awful. The one you're talking about is like 80% of the CPU, and really bad, and the publisher was trying to say it was because graphics were so good, and they weren't. Yeah, I don't... That sounds also like PUBG, because PUBG's graphics, even for its time, were okay. Like, they're nothing to be upset about. They weren't bad, but they were certainly not something to be like, oh yeah, look at our graphics. Just saying, SD should be able to read over hundreds of thousands of times. Rewrite, that shouldn't be impactful. The thing is, when you look at how much a hard drive gets written to and from, hundreds of thousands of times is actually not as big a number as you would think. Because in a matter of seconds, you can have your hard drive written to and written from in the hundreds of times. All depending on what you're doing. So, things like antivirus and that might, if they're poorly written, literally rewrite like a whole, like duplicate almost all your files, where it'll like grab a file while it's reading, it'll make a copy, do all that, like if they're naively programmed. Literally going through everything of like all your files on your computer and writing each, or writing and deleting each one kind of thing, can just straight up murder it. Reading should be fine. I don't believe reading has any meaningful impact. It's writing, it's the big concern. But there are applications that were pretty rough. Windows pretty bad. Well, the Windows thing is because it's doing backups, usually, or like those kind of system things. That people are notoriously bad at backuping up, so they use the what is the thing that It's for your Windows Restore, through like Windows Defender and that it does back up your files regularly. And then if you bring in like cloud things like Google Cloud or what's Microsoft's one? It doesn't matter. Yeah, Windows does search caching as well, so you get better performance out of your search, but you know, there's a cost to all those things. It's the same thing like when you look at like Google's optimization for its search and all that. All those optimizations have costs. I'm talking about like Chrome. Like Chrome does all sorts of stuff to improve performance of it, and 90% of that is, what if we just used all of your memory? Like what if you just didn't have memory left over? Your browser will run faster. Okay, but what about everything else? Yeah, well, something's got to give. I've seen Chrome tabs back a ways, and admittedly I haven't used Chrome in an age. But I've seen Chrome tabs that are taking up like 12 gigabytes of memory and go like, but I have my email open. It's not like there's a video or some big file being open. It's like I have my email open, it's just been open a long time. That's very clearly this thing has a memory leak. If you're doing it on every frame, assume 60 in 1 hour. That's 21,000 read writes per hour. You get hundreds. Well, that's so we're talking about SSD is going to be hard drive. That's not going to be your frame by frame. That would be in your memory, which is a separate thing because memory also does eventually go bad based on reads and writes. But that'd be your RAM. Usually when you run into stuff that's being abusive about hard drives, it's doing ridiculously frequent checks on files and on. It does things every frame. Yeah, and that's the thing. If it does things every frame, that's usually going to be RAM you're dealing with. Which again, still is a problem. Because it's still gonna kill your computation and your it's still gonna kill your CPU and your memory utilization. So you just load browsers, temporary files into RAM, it runs faster, and doesn't ruin my SSD. But yeah, there's a lot of really heavy-handed antivirus as well as really heavy-handed anti-cheat. Like that's the thing, like back in the day, I used to run Norton on my computers for like the whole suite. Cause way back in the day, like the performance gains you'd get from it, like doing the defrags of your hard drive, cleaning up temporary files, doing all that stuff, actually was very meaningful. That was a way I would recover a lot of people's computers, and just slap on a trial version of Norton, clean everything up, and then pull off the trial version of Norton again, and their computer would be back in business, because it just needed basic maintenance. It was almost never that I actually dealt with actual malware that you ran into, not without people doing stuff they really shouldn't. I feel like me personally, I almost the only thing in the entire time I had like 1 or 2 times I got flagged that malware. God, and that was usually someone had sent me a file that I thought I could trust, and they had malware that attached itself to a legitimate file kind of thing. And I didn't get caught with it. It's like the malware immediately, like I saw a thing and I stopped it. It's like cool. But there was a point I couldn't tell you the year. It was towards the end of Windows XP. And like the beginning of Windows Vista. But not specifically Vista, like it happened XP as well. That Norton stopped being like good at stuff, that Norton itself was getting so bloated, it was the source of your performance problem. What about anti-cheats that runs on kernel level? Never. Absolutely not. I will never trust someone with that. If someone has a game that's like, we want this to run on kernel level, it's like, well, that's just too bad. I guess you don't want me to play your game. If I have to bring up a game, and it's okay when it's first time running or installation, that's fine. But if I have to open your game as admin in this day and age, you've already lost me, because I'm like, what the hell are you doing on my system that you need admin access, that you need to be able to get into like my system files or some other place that you have no business going? And that's part of me is, as a software dev, it's like I've I've had to work around all the security settings that they put in Windows these days. And there's no reason, like, outside of installing drivers and first installations of programs or first configuration, that you would ever need to ask for admin access. The first installation you do. But, like, just straight up running a game, it's like, what are you getting into that you should not have your hands in? I don't like games that mess up my system's configurations and everything, and mess with files that they don't, creating all sorts of security vulnerabilities, or just straight up jacking up my computer files like we used to deal with back in the Windows XP days, where you'd go to uninstall a game and suddenly it'd have audio problems. You're like, what the hell's going on? Oh yeah, this game changes these system files to make this thing run better, but like, it totally hoses your configuration. It's like, oh thanks, never playing that game again. But yeah, to me, if I have to boot up a game in admin that is not the initial installation, I will end playing your game right then and there. And it's funny, like, I'll have a game that won't run right, and people are like, oh, you should boot it up in admin mode. I'm like, no, if the game nowadays, like, if it's an old game, that's fine. Like, that's old games being coded in a way that we shouldn't do. Back when Windows was doing absolutely nothing to police that. If you have a modern game that has come out in the last, I mean, honestly, 10 years, that requires booting up in admin mode, I'm already out. Because that tells me you're not following even the basic minimal bar code quality practices. Like, Windows itself is saying, hey, don't do this, and you're like, yeah, I'll do it anyways. And it's not being like, oh, no, it's like, I just don't want to deal with it. Like, once you know the implications of what that message means as a developer, you're like, yeah, you don't want to give just anyone access to that. Again, initial installations and configurations, fine. That's just the nature of the beast. That's the idea, is they're setting up all those pieces, and they shouldn't have to touch those. Or if they do touch those, it'll be a major update. Major update, again, I'm also fine with a major update requiring admin mode. I'm talking about just playing the game at any moment requiring admin access is a solid red flag in my book. Yeah, no, I wouldn't trust any type of kernel level anti-cheat. Like, even if it was like a Valorant streamer that is my income, it would be one of those things that it'd be like hard pressed. I'm like, why do they need this? I would be extremely outspoken about it. And if I was someone who was in a position of, like, a strong community position that I'm a name in that area, I would be trying to use my name to say, hey, this isn't acceptable behavior. I get that you need to do anti-cheat, but this is like, there's heavy-handed, and then there's this. Those programs who want the fear-mongering, you have 20,000. Oh yeah, like the, was it PC Cleaner? Where they're like, oh my god, you have 30,000 problems, and like 29,000 of those are tracking cookies. Well, it's like, well, I mean, you don't want those, but they're not actually hurting you. They're not like legitimately malware. And honestly, some of the flagging things they'll flag as like a tracking cookie. It's like, no, that's preserving my login. Like, that's genuinely, I delete that cookie and have to log back in because that's all that's maintaining. Yeah. No, I wouldn't. I mean, it's cool if you're willing to look past that kind of stuff. For me, the way I look at games nowadays is look how many games there are in the world now. Like, at any given time, we have dozens of games dropping, half of which you'll never hear about. More than half. You'll have like 95% of them you'll never hear about. And in those, there's like so many diamonds in the rough in there. And don't get me wrong, there's a lot of crap in there too. Like, a lot of really, really bad crap in there too. But with all that said, like, with that many games, if there's a game that's like, oh yeah, we're gonna require you to admin mode, or oh yeah, we're gonna have these like really, really kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Predatory practices, I'm like, you know what? That's fine. I just won't play your game. Or like with the whole console wars thing, where it's like, oh, well, this game's just, it's a PlayStation exclusive, or it's an Xbox. It's like, okay, that just means I won't play your game. That's the beauty of it. I got 1,000 other games here I can play. I got a backlog that I will never see the end of. I don't need to play your game. Oh, I know it shouldn't be trusted. It's just, by the time I found out it was kernel anti-cheat, I was too addicted to the game. Yeah, no, and I get that. And that's what they're rooting on. I'm fortunate that a lot of those competitive games, that's just like yet another reason I don't play them anymore. I used to play them all the time. Like, I used to play MOBAs a lot. And I used to be really dang good at the ones I played. With any frequency. Like, the one I got the most was Heroes of Newerth. I used to play that a lot, and I was really good at it. I don't remember what the rankings were, but I remember it was, like, second from the highest tier of ranking, usually. And sometimes, like, I'd poke up into the top and then drop back out of it, kind of thing. And it's just, the problem is the community got so incredibly toxic, and we started having cheaters show up, that it just kind of ruined the fun with it. And so I stopped playing that, and I was still playing PUBG at the time, PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds. And the PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds, like, it was a lot of fun for a good while, but the cheating just kept getting worse and worse. We're not talking about, like, suspicious cheating, like, you know, I really don't think that guy could have possibly hit that headshot, like that kind of thing, where it's like, I think that person might be aimbotting. Usually that wouldn't bother me much. It's when you'd see the person who are like literally flying across the map at like Mach 10, you just see headshot, 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 headshot. It's like, oh, like we're not hiding our cheating at all. We are as overt and high profile as we possibly can. And it just basically ruined any type of competitive game for me. That nowadays, like, I'm just not interested. And then because of how bad that got, like, the anti-cheating has gotten, in its own right, just as bad as the cheating in a lot of times, that I'm like, okay, well, your solution is just as much going to drive me away from playing it as well. So it's just, I've accepted that I'm just not into competitive gaming anymore. Like, it'd be fine if it was, like, me versus a handful of friends where I didn't have to worry about any of that. Like, I'd probably enjoy that quite a bit, honestly. But, the vast majority of competitive games, that's not how they work. There's like servers and instancing and all that kind of stuff, and you know, you group up with your friends to play against someone else. If you do play against other people that, you know, you can kind of control who's playing, it disables like your meta progression, or it disables achievements, or it disables all this other stuff, or there's other limitations, or that's just not convenient to set up kind of thing. Or you gotta host your own server kind of thing that adds like a whole layer of complexity versus just, I just want to play against my friends and be done with it. It's almost like, it's not that I don't play multiplayer anymore, it's just way cut back in how much of it I do. It's pretty rare these days, because it effectively ruined all of that for me. I don't miss it that much, because like how toxic and awful it got at the end kind of ruined, like, there's a nostalgia from way back, but it's kind of immediately poisoned by the entire middle phase. Well, I was passing this truck, and then they sped up. And I'm speeding now. Okay. Because I wasn't trying to be a left lane driver. But yeah. Oh my god, would you please? And like, the game is brutal where it'll give you a speeding ticket for like almost nothing. So I'm not gonna actually speed in the game. Yeah, no, I have, so that was another one I got burnt on, as I was staying away from Epic exclusives. And me, my wife, and my older brother had played pretty much all of the Borderlands games together. And, you know, the latest Borderlands 3 had come out as an Epic exclusive kind of thing. And they really didn't, like, they didn't want to wait for it to not be an Epic. And so I eventually caved. I was like, you know what? Yeah, fine, we'll play. I don't regret that, but it was one of those things I was not happy about it, and not unhappy with them. I wanted to play it too. But it's almost like, man, I wish I would have just waited for it to be on Steam. Because, like, I don't like Epic. And that said, when I've been given keys, and I don't mean like the free games that Epic does, but like when a new game is coming out, it's something I intend on playing the channel, it's on Epic exclusive, I will accept the key and play it. to show it on stream, but usually those are games that are one and done because I can't be bothered to boot up Epic every time. I want my games to all be in the same place. I'm tired of, you know, I gotta go to Origin for this one, I gotta go Steam for that one, I gotta go to Ubisoft's thing I can't remember the name of for those ones. You know, these 12 have their own independent launchers detached from everything. Or worse, you gotta go to Steam to get to the independent launcher to get to Ubisoft's game or whatever. Or, you know, you have the Origin. I just want my games to be in one place. And I know I can add non-Steam game, but when it's like you add non-Steam game and you run it and it opens up the other launcher, which is now loaded in your background, eating up a bunch of your memory, doing jack all. And of course, it wants to update all its things, so it's going to start eating up your internet too. And you're just like, please. 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 Yeah, no, I ended up on Epic once or twice for things over the years, and I've always been pretty upset with it after the fact. Like, that's the thing. If Epic actually took the time to make its launcher better, like properly better, I don't think I'd have as strong an opinion on it. But like, you can't disable achievements or its UI without altering system files. And you end up needing to do that because admittedly the games are implemented incorrectly, that those things grabbing that highest Z layer becomes unstable and crashes. Because both Epic and the game are trying to capture the same Z layer, and your computer goes, I can't do that, what the hell, and it crashes, or similar kinds of problems. Because that was the problem I ran into with Dead Island 2, is Dead Island 2 for some people, anytime Epic's, you know, Epic Store's UI or Epic's whatever, you know, UI, because it was an Epic game, popped up, it would crash your game, and I was one of the people unfortunate to have that. And it's like, no problem, I'll just go onto Epic, I'll say, stop doing your UI stuff, because, you know, you could do that in every single platform that isn't Epic. And you can't do that. The way you do that in Epic is you edit the system files of the actual launcher manually to turn off the UI. You're effectively breaking the UI in a way that isn't intrusive. Let's see. I need to slow down where I was. CS2 is dangerous abbreviation to use. So many people are waiting for City Skylines 2. Yep. It's one reasons, not like that specific one. It's one reasons why you'll always have me when someone uses abbreviation, and it like it's fine when like I am like if we're playing Path of Exile and people say PoE, it's fine. Contextually, you can get what's going on. But if we're just kind of playing games, like if I'm playing this, it sounds like PoE. I'm like, hey, do you mean Play of Eidolon? Do you mean Path of Exile? Do you mean there was like, I think we sat one day and we came up with 8 different games all with that abbreviation. And it's like, you know, and sure, some of them were a little bit niche, but it's like, all right, like you gotta use the non-abbreviated version, because the next thing is we're gonna do is we're gonna ask you what the abbreviation is, so you saved 0 characters. Yeah, City Skylines 2 is definitely one I want. Although with the Valorant update a few months ago, they removed support for Windows 10. My PC can't be upgraded from 10, but haven't had issues with it. Yeah, you're gonna probably see a lot of games dropping support for 10. Because I want to say Windows 10, that's already hit end of life, right? It's either end of life already or it's reaching it. Pillars of Eternity, yeah, there's a bunch of them, and like a lot of them were not small games. Hey, Infinite Simplex, how's it going? That I always wondered whether Epic can make their launcher better without risking a patent war with Steam. Our friends tags reviews patentable. Windows 10 is an end of life for a few years. Gotcha. It's probably Windows 7 that end of lifed. I usually keep on whatever is the latest version for a variety of reasons. As a software dev, I got to worry about the latest version and know what pain points it's going to give me and all that kind of stuff. Because finding people who can test your stuff on older versions of Windows are very easy, because people are stubborn and don't really want to change versions. It's also understandable not grabbing the latest greatest. because you know those were your end with the new implementation ed cases. Yeah, no, and Windows 11 has requirements that a lot of older computers don't meet. Nah, and when I say older, we're not talking like older, we're talking relatively older. You have the stripes, but I don't see a stop sign or a light, so okay. Yeah, I forget, it was the secure BIOS or whatever, was it? Like TMOS or whatever it is? I can't remember. Because I remember mine, or... Yeah, it's a feature that's been on a lot of motherboards for like, at this point, like 10 years, but when Windows 11 released, have been like 4 or 5 years. But if you got more budget computers, the motherboard would not necessarily have it. Or a lot of prefabs wouldn't have it. But if you bought like mid to high end part by part, you usually had it. And that's when those parts came out, not when you purchased them. TPM 2.0. Yeah, and I believe you could make TPM, was it like 1.2 work with it? Yeah, mine's 8, so it was the high end at the time. Just didn't have it. Yeah. But you just don't trust Epic Games. When they release their launcher, it accessed Steam files without permission or disclosing it. And they said it was a bug. Something badly coded. Sure. Oh yeah, and that's those things where like, oh no, it was just an accident that this went to your Steam directories and checked things. And you're like, it was an accident that you randomly accessed a very specific part of the hard drive that could be in multiple locations that, you know, was a direct competitor. Yes, that was the accident. Because either A, it means you're accessing my whole system and just, you know, kind of peeking at my files and happening to go there, or you targetedly go there, of which, you know, we can have the whole discussion of which is worse, because they're both pretty terrible things. But I'd switch to Windows 10, but there's requirements in BIOS that I don't know if my motherboard has. Yeah, that's TPM, that's what they're talking about, TPM 2.0. I keep in my head thinking 1.2 can also work with it, but like it needed an update or something, like a BIOS update. What was my job before this? I did 15 years of software development. I also am a former college-level educator, and I also did a bunch of time in IT, information technology. Of which, like, I did assistant network administrator as well as, you know, like regular technician. So when I give crap about people not developing their games right, it's coming from a position of experience as a senior developer. Not just someone who's just whining without any understanding or knowledge of what they're talking about. That said, my skills are getting rusty these days because, you know, I've been doing content creation for a while. And as like the very end of my software dev, I was teaching software dev. Like when I say teaching, it wasn't like classroom. I was authoring courses for getting your certifications and all that kind of stuff. Because I was recognized as a leader in my tech stack. That, you know, I could quote people would name drop me kind of thing. I'm actually curious how much my name still holds up in those tech stacks. Because I imagine it holds up some, because I just got notification that the first of my courses is finally being sunset. You know, because it's out of date now. There's been a whole bunch of updates since I made the course. Which I'm actually happy about, because the company I had been making them for made some changes toward the ends I really am not happy about. So if I had the authority, I'd actually say, hey, take down all my courses. But, you know, I've already been paid, so they do have the copyright and all the legal rights to them. Oh yeah, no, Epic has had a whole lot of things done. Oh good, we have a rest stop right here. That's very convenient considering we're yawning aggressively. Alright. Yeah, people tried to tell me how to do, and I'm like, I'm not gonna do it myself. No, I don't do it myself. I don't have the kind of skills computer. I'm smart enough. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of one of those things. Like, I'm not going to fault someone who... they don't know their computer supports it. Like, it's one thing if you're able to, like, just, if you're comfortable installing Windows, and someone's just like, oh, here's how you find if you have TPM, too. Like, that was like, okay, well, it's just a search. Like, the search thing isn't gonna be a problem. Strider has beats on the way? Nice. We did a charcuterie play, because Kim was asleep, and she was supposed to decide on dinner, because we have a whole thing where the person who asks the other person first, the one who is asked, is the one who, you know, is obligated to make the decision. Just to try and fight indecision, though it has mixed, you know, results. Bio's pretty straightforward. Check the mobile manufacturer. Yeah, no, like, that's the thing. If it's just that, that's not that bad. If it is like you're just not comfortable installing Windows, that's totally fair. I absolutely understand people like, I'm not willing to make this big significant change. Because, you know, it'll blow out settings if you don't do it right and a whole bunch of stuff. That's actually one of the things I love that has been a thing since like Windows 7. I haven't done quite that bad, JD. I have said, what's for dinner? And she's like, I don't know. And it's like, well, I'm sure you'll figure it out. You can actually skip the check in TPM with Windows installation on older hardware. Not that I'm recommending it. You don't know how important it is. Yeah, so TPM is just a security setting, for the record. It's to prevent people from bypassing your security as easily with system access. They can still get it with time and effort. But, like, it's not, you know, it's not like we have a password, they just reset your BIOS and bam, they're in, like... they could just make a couple changes and bam, they're in kind of thing. And there's like encryption, other stuff, all that. Yeah, no, that's fine. Your security or their security? The TPM? I mean, your security. They don't give a crap. Once they sell it to you, it's your problem. BIOS and firmware can be nerve-wracking if you don't... if it's not a new build. Rebuild everything down. Yeah, and that's the thing. I don't fault everyone if your computer's working fine, not changing anything. Now, it's different when you start reaching the point that, you know, your browser is no longer being supported at all, and I'm talking, or not browser, your operating system. Because your browser's out of date. I am gonna pick on you. Because why? It's free. You download it. Get the latest version. There's all sorts of security things that's protecting you from. There's 0-day things happening all the time. But, like, your operating system's a different animal. Now, when an operating system's hit what they refer to as end of life, that's the point you need to be like, okay, I don't want to update this, but I am now adding a level of risk to myself by not updating this. Because it means when there's a new security vulnerability, you're going to be left to just be vulnerable. And usually, you'll end up with a certain number of people who are malware authors and all that, who will wait till a 0-day is discovered on an older operating system that is not in support, and then you'll start seeing mass deployment of those viruses. Because it means they know they have a whole lot of unpatched machines that they can target, and there is nothing you can do. Elder saying, I mean, to be fair, if your OS goes to end of life, it's time to get a new PC altogether, because that's how long it normally takes. Yeah, it's usually like 10-15 years, and the typical shelf life for a computer, or sorry, not shelf life, the typical lifespan for a computer without doing major replacements of parts is well under that. Like, your laptops usually last 3 to 5 years on average. You'll definitely have people who's like, well, mine's been going for 9. Cool. You are an outlier. Congratulations on your good fortune. You also have ones that are like, I only had it for 2 years and it's already junk. You're also an outlier. I'm so sorry to hear that. And then desktop computers. I don't know what it is now, but it was like 5 to 7 years is the typical lifespan of a desktop computer. Under normal conditions. Obviously, people who game 80 hours a week or whatever would be outside normal conditions in the you're probably going to wear it out faster. And again, if you take good care of it and a little bit of luck, hey, blue truck, you know, you're more likely to not have problems. But yeah. So that said, with the typical operating system, you know, they have like, what is it, like 10, 15 years? They that's the hard thing is typical is because they like Windows XP got allowed to be supported way longer because they just had real big problems convincing people to switch, and it's mostly businesses. Because individuals, let's be honest, they don't care. You're gonna buy your new computer and it's gonna come with a new version of Windows, and that's just the way that works. Like, very few home users buy operating systems who aren't tech savvy and just, you know, buy the latest anyways. But yeah. Things like, you're on a laptop that's 12 years old, I have no other functional machine running Ubuntu 2004 on it. Yeah, you can do that. If you take good care of a computer, you can make it last. I have a laptop that's probably 18 years old or 15 years old. It runs, it's having problems with its video card now where it's not as reliable as it used to be, but it still works. But I'd definitely say that's the exception to rule. It's not running Ubuntu. It's running Windows... I think it's running Windows 7. I haven't booted up in forever. It was Windows Vista for the very longest time, because that's when it came out. That was the operating system that was current. Depending on how long you've had a PC, the OS's sunset is a good time to upgrade it. Yeah, it usually times out pretty well. Actually, it's pretty solid. Where I've lost it. Solid compared to 95. Right. Well, I would still stand by the argument that other than Windows ME, every version of Windows has arguably been better than the version before it. Now, of course, the elephant in the room will be Vista. I would still say Windows Vista as an operating system was still better. It's just unfortunately timed with the market, because that was at the point that everyone is trying to go cheaper and cheaper and cheaper on their computers, to the point that, you know, you had netbooks were like the big thing of that time frame. Like, everyone was getting a netbook for their home that had, you know, a processor that had zero, like, it was basically like putting an actual potato chip in your computer. They were so lukewarm in their capabilities. And so it was just, you'd go to run Vista on that, where Vista was expecting hardware to continue to get better, and it was awful. And that was also the heyday of, like, e-machines and all that. You would argue Windows 8 was worse than Windows 7? If you're unhappy with the UI, that's understandable. As far as being stable and performant and not using as much system things, you would be measurably wrong. And it's not me being mean. It's just, that's it. Like, each version typically comes out that, as far as, like, the system stuff to it, it is better than its predecessor. But there is a whole lot of stuff that, usually it's a familiarity thing is why the most kickback happens, like the start menu change. And don't get me wrong, the mobile first thing on Windows 8 was definitely unpopular. Was Windows 8? It was Windows 8 was where they went to the live tile system. And there is a lot of things I like about the live tile system, but I do not believe it was properly suited for a desktop computer. Like, I am salty that Windows Phone did not make it, because I felt that live tiles on Windows Phone were just simply a better UI than icons that we see on the iPhone. And then, like, to a certain degree, Android adopted the live tiles. Oh, I'm just not bored enough. That's fine. Yeah, no, it's definitely the initial release for 8 had its pain points. Like, I'm not gonna say that, but as far as, like, the operating system itself, it was more secure, it was more performant, and all that. And then Windows 8.1 came out, and it was way better. And if anyone goes back to, like, thinking of, like, Windows 98, 95, like, those were the good days, or Windows XP, you don't remember the Windows XP initial release. If you're like, oh yeah, Windows XP was amazing at first, like, no. It was crashy and awful. Until we had the Windows XP had its major update about a year later. Then it was the browser, like, then it was the operating system we all like go and say, yeah, this is amazing and all that stuff. Do I divide evenly on these, or do we just go hard? We're just gonna go hard. We're just gonna go straight up those one by one. What was that update? It had like a big fancy name to it. The Windows XP update. Oh, it had like a silly name. Like that's one of my other complaints about Microsoft is they can't keep a naming convention for 30 seconds. You basically went from Windows XP to 7 and then from 7 to 10. Yeah, a lot of people did. Like don't get me wrong, I understand the UI turned people off in a big way. Service Pack 3? Was it always the Service Pack 3? I think Service Pack 1 was the one that made XP, took it from being a dumpster fire so far as issues to being good, and then, each iteration it got better. Because, like, XP, when it first came out, half the hardware didn't work with it. You had all sorts of stability issues. Like, you had inconsistencies in how parts of the UI worked. Like, it had lots of problems. There's tons of software that just straight up didn't work. But then they had a major update, and then XP was like a big thing that everyone came to love. Man, I try not to pay too much attention to the stats on Twitch, like so far as like viewer count and that. But something's going squirrely because that thing has gone. I have seen it go from like 100 to 30, and I know all those numbers are lies. They're probably around mid-50s, but it is being thing. You think the original XP was the last one where you had to manually install network drivers? Uh-huh. You had to get out your 3.25-inch floppy, which was a hard disk. Go figure. To go ahead and install your drivers. If you're lucky, they gave you an optical drive. Same. I did the same with same path. 98 XP 7 to 10. Nope, 3.5. I always forget. I only spent a little time with the 5.25. Like I used a little bit for school when I first started elementary school. Like we had a computer lab that used 3.25, and at home we used 3.25 for a little while. What's the best moneymaker trailer? I have no idea. If you're expecting professional gameplay as well as min-maxing, I hate to say it, you're in the wrong place. That said, maybe someone in chat knows, because I have no idea. I actually don't own a trailer. I own 2 garages and a whole bunch of drivers and all that, but I don't own a trailer at all. Because I'm just going to take what people offer me and I roll with it. You think XP was one? Oh my god. I think I've told this story before. So I used to work for a college as a technician to begin with. We're talking like I was a student technician. Like I was a student and I worked at the school as a way of making ends meet to pay for school. And there was a gentleman in a wheelchair who, his computer was broken. He didn't have the money to fix it. And he was kind of looking to do like a favor for favor kind of thing. Like I would help get his computer working, and I actually didn't expect anything in return. I was just kind of doing it because I was stuck in the lab and like, hey, this is a thing I can do to help him. Awesome. You got this game because your father's a trucker? Yeah. So you can buy trailers, but you don't have to buy trailers. And this is the thing that works in like real trucking as well, is you'll have people that'll just own the front part of the truck, and usually they'll have some like, it's usually not like this where you just like do random freight everywhere. Usually they'll go, okay, company X, let's say Walmart. Okay, for Walmart, I'm going to be on contract for X amount of time to drive, your goods from this place to this place. Or you'd have like, you go to this distribution center and they tell you where to go. But you take the truck you own and you just grab, like they load up their trailer at their location, they get it all set, and you just hook up, drive it up. Like you hook up, you probably have paperwork or whatever, and you drive it off to the next place. You do the other paperwork, and then, they kind of send you everywhere. They have something similar to that, which is the freight mode, but it's not like in real life where you'd have contracts that you stick with the same thing, all that kind of stuff. But I got a Volvo and a folding tarp. I need to manage my money, but I want to make more money. So one thing you can do to make more money is not be a solo trucker. They give you a garage at the beginning of the game. And I think you actually get to choose where it was. So I chose the Sacramento garage at the beginning. So you get a garage, you buy an extra truck, and you hire a driver, and you just send them out into the world. And they will go find work and do it, and they'll give you like a trickle of money. So like, yeah. So I'm making a daily profit of $58,000 from this garage. I think that includes my own contributions. But yeah, and then you can get an extra garage. So this garage, I'll have room for 3 people. And so it's, it's a passive income. You invest $250,000. Which skill point should you do? So I don't know what the meta is. Where is my skill points? I always forget. Driver? No, it's not driver. It's up here. It's skills. So what I did is I did long distance first because long distance for me was giving me the best dollars per mile, and I went with that. So I kind of went long distance, high value, hazardous, and I'm going fragile. I picked up 1 or 2 points in economy somewhere there. I gas costs a bunch, but it's not that big a deal. You'll have all the DLCs. No, I do not have all the DLCs. I have 2 or 3 of the DLCs that I got as a content creator that I got a hold of, but I do not have all the DLCs. So I'm only at 1.176. So we need to get gas. We're all rested. You think about Texas and something else? Yeah, I've heard good things about Oklahoma. I'm hoping you're not at the back the whole way out. If I do, I do. It's fine, we don't have to back out. Because what I'll do is I will back up here. Now, but the reason I would think places like Oregon and Oklahoma and a bunch of those places is the variety of topography. Like, you look at real life, you look at places like California, and they have a wide range of different aesthetics. You know what? Let's just see if there's a delivery right here that's not terrible. Versus you look at some places like Arizona, and it's not that they have just one topography, but there's not a whole lot of variety. It mostly looks like sand. Alright, so do you have a freight delivery here? 44 an hour is pretty terrible. Or 44 a mile, I should say. And I'm not near any other places immediately. Let's try going that. Right now, gasoline trailer would make you 30 to 40,000 compared to 27,000 with a tarp. Yeah. So for most, like, I probably should get trailers at some point, but I generally found, from what I heard from other people, was when it comes to doing the trailers kind of thing, is you kind of had to get yourself like a set route that you kind of go between for it to be really worth its while. Ooh, where is that? Sadly, way out of the way. Let's go by distance from me. So that to me is implying I'm going from there. All right. There we go. So I've got to pick up just down the road. We can grab these trucks and we can ship them. It's $69 per mile, so 25,000 bucks. We can make that happen. You don't do heavy car. That's the like, don't get me wrong, I want all the DLC. And I'm not gonna follow the GPS here because what I'm gonna do instead is we're going to drop by the gas station. Because I'm at about a third tank. Can you fall asleep at the wheel in this? No, it'll start like fading the it'll be doing like vignetting around the outside border. And your character will start yawning obnoxiously. And then you will start getting fined for putting off sleep, because in real life truckers have very strict restrictions on how many hours they can truck per day and all that kind of stuff. But this game doesn't do stuff like you fall asleep at the wheel, you can't run from the police. You know, the police don't even pull you over. You get in trouble and you just get fined. Yeah, like when I say vignetting, like it'll like get real intense where you effectively can't see. But but it's not one of those things that like all that. Yeah, it's 11 hours of sleep sometimes. Yeah. But it's just one of those things that like in real life we have all these restrictions, and that the game goes out of its way to not encourage and all that kind of stuff. You know, unsafe practice and all that without that. Like, you completely black out, say something like you fell asleep. Oh, I haven't seen that. I'm assuming then it blacks out, so your truck just goes a little ways forward and then it kind of stops you kind of thing. But yeah, now this is just like, for people who just don't know, this game isn't like GTA or anything GTA like Grand Theft Auto. Like, you don't if you go careening down the road at speed, unless you turn it off, you get speeding tickets. And again, the cops don't pull you over. You just hear like a little ka-ching sound. It's like, oh, you got fined $700 for speeding. Because again, commercial license. The fines are much worse. You collide with another vehicle, it just goes ka-ching, $900 for collision with another vehicle. So there's no getting away with trouble by driving away real fast and like hiding under a bridge or something. Yeah, like you lost controls for a few seconds while the screen blacks out and you come back, whatever happened. Gotcha. You're trying to get another truck, but I need 180,000 minimum to upgrade. So that's kind of the thing, is if you want to do all your trucking yourself, then yeah, you're gonna have to go through that. If you're looking to make money, again, you like, what I did was I bought a better truck. So the first investment I did is I got a better truck, I bought a truck, just any truck, that I could do my own cargo. After that, I bought a truck that could handle heavy cargo. Like, the most budget truck I could do that had heavy cargo as a capability. That, like, decent. And then what I ended up doing is end up giving the other, like, the old truck to a driver I hired. And then make me, a couple thousand here and there. It wasn't a whole lot of money. But, once I set them up, it's just a forever trickle income. Because that 5,000 whatever they make, that's counting the maintenance and the salary and everything. That's my profit after that. And then, after that, I bought myself, like, a proper truck that's, like, not top of the line, but, like, a respectable, it can kind of do everything pretty well kind of truck. And then, pass the other truck down to my other drivers. And then I started buying duplications of the same truck that's, it's a good-ish truck that can do everything. And I've just been kind of outfitting a bunch of drivers with that, because every additional driver I get, per delivery gets me anywhere from 2 to, like, 14,000. And again, that's passive income. Kind of want to get pre-built? Oh, I've been customizing that. I'll go and it's like, okay, I'm gonna get this truck. Here, let me get the, best transmission I can get at my current level. The best whatever I can get at my current level. Because that's the thing, is I'm running into my limitation isn't money. My limitation is my current driver level or whatever. I can't buy the better parts. Like, as my main truck, after that, get drivers, whatever. Oh, get a Pete built. I'm sorry, I misread that as pre-built. I was like, okay, you're stock, that's fine. Okay. But yeah, because what I'll do is I'll keep getting more drivers, because you'll eventually get to the point your drivers will probably be making enough money for you that you could just drive around the map and just do whatever. Only 20 hours in and you're level 14 or whatever. I wonder how many hours I have in here. It wouldn't be a ridiculous amount. We can find out by clicking on the Steam. I am at 43 hours, so I'm actually not that many hours in as far as like actual hours. I do play a little bit off stream. Like, when I was traveling to New Zealand, it was about the only game I could run on the laptop that I actually kind of wanted to play at the time. That was fun to play. Like, I wanted to play games like Path of Exile and all that. It froze the camera again. That's not surprising. I'm getting really frustrated with OBS these days. Like, it's what you use for your stream thing. But, it's something changed with OBS. Maybe like a month and a half back. That anything that like captures your like the Steam overlay, for example, it's causing my camera to freeze. When I alt tab, it seems to be causing my camera to freeze, and I haven't been able to like really get a solid read on what I can do to fix it. Like I can exhibit the problem, but like, Steam overlay, I could turn that off. But it's not like it's a game doing it. It's everything doing it when I'm running OBS. Like, it's OBS is the problem. And so I want to fix this thing on OBS's side. Like, whatever I gotta change there. And it's only the web camera it messes up. Alright. Because that would be nice to not have to disable and re-enable my camera again and again, and on the rare occasion, unplug and replug it when that doesn't work. And I've also noticed if I move the camera around where it's like maybe the USB port isn't great on it, I've also had it drop that way. So I'm wondering if something's like not a good connection there, which would suck because these cameras aren't that old. And they're also like, it's not like a super duper cheap it out on her or something either. What do convoys even do? Just the multiplayer way? Yeah, it's just the... Yeah, I'll probably do that again, yeah. So yeah, convoy is multiplayer. Like, you just don't need anything farther than that. It's multiplayer. I do believe you get a bonus to payout for doing multiplayer, because you could take on larger missions than you'd otherwise be able to, because, you know, multiple trucks. Alright. So, it is over there, it looks like. I gotta go around back, though. So that looks like it's all fenced off. Yeah, I could try removing it entirely. I think, like, the last time when this was happening, I went through everything, like, uninstalled, reinstalled drivers, uninstalled, reinstalled, like, the camera's, like, extra software that it requires. You know, I uninstalled and reinstalled, or not OBS. I went through OBS, made sure it was up to date. I checked all the drivers, made sure they were up to date. I was hoping I could get away with it. Too steep an angle. Why did the payouts decrease when you get there? I didn't notice them payout decrease. It could be that there was one mission and I missed that one. Like they already timed out. Oh, and if you're talking about like when you turn in your mission at the end, there's all sorts of things they could do that could penalize you. Like if you damage your... Wasn't it 40 before? No, it was like 25 or something like that in this one. This one's not as long around. I might catch that fence. Yeah, it's fine. It didn't even register damage. Who cares? They're brand new trucks straight off the dealership. Who cares if they're a little scratched up? Frankly, we should charge extra for it. Because now it's a one-of-a-kind truck. No other truck has those scratches and those spots. But no, this one wasn't as much. So the way I end up doing this is I don't go out of my way to like get the highest payout mission, like, because what I find when I do it that way is I drive way out of my way to go get my payload and then come back kind of thing. And I know I could fast travel and all that, but I just don't. So instead, when I go to a location and I do my delivery, I'm like, okay, what nearby me can I deliver for like the best dollar? Because there's an achievement for revealing the entire map. And it also kind of helps me bounce around areas I haven't been on the map before. Let's see, oh hey, truck has a scratch. Guess it needs to be hauled back to the dealership for repairs. If only there was a trucker to haul this around here. Yep. Start our racket. You'd have to have two different truckers just to keep it looking legit. You'd have one trucker who keeps delivering them and scratching them up, and a different trucker who keeps taking them back. Just that way people don't identify it's the same person doing all of it. You gotta know how to do the scam, man. Not that a scam would last like that for more than 5 seconds. Do you play with anyone here? Not typically. Generally speaking, I don't do a lot of multiplayer on stream. Not never. I do pop in occasionally. Like I'm actually currently trying to set up collabing with 2 different people for a game I've got access to the closed beta of. That one's a action RPG. None of that's been set in stone. I'm not gonna say the names of who I reached out to. You know, that way if they either don't want to do it, or it's not a good fit for the channel, or they don't have the availability, that people are like, "Aw, man, that person just doesn't want to play games with you. I'm not gonna watch them anymore," or anything like that. I'd be weirded out if people did take that kind of stance, but you know, people can be weird. But that said, you know, I don't want them to feel like pressured or obligated if it's not a good fit for what they want to do. Everyone has to do what they gotta do for their channels. It's a business. You gotta worry about. Project Zomboid? No, never. Dead game. No, Project Zomboid's fine. No, I'm not gonna be playing a Project Zomboid realistically until we're close to build 42 dropping. Like I said, I put in like 3,500 hours in like a year and a half in that game. I was properly burnt out. And my fear is, if I were to pop back into Project Zomboid thinking, hey, I'll play just a little bit, and, you know, kind of catch myself up to burnout real fast, and then Build 42 drops, and I go into Build 42 already burnt out, that's just no good for anyone. Because people want to see me play it and all that. That's how you got your following? I mean, yeah, that certainly did bring a bunch in, but, you know, right now, we can do this whole shenanigans. We do a bunch. Prepare for the camera to crash. Camera's gonna crash. Let's take a look-see at how the numbers are looking. Because I imagine they're terrible. Project Zomboid. Switch to English only, because that's the language I stream in. Yeah, so if we look at Project Zomboid, just in the last month, it is down 28% viewership. Just in the last month. And it's been continuing to decline. Yeah, unless it's RW, have too many hours in that myself. RW. Oh, RimWorld. Yeah. But yeah, no, it's just a thing. Like, and let me actually step on the picture. Yeah, and it's down 40%. Like, here, and it gets worse. We go out 3 months, it's down 40%. 180 might actually be up. Yeah, 180 is technically up because there was some big names here and here that were spikes that kind of fudged the numbers. But that's it. And this is not me, like, trash talking Project Zombie. I still love the game. It's still, like, it sounds like, hey, I'm looking for a good zombie survival game. It would definitely be one I'd recommend. It's just, for me as a content creator, Project Zomboid is losing a lot of viewership. It's been losing a lot of viewership for like a year and a half now, because the last big update was not this last December, but the December before that. And we've been just kind of, you know, Build 42 waiting room for a year and a half, with like 1 or 2 decent updates, but not a big one. And there's been no meaningful changes in the game since then. So understandably, at a time when like this year has been amazing for gaming, we're just, how many games have been dropping? Understandably, with nothing new pulling people into Project Zomboid, and things pulling people away from Project Zomboid because there's, you know, new piece of candy, its viewership's just down. When Build 42 drops, it's definitely going to see a boost. I know this is something that me and a number of other creators in Project Zomboid very much disagreed on, or disagree on, which isn't like an argument disagree on, but we have different beliefs in how Build 42 will play out. I personally believe Build 42 will bring Project Zomboid's viewership back up, as well as people playing the game. I do not believe we will ever see Project Zomboid reach the numbers it had with Build 41 releasing. And that's primarily because Build 41 was adding multiplayer. So everyone who was into Project Zomboid brought in their friends, who brought in their friends, and there's kind of that phenomena. Now, the ones who burnt out of it, that they're just like, okay, I've done what I want in the game, and they're kind of just done with it, that an update's not going to bring them back, they're not going to come back. And you're not going to have the thing where, not as much, I should say, where, you know, one person's going to play it, which is going to draw in the other play, who's going to draw in the other play people. You're going to have some people see it for the first time who are going to pop in. It'll be a big uptick. I don't think it'll be an uptick like we had with Build 41. I think Build 41 was, like, masterfully timed unintentionally. Like, it wasn't a plan that they had. That it released at a time that lots of people were stuck home. It released at a time that there was a whole lot of games not coming out. That we were having a very big dry spell, that a lot of games that were supposed to come out got delayed. And every bit of it worked to Project Zomboid's favor. And it's not that they don't deserve it, to be clear. But it is a thing that they had, like, the stars and moons aligned, that not only did they release a great game, but they released a great game with, like, amazing timing. Let's see. You already suck at Product Zomboid. I'm not ready for Build 42 to make it more complicated. I think Build 42 is going to make it more complicated if you want, but you don't have to engage with most of the more complicated. It's the same thing like right now. There is crafting and building and doing all of these things in Project Zomboid right now, and you can survive for as long as you'd like and never engage with any of it. Like, you could seriously just walk around looting houses, maybe foraging and fishing kind of thing, and just survive from the loot from the houses for literally years. And that's with no loot, you know, like no loot refresh on or anything. You know, and obviously people's like, oh, I'm not that good, and that's fine. But that's the thing. That's another reason I don't think we're going to see the uptick as big for Build 42, is because it's not solving new problems. It's taking problems we already have solutions for and offering you more options on how to solve those problems, which I think is a good thing. But for long-term play, I don't think it's going to add that much to the end game. Like the end game, you're still gonna go, what do I do? I guess I kill zombies. What do I do? I guess I build a building, and then when I'm done building, I guess I scratch my head and go, okay, well I did that, now what? That you have to create things for yourself to do, which is always the thing you do in sandboxes. But the point being, there's a lot of people I think are overhyping themselves on what it's actually going to be that's going to solve all the problems. Hey, Paltagoras, how's it going? Can I get a shout out for Paltagoras, please? I'm going to try and check real fast what we're playing. Let's see if my camera messes up with this. What were we playing? It says Streets of Rogue. That is one that brings back memories. I enjoy me some Streets of Rogue, and it did break the camera. That's not your fault. My camera's being dumb. It's just we're starting to get an idea of what breaks the camera, not how we can fix it. So we'll just give the camera a quick kick, and we're back at it. Oh, it was Payday 3? Okay. Payday 3. That's... Wait, did that just come out? Because Payday 2 was the one I remember. Yeah. We were just talking about, like, open beta. Cool. How is it? Because I know Payday 2, I got introduced to late, and the amount of DLC was one of those things that made me go, whoa. That I ended up just not getting into it because a little bit too late. Same thing that happens with like Paradox games. That you get in late, you see the amount of DLC, and it just kind of goes, hang on, wait a second, hold it. But yeah, you loved it? Awesome. Because I liked the idea of 2, and I liked what I didn't do. I just got basically like sticker shock from the DLC situation. They made some really cool upgrade. Gameplay feels smoother, better graphics, all that. Well, before I forget, if you're not already following Paltagoras, fantastic content creator on the platform. We have done a little bit of collab with Paltagoras in the past, such as, if you remember when we did Borrow Trauma, Paltagoras was there for that, if I remember correctly. There's been a couple games I played with a larger group that like Undead Baron and all them, like Project Zomboid, Borrow Trauma and all that Paltagoras has been around for it. Like herding cats? Yep. I was just playing with wires. Fixing wires and not going, who is sabotaging everything? But yeah, so we were just talking about Project Zomboid. There was I was hinting that I am trying to make some collab stuff happen, without naming names or anything like that, because you know, people have legitimate reasons that they don't end up collabing and all that. But you know, someone was like, oh, Project Zomboid's like, no, I probably won't be doing that till Build 42. And just like talking about like, you know, numbers and all that kind of stuff, and that I personally, and this is counter to what a lot of the other content creators in Project Zomboid are saying, I personally think we've already seen the height that Project Zomboid will achieve. It'll definitely have a big uptick with Build 42, but with what's being brought in, I don't ever seeing it be the giant mountain that was Build 41, which to me it totally deserved. Can we know what game you're looking at to collab? Oh, Zomboid is fun. Just just to be clear, for the people who popped in from Paltagoras, hi, I'm Rual Storge. If you haven't heard of me and you like Project Zomboid, I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed, 135,121 zombies killed on one character on one life without mods to change itemization or vehicles, and every last bit of that was streamed.
Thank you, Paltagoras, for gifting a sub to Pingman19.
I'll just almost get into an accident being distracted by that. I will read that out here in just a moment. Would you get out of my way, truck? Hit the goal for September.
Thank you, Paltagoras, for gifting a sub to Smooapple.
Thank you. I actually didn't set a goal specifically for September, but that's just my general goal. But that does hit it, and that does mean a lot. I will.
Thank you, Paltagoras, for gifting a sub to Tovar_Nater.
I will read it out when the alerts are done. But thank you so much for that support. It does mean a lot. I deliberately let those things last for a long time.
Thank you, Paltagoras, for gifting a sub to Epidote78.
Because I figure if people are going to directly monetarily support the channel, I'm going to let them be a little disruptive. In my opinion, Project Zomboid will bring back folks to check out.
Thank you, Paltagoras, for gifting a sub to Pupa789.
But I don't think we're going to be seeing the viewership like we did until Build 43 and the NPCs. I could see the NPCs bringing people back. Even then, I'm not sold.
Thank you, Paltagoras, for gifting a sub to Adenomic.
I think... Oh, Adenomic getting one. That's a good one. Yeah, and Pupa as well. I'll go through all the names and all that and do the proper thank you once it's done.
Thank you, Paltagoras, for gifting a sub to ReadyGamer1991.
But yeah, I think Build 41 will be the biggest amount we've ever had. Build 42 will get an uptick, but it won't be big. Build 43 will probably be a pretty solid uptick.
Thank you, Paltagoras, for gifting a sub to Limwaldeu_.
I think Build 43... No, NPCs are Build 43. Build 42 is the crafting update, and then some animals.
Thank you, Paltagoras, for gifting a sub to Hammy2211.
Yeah, they're going to make the map bigger, they're going to have a crafting update, and there's going to be, like, hunting and domesticating animals. And it's a first version of Build 42 is actually going to be,
Thank you, Paltagoras, for gifting a sub to JD2V0.
The initial drop of the animals is actually going to be a little bit limited. Let's see, Lead Pay 3 and Lead Pay 2, so I'm going to be happy when I got that done. That's it. Good night and good luck at the rest of the team.
Thank you, Paltagoras, for gifting a sub
to
Leo Martins.
Before you get out of here, thank you so much for those 10 gifty subs. I really do appreciate that. You go get your sleep and you do your post-stream check and all that kind of stuff. I really do appreciate the support, though. I just want to make sure to properly thank you.
Thank you, Paltagoras, for gifting a sub to Boxy T Morningwood.
Yeah, the other thing they're adding is basements are showing up in Build 42, which are going to be terrifying. Okay, is that the last one? Nope, not quite there yet.
Thank you, Paltagoras, for gifting a sub to Square 3L Nest.
We had a time that people were piling up subs. Wait, did you say 26 subs?
Thank you, Paltagoras, for gifting
I'm sorry,
to
I misread.
_.
Hang on. You said 26 subs? I thought you gifted 10 subs. Oh no, that is way more than 10 subs. My apologies.
Thank you, Paltagoras.
Thank you so much. That
gifting
is
a sub to
huge.
Pine
That is huge. Yeah, we're going to be here for a while, chat. Strap in. You're going to hear a bunch of names. Oh, you don't need to do
Thank
that.
you, Paltagoras, for gifting a sub to Kekken II.
Thank you. Thank you. Take care of yourselves. You don't need to drop all that money on me. It's super appreciated. Yeah, 36 subs
Thank
like
you,
that.
Paltagoras,
Dear
for
goodness.
gifting a sub to Foxyalova.
Look, you've caused an accident up ahead of us. You caused a traffic jam. How dare. Thank you for all that support. It does mean a whole lot. You're making big number bigger.
Thank you, Paltagoras, for gifting a sub to 2 Keyblades.
Well, chat, we absolutely killed our sub goal. I still need to do something, like come up with something we do whenever a sub goal happens. The plan is once I get my lighting fixed, because for those new here...
Thank you, Paltagoras, for gifting a sub to Fastest.
What? Stop giving things. You're being too generous. You're being way too generous.
Thank you, Paltagoras, for gifting a sub to Ryoko SHATV.
Are we doing this, chat? Is this what's happening tonight? I think you've given more subs today Mostly Paul,
Thank
and then
you,
Sir Ice Mage
Portagoras,
jumping in
for
on it.
gifting a sub to Faded Frank.
I mean, for the record, it is Subtober, so guess what? You get those subs cheaper, and I still get paid the same amount as if they're not cheaper. Amazon eats the difference.
Thank you, Portagoras, for gifting a sub to Eova_.
You jump in, that's broke. That's A-okay. Like, never feel obligated to give. I absolutely appreciate this. It does mean an
Thank
absolute
you,
heck of a lot.
Portagoras, for gifting a sub to Jimbinio.
Amazon can afford it. Absolutely. Amazon could do a lot more than afford it, I'm saying that much.
Thank you, Portagoras, for gifting a sub
I'm gonna have
to
a lot of
Venetian
names
Cats.
to read up. Oh, look, we're gonna be triggering a hype train. Honestly, if you trigger that hype train, since that's what, like 40 subs?
Thank you, Portagoras, for gifting a sub to Ganymede Rising.
That's probably gonna jump us right into tier 3, I think? I actually don't know where that's gonna tier us. I'm assuming all of those are gonna count for it, because that'd be 41
Thank
subs?
you, Portagoras, for gifting a sub to Alanton.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. I said tier 4. We're coming up on tier 6, which is the largest, like the highest level hype train we have seen in a good
Thank you,
long
Portagoras,
while.
for gifting a sub to Ray_Del_Bano.
How am I going to thank people for all this? Oh, jeez. Stop it. Go to bed. You're being too generous. That was 51.
Thank you, Portagoras, for gifting a sub
Okay.
to Curse of Chaos.
How am I thanking them? All right, 1 second. The truck is stopping. Okay. 66 from Paul, 5 from Mage, so 71.
Thank you, Portagoras, for gifting a sub to Juffy_.
I'm not going to be able to wait for all these names to be read. We're going to be here forever. So, we're going to try and do it, and this is ADHD brain is not going to handle this well.
Thank you, Portagoras, for gifting a sub to Evie Meister.
I'm going to start trying to read these out while this is happening, and my brain is going to go, too many voices, I can't do it. We're going to do it anyways. So, thank you, Poltergeist, first for the first 626.
Thank you, Portagoras, for gifting a sub to PWR Reset.
Tier 1 subs, which went to Pengman, Smopple, Tovenado, Epidote, Pupa, Adionomic, Ready Gamer. I don't know how to say those Korean letters.
Thank you, Portagoras, for gifting a sub to Suwei.
Oh, Sui got one. That's a good one. Sui's a real good friend of the channel. Hammy, JD2V0, Leo Mantis, or Martins.
Thank you, Portagoras, for gifting a sub to Enforcer_.
Box Timorin, Squirrel Nest, Galouche, Pianet, Canuck the Second, Foxy All Over, 2 Keyblades,
Thank you,
Basilisk,
Portagoras, for gifting a sub to Avian Nightmare.
Ryoko Shaw TV, Faded Frank, another name I can't read because I don't know non-English characters, Jimbino, which if those people are here,
thank you, Portagoras,
if you let me know how to
gifting a
pronounce
sub
your
to
name, I don't mind
Odinator
reading it out.
23.
I don't know how you read like Mandarin or Korean letters, or I don't know the different names of languages. But thank you so much. Venetian Cats.
Thank you, Portagoras, for gifting a sub to Axixel.
Ganymede Rising, and Allington, and that's the first 26. So let me scroll down to the next one, which is down here somewhere.
Thank you, Portagoras, for gifting a sub to C_average.
And thank you for the next 10 gifty subs from Poltergeist for Ray Delbano, Curse of Chaos, Juffy, Evie Meister, Power Reset, Sui.
Thank you, Portagoras, for gifting a sub to Rose Kitty.
Enforcer, Avian Nightmare, Odonata, Axe. Now, if I mispronounce these, by all means correct me.
Thank you, Portagoras, for gifting a sub to Lucky Chimera 09.
Axel. Oh, and if I'm not reading that you're gifting more stuff, I'm not seeing it because I'm busy dealing with the ones you've already done. And then another 10. That's where the third 10 came from.
Thank you, Portagoras, for gifting a sub to IX Insanity.
We're up to a level 8 hype train. You're too generous. And then Poltergeist for another 10 for C Average, Rose Kitty, Lucky Chimera.
Thank you, Portagoras, for gifting a sub to Chibi Yali.
IX Insanity, Chibi Yali. I've caught up to the bot now. Magdalene, PoE 30, Urkili.
Thank you, Portagoras, for gifting a sub to Magdalena 46N2.
a Zean Dark Devil. All right. And then next up we have Sir Ice Mage passing their sub forward from
Thank you,
She-Wolf.
Poltagoras, for gifting a sub to Po30.
So She-Wolf gets a sub for Sir Ice Mage, and Sir Ice Mage passing sub forward by giving out 5 more subs that went to Mr. Lamprey UK.
Thank you, Poltagoras, for gifting a sub to Urkely.
Which, where I said I used to hold the record for the highest kill count run ever streamed, Mr. Lamprey UK holds the current record. I said 135,121. He is over 500,000 and still going. I have no intention of taking that record back. He has taken it way too far for me to go after. And then Pickles, Slice of Am.
Thank you, Poltagoras, for gifting a sub to Dark Devil _1.
The Litchi Popo, and Petmans. You all have yourself some nice gifty subs from Sir Ice Mage. And if we scroll down a little bit farther,
thank you, Sir SE _the _mage, for gifting a sub to Mr. _Lamprey UK.
So thank you, Feralingus, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here, so I really do appreciate that, because you could use it anywhere, and I got it, so thank you.
Thank you, Sir SE _the _mage, for gifting a sub to Pickles 8508.
And then more from 20 more from Paul Tagoras. My brain cannot keep up with this. Which is Arga Drag. Let's see, Lagrilla.
Thank you, Sir SE _the _mage, for gifting a sub to Slice of Anne.
Soul Seizure, Zach President, Sandcat, Aldrich, Mirborg, Second System, Festiva, Mule MC, O'Biggins.
Thank you, Sir SE _the _mage, for gifting a sub to the _Litchi _Popo.
Rudama, Farah Angel, Subway WTF, Exquisite TV, Glue Drinker, Lil Sexied.
Thank you, Sir SE _the _mage, for gifting a sub to Petmans.
Manny Manini, Dark Incito. I feel like you got your name wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. Rio Zomatic and Onigo.
Thank you, Pharaoh Ignis, for subscribing for 1 month.
So thank you for all of those. Another round of like 20 there. And thank you, Eonek, for the 500 biddies. I really do appreciate all of that. That also helps
Thank
a
you,
great deal.
Poltagoras, for gifting a sub to Ara Drag.
And then we have Poltagoras subscribing with their Prime Gaming sub, which you only get one of those a month, and you use it here, which means a lot. So you gifted out like 50 subs a channel, and then
for gifting a
claimed
sub
your Prime
to
Gaming
Lagrida.
sub. Interesting order of operations. Yeah, it's definitely break the streamer going on. Whew. All right, and then we got Zidian with 5 gifty subs going out to...
Thank you, Poltagoras, for gifting a sub to
I like
Soul
this
Seizure.
name. Noxalicious Chan. I like that name. I feel like you need to have some type of cover art or something for Noxalicious Chan.
Thank you, Poltagoras, for gifting a sub to Zach President.
And then you have Alexandra KK, you have Tepet Mage, Rodrips, and Solantre. Seen Solantre's name around a bunch.
Thank you, Poltagoras, for gifting a sub to Sandcat 1136.
And then you have Sirice Mage gifting another sub to Diamos J. And I think I am caught up. The bot is not. We're at a tier 9 hype train.
Thank you, Poltagoras, for gifting a
Is
sub
that a
to
record?
Arik
I think tier 9 might be our record hype train. That I've not seen a hype train this large. Because the only time I could think of...
Thank you, Poltagoras, for gifting a sub to Second System.
Deimos. Alright, let me go to your name and choose nickname and put a bar here that says Day. Oh, mess.
Thank you, Poltagoras, for gifting
let
a
me
sub
double
to
check.
Fastiva.
No, I have it wrong. Let me correct that. Because I can put a nickname for you. So it's Deimos. Or Deimos.
Thank you, Poltagoras, for gifting a sub to Umul MC.
Oh, who's done what? Stop it! The generosity is overwhelming, and my breath is running out. Alright, so I got 15...
Thank you, Poltagoras, for gifting a sub to O'Biggins.
We have 15 more gifty subs from Burning Sun. So that's Spudward, Box, Fox, Merle, Zira,
Thank you Portagoras for gifting a sub to Ruta_Mar.
Haru Balurg, or sorry, Haru Balug. I'm mispronouncing your name. I'm sorry. Correct me to let me know. Breakfast cereal.
Thank you Portagoras for gifting a sub to Farah Angel.
Korkmaz, Live River Dog, Sarah Penguin, CD Merc, Indoor Ninja, Cannon Bait, Jenny was not here.
Thank you Portagoras for gifting a sub to Subway WTF.
I feel like Jenny was here, but Jenny was not here. What's happening that we're hitting a level 10 hype train? What are you doing while I'm reading these names?
Thank you Portagoras for gifting a sub to Exquisite_TV.
So had this happened during my subathon stream or streamathon thing, we would be building Legos. That said, I still owe a karaoke stream I still have to make happen. And I'm so sorry for anyone who's here for that. Because I'm not a good singer. Alan Man, Shazla Aquarius, Shazla Aquarius, Grande Caleso.
Thank you Portagoras for gifting a sub to Lil Sexy.
One of those names is the Greek demigod. I don't remember which one. I've already forgotten half the names because there's too many of them. Real Bad Wizard, Sciaphobia, Arthun.
Thank you Portagoras for gifting a sub to Manamanini.
Fuzz, Loshmi, the Mirrodin, One Ladybug, Mo Practice.
Thank you Portagoras for gifting a sub to Darkensit Zero.
Server Lord, Thunderous T. What does tier level 10 train do? It's the same thing as level 9, but more of it.
Thank you Portagoras for gifting a sub to Rhizomatic.
24% of level 8 was our previous record, so he blew past that. Like, I think there's only been one time I've been gifted more subs, but we didn't have more than tier 5 back then. And that's like right when I hit partner.
Thank you for gifting a sub to Onego.
Which is a one-person army did that. It was a very unusual situation. This is definitely contesting for that, though. Have we passed it? Oh, that's the bits from earlier. I'm like, what is happening, Eonek? What exactly is happening here? I need to have a special thing that happens when these kinds of not this ridiculous scale, because we haven't had this before.
Thank you, Portagoras, for subscribing for 1 month.
Like, something when we have a hype train that's going ridiculous. And JD has also gifted 5 subs to channel, so Bebubs, DN David RPG.
Thank you Zidian_ for gifting a sub to Noxalicious Chan.
Ninja Thorn, again, I do like that Noxalicious Chan. If Noxalicious Chan, if you're here, please tell me someone has given you fan art, or you've made your own fan art, or something.
Thank you Zidian_ for gifting a sub to Alexandra KK1.
Because that is a name that deserves fan art. Just on principle. It doesn't even matter if anyone, like, if you do any type of content creation, there needs to be fan art. The Nearer.
Thank you Zidian_ for gifting a sub to Tapet_Mage.
And Dadders also have gifty subs. Sarice Mage has given another gifty subs to Ryuval. Am I caught up? So chat, I'm gonna miss a lot.
Thank you Zidian_ for gifting a sub to RA_Drips_.
Paul Trigor says, the irony, I have these Lego helmets I need to assemble on stream at some point. Yeah, so my streamathon didn't hit me doing the Lego, because that was like the last goal.
Thank you Zidian_ for gifting a sub to Salenta.
But I see what you wrote there for the thing. I'll answer that in a minute. But I owe doing a green screen. There's a meme on the channel
Mage
called Tomb Taps.
To Deimos J.
I have an emote which is just like the taps emote. But the first time I put that emote up, my wife Tomb came up behind here and just started doing this in the background. And so now every time she shows up, everyone starts spamming the emote to get her to do it. So I owe me and her in front of the green screen doing the taps thing as something for like subathons, whatever. But unfortunately, I had my 2 umbrella lights.
Thank you, Burn and Sun 1 for gifting a sub to Box Fox Merle.
And only days after the streamathon, not like a week after the streamathon, because we need a day worth of both off. One of my lights burned out, so my lighting's all wrong for the green screen for that. Like, you won't see it, but there's like artifacting
Thank you,
here.
Burn and Sun 1 for gifting a sub to 0071.
So I have replacement lights on the way, but they're not here yet, and they're not going to be here for like 2 weeks, so I can't do it till then. And then I owe 1 hour of karaoke stream, which I need to apologize in advance for when that happens.
Thank you, Burn Sun 1, for gifting a sub to Herubaleg.
The bot is way behind. The bot's probably behind like a little bit. Did you gift more subs? Stop it. The generosity is too much.
Thank you, Burn
Oh,
Sun
no.
1, for gifting a
That
sub
is-
to BRK.
that is a name. I apologize to the person who has this name because there's probably a story behind it. So thank you for gifting 5 more subs, Poltergoris, to Tomato Squirts.
Thank you, Burn Sun
Excellent.
1, for gifting a sub to Pulgmas.
Godfish Gaming, Stink of the Wink, Oni Kenobi, Man with the Plan, and so did that end the sub train?
Thank you,
or
Burn Sun 1, for
okay,
gifting a sub to
okay, the sub train is over. It has
dog.
left the station. It is gone. It is our all-time record of a tier 11 hype train at 37%.
Thank you,
with,
Burn Sun 1, for gifting a sub to Sarah _ penguin.
With 89 gifted subs, 500 bits, and no hype chat because no one uses hype chat.
Thank you, Burn Sun 1, for gifting a sub to CDMERC.
And I'm getting spammed again and again and again. You've collected all the level 10 emotes. My brain needs a moment.
What are one for gifting a sub to Indoor
I'm sorry
Ninja.
I missed on all the chat things. So people saying, "Hey, yeah, I didn't even think." Well, no, it's distinctly telling me it does count, but that's $0. I've had like 2 hype chats.
Thank you, Burn
It's not
Sun
worth the
1
money.
for gifting a sub to Cannon Bait.
Like use your stuff on like subs and bits and direct donations. Like you can do it if you want to have the silliness of doing it. Like that's fine. But like the price they charge for those.
Thank you, Burn
Is ridiculous.
Sun 1 for gifting a sub to Jenny.
Uh-huh.
There's no there.
So describe what you're feeling right now for the Rual teaches redeem, which is a bit of a stretch of what Rual teaches. So when these things
Thank you,
happen,
Burn Sun 1 for gifting a sub to Alienman
Huh.
888.
it's like really overwhelming when this happens in a good way. Because like you're having all this generosity. You second guess like why are these people being so generous?
Thank you, Burn Sun 1 for gifting a sub to Shazla Aquarius.
There's also a relief because as you watch sub count go down, heart does big sad, brain does big panic, and as sub count go up, heart does big swell, brain
Thank
goes
you,
big
Burn
smiles.
Sun 1 for gifting a sub to Grande Clayso.
So, well, big sigh of relief because the margins on streaming not the best. Just saying. I don't do it for the money. That's
Thank
to
you,
be sure.
Portagoras, for gifting a sub
It's
to
its own
Real
reward.
Bad Wizard.
Charity for the sake of charity. I mean, I'm not charity, but still, it's super appreciated. Now, for all those people I thanked, congratulations. You now all have
Thank
yourself
you,
some
Portagoras,
nice
for gifting a sub to
advertisement-free
Sheerphobia.
viewing, which is great because no one heckin' likes ads. And whether you liked it or not, you have access to the emotes. So you can tap away
Thank
wherever you liked.
Portagoras, for
You
gifting
can
a
roll
sub to
panic wherever you
Marathon
like.
98.
That's another favorite. But you are charity now? No. I do charity streams that support me. I do super duper appreciate the support, and honestly,
Thank you, Portagoras, for gifting a sub to Fuzz867.
I genuinely couldn't do this without the support. Like this kind of support, like not only like so let me be clear. If you lurk, congratulations, you're supporting. If you're like here viewing, congratulations,
Thank you,
you are
Portagoras,
supporting.
for gifting a sub to Floshme.
Hype chat, best chat. Paul Trigors. I'm removing syllables from
Thank
your
you,
name right now
Portagoras,
because
for
my
gifting a
brain
sub
is
to
being
the
a little
underscore
overwhelmed.
Modan.
ADHD. It's a thing. Anyone who's been around like any of the channels in this like group, like all like pretty dang near all of us probably have ADHD, let's be honest.
Thank you, Portagoras, for gifting a
But,
sub to one ladybug underscore.
My brain's like, I don't have time for all the syllables. The gears are switching too fast. Dropping $25 of hype chat. That gets you what, like 5 minutes? I don't know.
Thank you,
It's not a
Portagoras,
great
for
return.
gifting a
But
sub
thank you
to
so
No
much.
Practice 11.
All of that supports the channel. This genuinely could not continue without this kind of like the generosity people do. You have ADHD, I know. Yeah.
Thank you, Portagoras, for gifting
You just like
a
to break
sub
people?
Serverlord.
Well, I would say I like to be broken, and I sort of do, but I sort of don't. Like, the being broken is overwhelming, but at the same time, it happens when, things are going well,
Thank you,
so
Paul
it really
Tagoras,
is a
for
mixed
gifting a sub
bag,
to
a positive
Thunderous
mixed
underscore
bag.
T.
Too many gears turning, drop syllables. My brain almost constantly. Oh my god. If I am, like, in the middle of a thought and trying to write or trying to type,
Thank you,
entire words are
JD2V0,
getting
for
omitted
gifting
for
a sub
whatever.
to B-Dub
Unless I'm, like,
89.
really concentrating on the messaging. Like, that's the thing I'm focused on. Like, if, like, I have this great idea, I need to get it down on paper, my brain is already going, like, 10 steps ahead. About a third of it's getting on the paper.
Thank you, JD2V0, for gifting a sub to DN David _RPG.
For the record, the bot started reading at 7:59. Oh, 7:59 for the... Oh, 7:29. I am putting all the numbers all over the place. I was like, it's like past midnight. It couldn't have been at 7:59. You're lying. It's like, oh wait, you're talking how long the stream's been going. Yeah, so it's like 20 minutes of just like really just blowing it up. You're too generous, all of you. Being is broker than being broke. Yes. The extra N makes the difference. All numbers are true. Yes. So again, thank you, Paul Dragoris, first of all, for your absolutely absurd generosity. You sleep.
Thank you, JD2V0,
You take care of yourself.
for
All of
gifting a
you
sub
should be
to the
following
Neon.
Paul Dragoris right now. Like, just do that. Because, seriously, ADHD brain has broken. Yeah, too much stimuli, brain shutting down.
Thank you, JD2V0, for gifting a sub to Dada's
I mean,
7,503.
it's not so much brain shutting down, it's too much input. Brain is now flipping on its back and flailing its limbs wildly, unable to compute half of what's going on.
Thank you, Saresi
I believe we're getting close to the
to
end
Rual.
of them. I remember you. I think there's like 5 or so more. That was towards the end, right? No, there's 5 there that we haven't gotten to yet. We're getting close to the end. Nope, there's another 5.
For gifting a sub to Tomati Squad.
Nope, there's another 10. Did I overlook it? Please tell me. No, I can't actually scroll back far enough. All right, well, we're still gonna be here for a little while longer. People paid for it, so they're gonna get what they paid for.
Thank you,
yeah,
Paul
brain has
Tagoras,
turtles.
for gifting a sub to Godfish Gaming.
Stimulation overload. Yes, stimulation overload. Brain is flailing wildly. Again, in a positive light. It's catching up slowly. Yeah, so for the
Thank
record,
you, Paul Tagoras, for gifting
I
a
am
sub
the
to
one who
Stint
said they're going to
Overload.
read one name at a time, because I want every name to be recognized. I also am the one who said you're going to have, like, I think it's like 3 seconds between or something like that. I don't remember. It's either 3 or 5. Between reading those.
Thank you, Paul Tagoras, for gifting a sub to Oni Kenobi.
Because if it reads without any pause in between, that is like stimulation overload to like the nth degree. They're just like, please, please, stop, get away.
Thank you, Paul Tagoras, for gifting a sub to Man with the Plan.
Versus this is like a slow build on the overstimulation. But yeah, so it means a lot. Like, it means I get to keep doing this. Because it is a thing that...
Thank you, Paul Tagoras, for gifting a sub
first,
to Tintras.
Before I say anything, financially I am doing fine. Financially, like, me and Tuum are okay. Like, we're not going to lose the house or anything. We've paid off our house, actually. Because before this, I did 15 years of software dev. So I'm in good shape. All that said, there's definitely a point where... Is it done? Is it actually done? Is it over? Okay, that's all 116 sub alerts. Yeah, I've been in a stream where every gift sub was read individually with no delay, with over 500 gifts. My brain, yeah, it's like that 5 seconds doesn't give you a chance to fully recover. You're just kind of like, and then it starts to hit you again, versus just like straight up being like pummeled into the dirt by it. You didn't quite make it 30 minutes nonstop Rawlbot reading. Rawlbot stream for 30 minutes. And all the people who are going to watch this recording on YouTube, because I don't edit these videos, because I don't have the money to pay someone to edit them, nor the time to do it myself. So congratulations, YouTube. You just listened to 30 minutes of names being read. You're welcome. For the record, this is being recorded and then posted. You're not allowed to stream to both at the same time. It's against TOS. Well, it's actually against the contract we signed as creators, which is annoying, and I also understand. It's like 29 minutes and 20 seconds or something like that. So close. We'll have to try for it next time, chat. $25 might actually be an okay amount, because that's been more than 5 minutes if that's been posted on the top. Unless it's not there anymore. I don't know how that works. Might as well call it 30. But yeah, so like the reason I was prefacing that, I am a senior software developer by trade. I have also specialized in accessibility. I've also specialized in college education. I mean, not specialized. I was a college educator, as well as I've also done IT. If ever there was a time that I was like actually financially in trouble, I can be back into a job like that. Because not only was I a senior developer, I am a very well-known senior developer in my tech stack. Like literally not the majority, but a very large number of people who come up in the tech stack I taught towards the end. A lot of like there is a significant percentage who will know me because my courses are where they learned. And that's not me be going like, oh, look at me. It's just me making it very clear. If I was ever actually in financial trouble, I can recover from it very quickly. Like, I'm okay. I will be okay. All that said, for me to commit the time that I do to streaming and be able to justify it with both myself and even though Toom has always been supportive of this, to not feel like I'm taking advantage of her or whatever, it has to make a certain amount of money. And I don't, like, and I have a set amount in my mind that's like, if I go below here, I've, pack it in, it's done. Not that I would stop streaming, but I would have to, go back to traditional work and all that. You're supposed to be asleep. You're really bad at the sleeping thing. Do you also have ADHD? Because that certainly is my monster. No, it's not a school night. But yeah. That's not me actually diagnosing or anything, just to be clear. I'm bad at the sleep thing. It's a very common symptom of ADHD, by the way. You're welcome. Hyperfocus is a real pain. It's also amazing and sucks and is amazing and is a curse and is amazing. Yeah. So but yeah, so thank you again for this extra $10. But yeah, you're also a senior software engineer working in Java and Kafka. I know I've. So when I say I've worked with Kafka, I mean as in I touched it once. Like I had a project that needed a quick band-aid. It was in Kafka, and that's about it. So I could tell you nothing about it. Java, I've unfortunately worked with a lot, and I say unfortunately because the language I work into is dang near the same language. I'm not going to go into the framework that I'm an expert in because with all those things I just said, don't dox yourself. But how is software engineer? I'm debating doing a career switcheroo. You all like it? Yes. Expect to spend a lot less time in code than you think. You don't need to know math. That's a lie. They'll tell it to you. You know who's going to be doing all the math? The computer. All you need to know is how to type the math into the computer so it can give you the answer. And then depending if you're getting to like simulation, then you do need to know more math, but that's only if you're in like those niches of simulation kind of stuff. But generally speaking, software dev, you'll be doing a lot of meetings. A lot of meetings. Like, I cannot express the number of meetings you will be doing. You will have meetings in the morning that are like 5-10 minutes. You'll have like literally half-hour to an hour-long meetings as you discuss, here is the thing we want to add. Let's start spitballing how it's going to work in the design phase of it. Okay, let's start trying it against some users to see if people like the prototyping. And you'll sit down with users and do the prototyping, depending on the company. Sometimes I'll have individuals who do that for you. Sometimes as a developer, they'll want you to be part of that. If there's like any type of entertainment, fun, that kind of thing, you can have theme meetings. Theme meetings, unlike the rest of these meetings, are a hell of a lot of fun. Those are like, I genuinely looked forward to theme meetings because people are going to spitball such ridiculous nonsense will never be allowed because it shouldn't be allowed, and you're going to have a blast doing it before settling on something that's kind of fun. And you do like all that kind of stuff, and then you get into the code. And when you first start doing it, think of it like learning a new language. If you just walk up to someone and you don't speak German and you go talk to them the first time, you're not going to have a freaking clue what's going on. And then after a while, they'll be like, oh, ein Toiletten. And you're like, ah, yeah, toilet. You said toilet. I know that word. and you still feel like you know absolutely nothing. And you'll have hundreds of words and still feel like you know absolutely nothing. And then there'll be a point that you just barely get over this hill, that you know just enough that you can walk into a restaurant and say, hey, I want to sit by the window and I want to order some omelets. Like you won't be able to hold a conversation in it, but you'll be able to be functional in it. That you'll be able to do like the very base. And once you get there, it's clear sailing the rest of the way. Because now you're just adding words to your vocabulary, which in this case would be methods and syntax and all that. But there is that you feel really dumb when you start. And we all go through it. Because you know what the step one to being good at something is? Being terrible at it. And then doing it anyways. And then you keep doing it until you become good at it. Omelette du fromage, that's French. You too have watched Dexter's Laboratory. I wish I had theme meetings. All of my meetings are boring and should have been email. So there are definitely lots of meetings that should have been an email. I absolutely agree. And then there are meetings that you're like, no, this actually probably should have been a meeting. Like especially, so it's when you have somewhere where it's just like a status report kind of thing. It should be a freaking email. Not even an email. It should be whatever your project management software is. I just update it and you look at it and we don't talk about it. Unless something's like wildly wrong, and then we talk about it because it's wildly wrong, and it's the wrongness of the situation that is the concern, not the actual status. But that said, when you have like lots of stakeholders in like different departments, like you've got QA and you got dev and you got management and you got like some customer representation. When you have all that, it's like, okay, no, actually, let's pull all these people into a room, lock the door, and say, for the next 2 hours, we're figuring this crap out. That way, all of us can get our jobs done later. Sums Up Consulting. Have you seen The Expert? I feel like I have. But yeah. No, it's it can be a very rewarding job, but everything that you go into it expectations. Oh, yeah, sorry, I have links disabled. I don't actually have a way allowed it. If you can send it to one of the mods, they can potentially post it. Otherwise, if you can send it to me on Discord, either direct DM or on the on any of the Discords I'm on, like we're on a couple together. Because I'll definitely check it out. But yeah, I have links disabled because people pop in here and be crappy sometimes, so we gotta take away people's toys. Fork Spoon Knife is your favorite parody? I don't know that one. Yeah, DM you don't need folks to follow it. Yep, it's all good. So bear with me 1 second, chat. My sounds are being dumb, so I'm gonna mute my microphone for 2 seconds, clear it up, and get back. Let's see, you should watch it on stream with us. So, the only reason I won't do that is, generally speaking, I am not a fan for doing this myself, of playing someone else's content on my channel without their express permission. Which usually I'm okay if people play my content on their channel, so long as they're not doing it in a crappy way, like, just pissing and moaning at it. Like, how dare this guy talk about accessibility? Like, those kind of things, those people. But like, someone sitting there, it's like, oh yeah, Rual did this ridiculous thing, you should see it. Like that, I mean, you're advertising me. I'm on board. But generally I want to get permission from people before I use their stuff. Because it feels like you're stealing their views kind of thing. I understand I shouldn't, like, there's a catch-22 of it. Like, and this is true of like reaction content in general. On one hand, you're presenting that footage on your channel, and a lot of people, they're going to see that footage and never look for it. And in that regard, you're effectively taking that content for yourself for your own monetary gain. Doesn't feel good. The counter argument is now you're making people aware of that content, and maybe some of those people go to that content and check it out. So I don't sit there and go to like people who react and say, how dare you, or anything like that. But my personal for myself is I feel uncomfortable borrowing taking other people's content, because I feel like I'm taking advantage of their content. Again, different if they give me express permission, they say, no, do it. And part of the reason I feel that way is, as I mentioned, I do author courses, or have authored courses that teach software development. And that was professionally, like I had an entire studio recording sets, like an entire team supporting me. Like it was a big commercial thing. And we would post those. I won't say where because don't dox myself. But we would have people who would steal they would register for the website. They would find ways to scrape that content, and then they would repost it on our competitor's website for their own personal profits. Not for our competitor, but the individual posting it. So they would pirate my content, post it up for commercial sale, and straight up make the money off my content. And it was very obviously stealing. And the competitor didn't have vested interest in fighting it, so we would have to go and report it. There'd be a delay, it get taken back down. And, you know, it's one thing if it's getting pirated and people are just doing it to teach themselves. I actually don't mind when people do that, because the big thing I care is that people learned. But if they're going to someone else and paying someone else instead of paying like me who did it over here, I have a problem with that, because as far as I'm concerned, that middleman is stealing from them. And that bothers me. Like, I didn't really give a crap about the revenue being taken because I didn't get that revenue directly. That went to the company. I already got paid. I don't care if people steal from there. A video is called Spooning by Bitbucket. Oh, Bitbucket. I haven't used them in forever. Anyways, let's get back to some hecking trucking, because it's been like 45 minutes. I don't remember where we were going or what we were doing, but it doesn't matter because I'm going to drive the truck and it's going to make me money. We have severe ADHD, which is currently untreated because meds made other issues worse. Yeah, that's I will advocate, if the meds help you, take the meds. I also have ADHD. I am not taking meds. I don't have a particular reason other than, for the most part, I feel like my ADHD is well managed. I only got the diagnosis because I'm pretty sure I had it for the longest time. I've known I've had it for like 3, 4, 5 years, because I advocate for people with that, disabilities and neurodivergent conditions. And so what ended up happening was I kept talking to people with ADHD and going, why is this person describing me to myself? Why when I ask this person to describe their situation, oh, my cruise control got kicked off. Why are they describing me? And then you start to go, wait a second. Hang on a second. If I look at this through the ADHD lens, it answers a lot of questions that I didn't have answers for. Oh, okay, I think I understand. And then I got a diagnosis. Like, I have been formally diagnosed with it. I know there's a lot of people who say self-diagnosis, and that's fine. I don't think it's a problem to, like, self-diagnose in the sense of, do I have this? But if you have the opportunity, getting a formal diagnosis does have its advantages, such as legal protections if people try to use your neurodivergent condition against you in hiring, because they're not allowed to consider that for or against you. So when someone's like, oh, you've got that, we're not hiring, that gives you legal protection. It's not a good one because a lot of people get around it, but technically, if they were dumb enough to send an email to say, we're not hiring you because you have neurodivergent condition, well, you're going to make a lawyer real happy. Not that I have ever gone and sued anyone or intend to, but it's good to have legal protections just in case you run into crappy people, so that crappy people have consequences. Let's see. You had to get off your ADHD meds too because of blood pressure. Yeah, that is one of the bummers with ADHD. And honestly, ADHD as well as like mental health medicine as well. Almost all of them have a lot of interactions that you have to manage. Now that said, they can absolutely be good for you. They can absolutely make something that is an unmanageable situation manageable, but it is one of those things. You'll have a lot of people who take the meds, they have an adverse reaction, and that's that. Let's see. For me, the meds made depression worse because it was going. Let's see. Being on them gave me more time to focus on certain thoughts. So much more good thoughts. Yeah. A lot of people who are neurodivergent. So that's a big thing. So when you look at the reward systems for people with ADHD, that's one of the primary differences. So you have the serotonin you get from, you know, my understanding at least is for people who are neurotypical, which is not a derogatory term. That is, I need something to state as opposed to neurodivergent. That is what the word is. For people who are neurotypical, the reward system in your brain for serotonin typically is you'll get some serotonin for, you know, for the progress, the discovery, you know, the intrinsic, like, inquiry kind of thing, like the discoverability. You'll get some from that. But like the big payoff is usually on completion. You did the thing. You put your hands in the air and go, yeah. For the ADHD brain, it's usually the reverse. The journey, the figuring out, the solving the problem, that is where we get most of our serotonin, like our happy drug, or like our happy brain drug. Whereas the completion of that gives a very low payout. There's still some there, but it gives a very low payout, which is why it's very difficult for tasks that can be monotonous and all that to stay engaged with it, because we're not getting our happy brain juice. We're being starved of it, and our brain's just like, no, I need the happy brain juice. Give, stop it. So the things that keep people with ADHD very engaged, the really good jobs for us, are stuff that they're constantly changing. We're constantly have to solve new problems. Like those ones that like keep you engaged, like always having to think and figuring out new things. There's all that. Yeah, give me the happy brain juice. I needs it. I need my happy feels. Sounds like me. Stop it. Well, that's just what it is. I had something similar happen in abnormal psychology class. When I read about persistent depressive disorder, I was like, wait, that's not normal? Oh yeah. Well, that's like, you hear about these situations, and it's usually in areas that are fairly isolated, that you'll have people who, they'll be dealing with something that seems so incredibly, like, how on earth could a person think that? But because of the lack of the counter argument existing in their situation, it's like, oh, I totally get it. Literally, that's the only messaging they've ever had, so they don't have anything to compare against. Or like, this is more child development stuff. Like, there was someone that's a family relation. I'm going to avoid going into too much detail on their relation to me. But basically what ended up happening is they had a child. And I shouldn't say had, the kid's still alive. To be clear, the kid's still alive and doing well. They have a child, but was it Huntsman's disease? I can't remember what it is. It causes numbness in the hands, but it's a neurodegenerative disease. So like the nerves get worse over time, and if unmanaged, it can be fatal. But usually the early symptoms is numbness. Huntington's, that's the one. Thank you. But so what ended up happening is, the kid would drop stuff, and they thought their kid was just clumsy and careless kind of thing. Because kids are clumsy and careless sometimes. Oh, I have enough. This is bad. I have enough gas. That's not the worry. Well, right now is the worry, is I'm stuck upon this. And apparently a semi pulled up behind me, so I can't go backwards, and I can't go forwards because I'm stuck upon the pole. So I'm kind of trapped at the moment, because people are dumb and riding too close. But so what ended up happening was, yeah, like this isn't making my situation better, but it's the only way I'm gonna get around the truck. Oh my god, please. So the problem is that truck behind me and the pole. Stop. Let me back up. Don't you dare box me in, bus. Oh my god, please. Bus. Stop. It's already ruined. And then we have another semi. Well, no, I know I have my cargo. I need to back up more. I wish you could get out of the truck and just be like, wave someone by and be like, look, man. Yeah, sadly you can't. Like I actually hit an invisible wall there. There, we can make this work. And I still have to pull in because the whole point is my character needs to sleep. So it's my fault I clipped that post in the first place, just to be clear. That is actually my fault. I took the corner a little too tightly. But the people getting behind me and then turning my trailer when I went to back up, and everything after that, detach the load and go to sleep. Oh, come on. I understand it's a visible, invisible wall. I'm trying to turn around here. Invisible walls are the worst. Because I need to do a really wide so I can do a full circle in this intersection. Have the people on that bus panic heavily. Yeah, that's fine. I'll take it. Let's see, detached load go to sleep. Let's see, you changed doctors for a second opinion on migraines 12-ish years ago. 1 year later, my diagnosis for ASD, which is autism spectrum disorder, and ADHD, which my primary coping mechanism both is extreme flexing of muscles of the upper neck, would often last hours. Gotcha. So, failure to diagnose the actual cause of the problem. Sorry about that. Alright. But yeah. Man, Jay-Z, I need you to be making me more money, man. I've just been grabbing, like, the cheapest driver and training them up. And one of the drivers was named Jay-Z. He has not been a winner. Which is pretty huge since now I'm completely unmedicated, no migraines. Another cause I could fix it. Yep. Well, that's the thing. So many of these things end up showing up in so many different places because, you know, how many different things they affect. Which is part of the way they're such a booger to diagnose half the time. Like, it's my personal opinion that, like we do with autism nowadays, or at least most of the time we do with autism, that it should just be a thing that, you know, while you're in school, they touch base and they, you know, they do test just like you do your eyes, your hearing. I honestly, I would love it to be a thing that just like you're supposed to go in for, you know, a physical once a year, that I don't know what the frequency would be. Oh, right, I'm gonna get ticket because you're not supposed to turn right in red on truck. It's fine, I don't care. I'm getting paid like $26,000 or something like this. Take the 700. Your migraines became very sweet. They don't have the time or money to take care of it. Yeah, it's a difficult thing. Like, that's the other thing, is the lack of availability for a lot of the stuff to get them handled. Whether that availability is because of money or the availability, you know, because it's just not available nearby in a way you can reach. If you cut the dirt, you can turn right and just go right. It just doesn't count against you, just bypass it. That sounds about right. Migraines last many days, very brutal. Let's see. The very last, and it says, not being an ADHD made me anxiety worse, without a doubt. But I find it more manageable than just depression with meds. Yeah, no, there's a lot of times. I mean, not even mental health or neurodivergent or anything like that. Like, you know, even like heart medication. It's like, okay, you know, you take this medication, and this medication helps with your heart. But it comes with this other thing which, you know, messes with your liver, but your liver is bad. So, you know, which is more of a risk. Or you end up having, like, a fistful of 30 different pills to manage all of the different side effects. And that happens. Because it's rare, like, you know, people will be like, I'm healthy, and everyone deals with pre-existing conditions. Sometimes less extreme than others. That's... Like, pre-existing conditions exist because insurance was looking for a way to not cover people. Pre-existing means a condition you don't know about. But, you know, you have complexities that make health difficult. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, if you're on hydrocodone, that's a proper painkiller. So you only get a migraine once or twice a month. It's perfect for me. Gotcha. Yeah, and I know Automod grabbed you for that one. Yep. You were billing? I'm sorry. For ADHD brains, do you know what's like the worst thing for me to have to manage? Billing and inventory and anything that's lots and lots of keeping very careful note on details that I get bored with about a third of the way through, and I have to somehow try and keep my brain engaged enough so I don't mess it up. The secrets are autistic. Yeah. I haven't... Have we been on... I think... No, you know what? I think I was put on hydrocodone when I had to have hand surgery at one point for a bone spur, like right in the knuckle of my thumb that made it so I couldn't bend my thumb right. I think it was something like that, and they gave you like 3 of them, and you're like, here's your 3 pills. You know, use these 3, and then you're on your own kind of thing. Which for me, luckily, didn't end up being that bad. And I think at one point they, for dental work, I think they may have given me Oxycontin at one point. But again, it was like, here's your pill. Just the one? Yeah, that's all you get. Okay. I've never had a problem, but I get it. You cannot turn right and red in a truck. That's fine. Take my money. I don't care anymore. I still get paid in the end. You're gonna take a little bit of a cut out of it. That's actually a significant cut, but that's fine. There's no going back. Stop bullying insurance company. Well, they need to stop bullying me. Like, I literally couldn't bend my thumb, and we had to, like, fight the insurance company, like, in the courtroom and everything, because, like, that's a cosmetic surgery. It's like, I couldn't bend my thumb. What the hell are you talking about? It's like, it's all covered in scars now. It's not a cosmetic surgery. And then, like, the moment we, like, lawyered up and it actually went to a courtroom, they're like, okay, here's your money. We did, like, we settle. We're out. We don't want to deal with this. Like, uh-huh. You're expecting us to back down is what you're wanting. You know, fortunately, we were able to do that. And that's while I was under my parents' insurance. I was a teenager at the time. You have 2 thumbs. You don't need to. Yeah, that's kind of thing. Shark thing, pattern recognition systems. Good for kind of type in general. Yep. Let's see, a lot of knowledge of the autism spectrum disorder came from my ex who has autism. She's the person who got me interested in learning about it. Yeah. Just like Liz, teeth are luxury bones. Oh man, the fact that like health insurance and dental insurance and optical insurance are all separate things here in the US. Oh no. I'm sorry, your eyes aren't part of your body. Are you joking? You don't need those to be healthy. I mean, what have eyes ever done anything for you? I'm pretty sure I own that place. Yep, and then all the insurance companies, you end up fighting them for every little bit. They're like, okay, you know, this thing we're supposed to cover it 100%. Right, but they didn't use this name brand of whatever. Late delivery. You know what? I don't really care. That's because we had to sleep along the way. Because it was a just-in-time delivery. You know what? The person who bought your truck, I'm glad they had to wait. Alright, so let's take a quick look here. Because we're between missions. What do we have near us for freight? We are in Yuma. Oh, we need to change you to price per distance. Your insurance company is the same as the hospital. Think XX hospital, XX insurance. I had a surgery last year and one doctor was out of network. I'm so mad at them. How is it my fault that the insurance with the surgery and for the primary care X specialist and the doctor in the room wasn't part of the X network? Yeah. Well, I have a feeling I'm literally taking us out of those trucks. Do you want to do that? I mean, it's the most for a mile, but it's like just around the corner. You know, well, I mean, that's San Diego. We've already been there.
Husband,
Wifey.
did you know you're the handsomest husband of all time?
Negative.
Hi, Zidian. Puppy. Hi, Brennan son. Hi, skiophobia. Puppy.
What?
Hi, Cindy and Cookie. Hi, Eonek. Hi, Cerise the Mage.
What?
You're the handsomest hubby of all time.
No.
I do not know about the hype train, Zidian.
Oh, we had a tier 11 a hype train.
That's so many tiers.
It was what, 126 subs?
That's so many subs.
Yeah, considering my sub goal was set to 175 and I currently have 270 subs.
Thank you to everyone involved with that. Thank you.
There was quite a few, like Sir Ice Mage was one of them. Paltragoras did a ridiculous amount of generosity.
Was it redonkulous?
It was absurd. Burning Sun got in on it. Eonek got in. A bunch of people got in. I don't want to make... Am I missing names? I know I'm missing a name. I know, like, I'm missing some Prime Gaming subs and all that. It's hard to read the activity feed because it's chaos. Let's see. Yeah, JD 2VO also gave some out. Zidian gave some out. Like, a whole lot of people got involved. And, like, all of it's super duper appreciated.
They're good peoples. You like good peoples?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you over the rain. It's because I was peeking my head out the window. Okay, what'd you say?
I said they're good peoples, and then I said, am I good peoples?
I'm gonna need you to define good. It was a good time. Oh yeah, no, it's like, and I genuinely mean it. I would not be able to do this without, you know, everything everyone does. And again, we're gonna slam that post. Did we? Oh nope, there it is.
You're gonna slam the post?
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Whoa, you're backing up so many trucks. What's happening? Alright, why? What's happening? The bot reading the names for 29 plus minutes was funny. That sounds funny.
Oh come on, we're right there.
I'm always good at hitting the poles. That's funny. Your wheel's turning.
What's not turning is my truck.
Yeah. Ayan.
Did we beach it on there?
I don't know how anyone can drive a truck this size for realsies. Oh, realsies. I like kissing you.
It happens. Oh no. That is so terrible. That is so terrible. This is not where we're delivering. This is our pickup, Zidian. So if you're not seeing why I'm having such a difficulty, so this truck is scraping on it trying to go forward, and that truck is backing in on that. Is this online? I mean, you could download on the internet. Or if you're asking if it's multiplayer, you're allowed to do multiplayer. I am not currently doing multiplayer. I almost never do multiplayer. So we're gonna try a little some here. And unstuck. I hope. And I once again cut the corner too tightly. All right, got it first time. Perfect. Couldn't have gone better. That's definitely not worth it because this is a very short route, so it's not a whole lot of money. Imagine people working for that company looking out the window and that's happening to their brand new trucks. Well, the good news is they probably already sold them. Hey, look, we didn't even damage the payload. Just bonking it with this truck. Like, nah, that's fine. They didn't damage anything. It's okay. I still like some of the nonsense we've done in Farming Simulator 22. To date, I think the most ridiculous was getting the big truck trapped between the train and a fence, and having the train just take us down the highway a couple of miles violently. And just wanting off, you know, Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. Okay. Farming Simulator physics are fun. Uh-huh. I think I may have played too much Farming Simulator before I went on vacation. Because I keep adding it to the poll, and it gets no love these days. I still enjoy the game, but I think a lot of people are pretty ready for it to not be here anymore. You did nice flips of the tree cutting vehicle too? Oh yeah. It's pretty funny that there was a lot of the vehicles, I figured out how I could pick them up myself with just the one vehicle a lot of time. The only time we ran into problems, like if I like got turned over next to a tree or something that, you know, the tree would block the arm from moving or whatever. Farming Simulator is likely a couple-day return each month. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, I don't think it's something... Like, maybe there's, like, some big update or something I could see, like, going that. You like it better than RimWorld, but you might be the minority? Yeah. I do hope the current run we've got going in RimWorld picks up a bit. Not, I mean, obviously I'd want to pick up in viewership. I have a vested interest in that happening. But, we've been doing a Mechanator run that the idea is we've been trying to keep it mostly solo. So it's like, and it's a pacifist. Our character's a pacifist, so the mechs have to do all the fighting and everything. Like, literally we're incapable of violence. And I enjoy it. Like, I'm having fun with it. But content-wise, like, things happening, it's very dry at times. So we do hope it picks up. That's part of the reason I was like, okay, end of today's stream so far as the RimWorld section, it's gonna be do or die. We're gonna fight the boss and see if we can, you know, continue the run. Because I'm like, we either need to make tangible progress where things start picking up, or this run needs to end. Because as far as runs go, it is going slow. Your title make me think you were playing Armored Core? Oh, because of the mech boss thing? So I actually have Armored Core on the list of games I would like to play. I don't own that one. Of the list of games I've got coming up, I'm like, these are games I want to play. Armored Core is the only one that I don't own, or I don't believe I have a key coming for. There are a number of things I would love to be able to announce in the channel right now. 3 of them that I'm itching to talk about, but I can't. And it's not I can't as in, it's not good timing for me to do it for, garnering interest or whatever. I can't because, obligations to the other parties involved. You never played Armored Core or watched it? So I could be way out of touch. I mean, honestly, if you said Mech Boss and Armored Core, I'd be like, yeah, sure. It's just the problem is I would probably describe half the bosses. Armored Core is fun. It's a bit... So I played the original Armored Core back in the day, which you still had like the little boosty rockets, but like they were nothing like they are now. The boosty rockets were nowhere near as powerful. And then like in the PlayStation 2 days when they came out, some of the newer ones, the armored cores went from being more like less mech warrior and more Gundam Wing, of just ridiculous jetting around, spraying shots everywhere. That said, I enjoy that too. Let's see, just hedging against someone saying, haha, nerd. No bosses in Armored Core. Oh, yeah, no, there's bosses in Armored Core, like very distinct bosses, so you're good. You'd slide under the radar. And mech boss is enough that people are like, okay, is there like one that's known as the mech boss? Because like a lot of them are mech bosses, but you know, one of them might have the formal name in the game files, mech boss. You know, I don't want to say anything and out myself. I wonder how much of the map I have revealed. I probably should start taking, like it's too late for me to do that, like the exit where I have the on-ramps like that, where I have not driven over the on-ramp going this way. I should probably take it when I see I haven't done it before. Because there is an achievement for fully, like it's not fully, it's like most of the map driving it. It's like a percent of the map, like 95 or 98%. So I'm gonna want to have taken all those in time. We're definitely in California now, because the speed limit's 55 on the highway, for me, and no one else, because trucks have a lower speed limit on the highway. Yeah, no, and I get for people, like, that's the thing, I get people getting bored with Farming Simulator, so, like, both American Truck Simulator and Farming Simulator are the style of game where it's kind of, you know, you relax, you have a conversation, yes, there's game happening, but outside, like, little moments of chaos that occur, like when you slam into something, or, like, physics decides to take the day off, you know, they're very chill games, very relaxing games. So they're very good for conversational type things. Whereas when you have like the more frenetic games that just don't give you breaks, it's hard to talk about anything else because you're so wired in that you have like no gaps to, like, you know, do that. It can also be very stressful that there are games I play on the channel that I do enjoy, but they're kind of games that have like no downtime at all. So it's hard for me to do like stretches or to, you know, get myself a drink or you know, take a break, especially like that's one of the difficulties and why I actually don't do more collab than I do, is it's difficult to take breaks in collab unless you're playing a game well suited for it. So games like Phasmophobia are great for collabing because you do a house and then you take your break between your houses. But like survival games where you're just like in the open, that like you're always in danger, it's really hard to take like a 5-10 minute break. Extreme streaming, yeah. And it also depends. Some survival games have a much more gradual pace than others, that are a lot more lenient. And then there's some survival games that are like, no, you need to maximize every second. Those calories are burning, and you better eat. It's one of the reasons why you'll probably never see me play a survival game on its absolute max difficulty. Is usually the way most of those survival games go on max difficulty. You have to be like running around shoveling food into your maw as fast as you possibly can. Because like your character apparently burns 80,000 calories a day or something. Like there's a few survival games that get out there and you stop and you think and go, hang on a second. My character just went through one day and we ate 3 entire deer worth of meat. Let's discuss this. Because in the real world, even if you are busting your tail, a full deer is going to last you at least a good couple of days, not counting like it going bad or something. Fenrirada says, oxygen not included is frustratingly like that with its food requirement. Normal, one dupe uses like 1600 kcal. Hard. They use like 6400 kcal a day. Yeah. Let's see. Tinder was saying, good survival games can be great for that. but I haven't found a perfect one yet. Yeah, I think so far as me for like survival games, I felt did like the actual survival mechanic well. Not like the fighting of enemies and all that, but just like, you know, environmental survival. The one I felt did the best was The Long Dark, because it wasn't just get all the food you can, eat all the food you can, you know, that kind of thing. You actually had like, okay, I can try chasing this animal down. It's gonna give me like this tiny bit of, you know, food. If I'm desperate, maybe I'll do that. But the time and effort it's gonna get me to like get this animal, process the food, cook it, I'm gonna end up losing more calories than I'm gonna gain. So genuinely me hunting that animal, if it's not directly in my path, is not worth my effort. You know, versus like a deer or a wolf or something, like, okay, never mind, that's a big hunking chunk of meat. Like that is some thick calories right there. Of course, then there's also survival games that go to an obnoxious level where they're like, oh, I'm sorry, you got a vitamin C deficiency. You got your A and D vitamins are okay, and your protein's fine, but you just missed out on your vitamin C. Your character's only been alive for 3 days, but you got scurvy now because you didn't get enough vitamin C. And you're like, oh, come on, game. And usually those ones are like, this is the hyper-realist, super real, awesome, real as can be survival game. You failed to floss one Tuesday, you've got gingivitis. Now you need to go find some rare mushroom in a cave and dehydrate and then rub it on your face. And then instantly it'll cure your gingivitis. And you're like, what? You laid down on the ground one time, your entire body is covered with parasitic worms. Ugh. There we go. It just didn't want to engage in gear. It's like, please. You drank water. You're dead. Like, the catch is, and I get why they are that way, because if you're trying to make an actual realistic, you know, survival game, you could get away with eating a lot of stuff that was, unsafe. Like, a lot of stuff that's unsafe. And you get away with it for like a month or two, and then you get food poisoning, and then you die. Because you're in the middle of a survival situation with severe food poisoning. So, you know, don't do that. Or worse, just like straight up, you know, like salmonella or something like that. But like the whole, you laid down once, you got worms, and you're just like, really, game? But it's, you know, they can't realistically have you play a game for literal months to have something happen. Sounds like Green Hell? Some of those may have been directly referencing Green Hell, yes. Which again, Green Hell's not a bad game, but it's not realistic. Not at all. It's the realistic in the, we've amped every like survival thing up to 1,000 because you're not going to play this game for a full in-game year to have one thing go wrong because you're drinking unsafe water or doing something unsafe. Because that's like the thing, in the survival situation, it's not that any one instance actually is that high of risk. It's just, you can't afford any risk. Because I can't turn right and red, I've already committed. No, I don't understand the rules in this game. Like, I get that different states have different laws and all that, but I wish the game would be, like, clear. It's like, you're allowed to turn right and red here. Like, I don't know what city I'm in. I'm obviously in California. I'm at San Diego. It's like, I don't pay attention at the time. I'm just going and delivering stuff. Peter says, Deep trumps realistic for me, but co-op, building, crafting, research, those are standouts. Yeah, I would rather have a game that's very fun and engaging construction than any level of realism whatsoever. It is a reoccurring thing that realism is something that is worth considering, but people need to be mindful that so often games that go for like the super duper realismness, I'm not gonna deal with it. like the super duper realism, it's often at the cost of, you know, gameplay being smooth and fun and that kind of things. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother. They don't give you enough for actually doing the trailer properly. Like, they give you, like, here's some pennies we threw on the ground next to you because you parked it. By the way, we penalized you $700 for scratching the trailer. Alright, so we need to gas up, and we need to take a little sleepy sleep. Which the good thing is, there is a place to sleepy sleep in this parking lot. But yeah, so I would much rather have a game with fun construction, or the gameplay itself is fun and different things than, you know, nitty gritty. You gotta do everything in your power to survive one more day. The world is unkind. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Need to pull into these spots. And I've played some pretty brutal Survivor games. It's just, so many of them, it's like this, you've reached the point this isn't a fun, this is a chore. You know, I'm spending 2/3 of my day clicking on this bobber, making sure fish keep popping up. You know, and rebuilding the same, like, leaf bed in the ground so I don't get sick because I dared to sleep on something that wasn't a leaf bed or better. And, like, actually, the one thing that does annoy me with Green Hell, and you can turn it off for the record, is the scorpions and the snakes and all that. They don't behave like the actual animals do in real life, as one. Like, they're very artificial. And they're really just a slowdown mechanic so you cannot run. Like, that is their purpose. They serve no other purpose than to make it so you cannot run. Because if you can run, you get around the island super fast, and the game doesn't last very long. So they make it so you have to walk everywhere outside of desperation, or you keep enough, like, you farm up enough stuff to put up with it. Talking about Green Hell? Yep. That is my only actual big gripe with the game. Because as a slowdown mechanic, it's super duper unsatisfying. You can have good slowdown mechanics, by the way. Alright, so let's go find ourselves our next commission. Alright, San Diego to Bakersfield. And you're gonna give me 67 a mile. So you can actually also do these ones that just say, like, what is the best payout period? And so, like, this would be the best payout total, but miles, I mean, miles, it's actually pretty good. Cam frozen? That makes sense. Let me go ahead and give the cam a quick kick here. It'll be nice that I figure out what's going on with OBS that the cam keeps breaking. Or the cam software, or whatever the heck is at fault. Alright. Yeah, we'll say it has to be over 50, but we'll start doing some of these ones. Because I'm just looking to, like, not do a bunch of these, like, little tiny routes. I need the real money. But yeah, nah, we're talking Green Hell. Because, like, Green Hell is that one that always stands as, like, we're super hyper-realistic. It's like, no, you're not. It's like, you've added a bunch of mechanics to mime realism and then over-tuned them to 1,000. Because you have to. And it's not a bad game. Again, to be clear, I think it's a great game. It's not a game I enjoy. I played it on stream twice? I think twice? Is at least once, but I think twice? And just, like, having to rebuild the same place. Because the survival mechanic I was getting, like, really just annoyed with. Like, you can survive forever with a little effort. But just getting annoyed with dealing with it. And so I was like, you know what? I really just kind of want to see the story. Like, because the survival aspect of it is not interesting me anymore. And so I was trying to rush around, which is why I was getting so pissed off about the snakes and that. Like, you go into the scorpions and, like, come out and attack you in the caves. I'm like, no, scorpions run away from you. You're huge. And then, like, the snakes. A rattlesnake, unless you genuinely surprise it, doesn't wait till the last second to start rattling. They see you, like, 30, 40 feet away, and they start going off. They're like, all right, you back off, man. I don't want any of what you are offering. Song Land's looking interesting? Yeah, we played that on stream. It's pretty decent. It's very early access though, as a warning. Like, it's got a lot of fun stuff you can do in it, but it is very early access. So content-wise, it's a little shallow. Now, you can certainly do a whole lot with the base building and all that, but, like, they have their factions, and they show, like, how much of each person's left. And, like, we wiped out one of the factions, but, like, their last island wasn't even implemented. And, like, we killed all of them. They couldn't physically hurt us because their guns didn't work. To be fair, I also couldn't shoot them either because for whatever reason on their last island, just no guns worked at all. There was like some kind of bug to it. And then when we wiped them out, there was like nothing. It wasn't like, oh, you've wiped them out. Oh, you know, this, like, the world has changed. It's just like, nope, they're just not on their islands anymore. You still get attacked by them as if they are, but, you know, they're not here anymore. It's like, okay. So you're along this side. But yeah, and that's just early access. Like, I think it'll be a really good game as long as they keep developing it. Like, I had a lot of fun when I did play. But it was one of those ones I'm like, okay, you know, I put in a stream or whatever. I'm like, all right, it's gonna need some, it's gonna need a little bit of love before I'm ready to start burning real hours into it. That's honestly one of the problems I've been running into lately, is just how many games I run to early access that they can be fun, but it's like hard to want to invest the time and all that. Let's see. Oh, we talked about The Sims and Paradox earlier. Tectonic, subsidy of Paradox Interactive, is working on a Sims-like game. Yeah. You tend to avoid paid early access because I've seen too many games that showed promise and then we're getting ups and up they abandoned. Yeah, there's that. And then the other one is like what I did with Valheim. Valheim's an excellent game. It's a really good game. I played the crap out of it when it first came to like early access, to the point I basically burned myself out on it. And now I have the problem where they've added a bunch of content, and I'm like, you know, I kind of want to go back and play that. But I'm still like, I start playing and I get about to the point of the Iron in the Swamp, and it's like instantly I'm like, you know what? I don't really want to play this anymore. And it's just kind of those things, I just burn myself out on it too much. That's like how long it takes me to get back towards that burnout level. So I kind of want it to be farther along before I play it. Like just trying it out, sure, but like actually sit down and go, yeah, we're doing a run. Because I figure I'll wear myself out on a game, unless it's like a really good game, long before it ever gets near done. So it's like my patience for early access is not what it used to be. Like I kind of want games that I can be like, it's done, let me start playing. Let's see, the head of Paradox Tectonic, Rob Humble, former executive VP at Electronic Arts from The Sims 2 and 3, and former CDO of Lin Lab, Second Life. Gotcha. One game I was ready to play, but I haven't, such as Ready or Not. I haven't checked that one out yet. Valheim is the most fun of the group, solo's kind of blah. No, I agree with that. And I had, when it first came out, I played it with 2 or 3 different groups. And that's the problem, is I played a lot of Valheim when it was very early on. That by the time they added more content, they had like the spider area and everything. Like I had already gone through and done all the farming like 3-4 times. And the catch is, you kind of want, like if you played again, you want to like have it so the game shortcut, like lets you shortcut some of the progression a little bit. Not like skip bosses, but like the grind up materials part, make that faster because you've already done it a bunch of times. At the same time, if you're new to the game, I feel like the pacing was actually really good for new players. Ready or Not is a tactical SWAT game with a lot of environmental storytelling. Could easily be classed as a psychological horror. Gotcha. Yeah, I've been a bit mixed on the SWAT slash police games. Some of them are like towing the line a little bit too close to realism that doesn't feel comfortable. Like there's the one that was coming out where it was the camera that you played as, like your actual player camera on your character was like the body cam. And I'm like, man, the only time I see body cam footage is usually when something really awful has happened. This is a type of realism that I don't think I really want to engage in. Because one, like, your character shouldn't see through your, you know, like the body cam kind of thing. Yeah, nah, so that's like Ready or Not would be not a, like, that would be a game I personally wouldn't play. Like, it's cool that they're doing that kind of thing, but that would be one I'd be like, this makes me uncomfortable. So we had a lot of fun with no teleport rule, too. Oh, we had to sail. Sounds slow, but we had a lot of fun with the ships. Portals trivialized a lot of things. Yeah, that's the thing. I genuinely, a lot of times I'd be the person who'd jump on the boat and start exploring and be like, okay, that's where the planes are. Okay, that's where this is. Okay, that's where that is. And all that. But yeah, so for me personally, like, I don't mind horror games. I don't play many of them, and I don't play, like, almost any on the channel. You know, not counting stuff like Project Zomboid, which calling that's a horror, it's kind of like, thematically, sure. But as an actual, like, game, like, their jump scares aren't really jump scares. Like, they're jump scaring your character in the game, but not you, the player. They still surprise you and startle you kind of thing, but it's not the same. You know, and while there's, like, blood, it's not, like, super gory and awful. They don't do, like... They do touch on some topics where, like, you go into a house, it's like, oh, very clearly one of these people, you know, is turning and was killed, and the other one killed themselves. It's like... But it's such... Like, it's just a reference that it doesn't dig into and make, like, a whole big thing out of it. So you can kind of go, like, oh, it's, you know, it's the murder house, okay. And just move on. But, like, actual, like, horror games I don't play too much. I did Phasmophobia on the channel once. Which, that's fine. Like, I actually enjoy the game, but it's not... For the type of stuff I normally play on the channel, it's not particularly well aligned. But, like, that's one that doesn't bother me at all, like, Phasmophobia. Because, like, it's not over-the-top gory, it's not over-the-top, like, oh my god, let me hit on, like, super dark and chilling subject. Like, sometimes that stuff that's a little edgy that's, like, written, but that's not really a big deal. It just goes going to, like, die. And, you know, flashing lights and creepiness and jump scares. Like, it's been a thing. We've, like, I play RimWorld on the channel. RimWorld lets you do a whole lot of awful things. Like, a whole lot of awful things. But it doesn't force you to do any of it. It takes a morally gray area that says, hey, you know, the tools are there if you want them. They're also there if you don't want them. Like, you don't have to do any of it. It's fine. You can play this game however the heck you want. And I'm okay with that. And it lets you do some truly awful things. But then there was another game that I always blank on the name, which I don't mind continuing to blank on the name because I don't want to, you know, help advertise it. But it was trying to be a RimWorld-like game, and the graphics were gorgeous. But, like, where in RimWorld you have, you know, they need sleep, they need recreation, they need food, they, like, have those kind of needs. If they're addicted to something, that's a need, like that. And then there's one, it's like you had food, I think it was food, sleep, and sex were your needs. The only needs. Not like recreation, nothing else like that. And the way you would fulfill those needs is you could, like, you know, basically force prisoners and that kind of stuff. And I'm like, say what? And it had, like, slavery was a required mechanic in the game and everything. I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm out. I am all the way out. Like, it's like this game looks gorgeous. It has a lot of good ideas in it, and all of that just goes right into the bin because you are having this really weird, over-the-top, like, creepy obsession here. And it's like, I don't understand. You've got this, like, for this genre, one of the graphically most pleasing games I've seen, while still being kind of cartoony, honestly. Yeah, it was like, this game looks great. Hey, look at what you can do with this world map. This is amazing. I like the way they've implemented this. And then you get into all that, and you're like, what? And then you start to see like the implications of, and it's like practically non-optional. Like, that's the thing. If it took like the morally gray area where it wasn't like a need, it was one way you could serve recreation or something, I was like, you're forcing me to do truly horrible things. Like, really, really horrible things, even by RimWorld standards. Some of the Fallout houses were like that. You find what happened there? Yeah. And I wouldn't say those were like... I mean, some of them got pretty dark, let's face it. Fallout actually did get pretty bad. There's a lot of them were more tragedy than that. Except for when you get to the vaults, and all of them were sciencing on unwilling participants. Some of the dead scene had some demons a little bit. Some people are into that, living out evil stuff, but I like heroic and all that. So it's like, I don't mind, like when you're talking like a story game kind of thing, and I'll do like the Paragon and the Renegade run. Because like honestly, some of them are like so slapstickishly evil, it's like it doesn't feel bad. Like it's so absurd that you're just like, I mean, this isn't a real thing that real people do. Like you just poison the entire population of a planet just for the lulz. It's like I can't feel like that's a real thing. It's just so absurdly over the top. And don't get me wrong, I understand people could do that. But, you know, it's just like, you know, choice 1 is slowly torture a puppy to death. Choice 2 is love all the puppies and open an orphanage and give them all cotton candy. And you're like, all right, well, these are so unrealistically over-the-top things, it doesn't really fit, you know, hit me. You know, I mean, that wasn't a good example. There's ones that do far worse. But then when it's like, something like, no, that's just like a regular crime that people do in real world, and that's like the evil thing, like take advantage of someone in a vulnerable situation and do awful things. I'm like, nah, man, that's just living in the in like the police reports and that. Like, that is a 100% genuine thing that people actually do and is awful and tragic and terrible. I don't really want to live that out. Yeah, now as Eonek was saying though, that game wasn't just living kind of like dark urges or whatever. That game was just dark urges the game. Like, you need, like, it's the fact that literally to pass a tutorial you had to do these things. And you're like, I don't want to though. That's actually there was a pretty good real-time strategy game that came out. And for me it just set me off that it was like, you were required to sacrifice a child. It was a required thing you had to do in the story. And they presented it as if you had an option, but then they limited your money so much, like, okay, you physically cannot get the troops to win this. Now, without coming up with some, like, cheesing mechanics or whatever that we, you know, is a brand new game. I'm like, you know what? It's not like it was a cinematic that, like, it's forced on you, like, one of your people does it, again, you know, like, whether or not your character would have done it. Like, that kind of thing. Like, I'm even okay with that. But, like, your character was required to sacrifice a child because reasons. And I'm like, you know what? I'm 5 minutes into this game and they're already making me do this. Like, I'm out. It's like, there's such thing as too edgy. That it's like, I see. You didn't have content of your own. Here's your marketing. You're just going to be as edgy as hell so people talk about you. I understand. Which, that's unfair to that game, just to be clear. That game actually did seem to have a pretty decent grasp on RTS, even though it definitely had a handful of pretty bad pain points in the quality of life situation. Now, I'm okay if one of my options are to do the horrible thing, and, like, you know, make it so I fight the campaign, and I could choose to bypass it by sacrificing a kid. I'm like, I'm okay with that dark path being available, but when it's non-optional, it's like, it takes me out of the game because I can't immerse myself as much into it. And let's see, you got that out of your system with World of Darkness games back in the 90s, Edgelord's galore back then. Well, yeah, and that's the thing, like, like, when RimWorld first came out, like, I did the awful stuff, like, you know, organ harvested and all that kind of nonsense. And I did a couple runs of that, like, that was, you know, that was interesting, but you kind of got it out of your system, like, the novelty of it was gone. And so now it's actually an annoyance that people are like, you had, like, a single unit of rice went bad. Oh, you better cannibalize. Oh, look, you know, there are people walking to town. I know you have 10,000 units of food, but there's meat being delivered. It's like, I get the meme. Like, it's not, I upset, like, end the stream or whatever. But it gets to the point where it's like the 20th, you know, cannibalism joke, like, cannibalism, like, hey, you need to cannibalize. Like, all right, come on, man. Like, I don't mind repeating things, but this is actually getting kind of tiresome. And you get it, everyone pops in, they just got there, they thought they made the first joke, and they're always wrong. And that's just RimWorld things. Well, RimWorld and every survival game, including all the ones that do not have cannibalism in it. But, you know, it's people being edgy. I get it. I don't know, I just got, like, the edginess out of my system in my teens. Speaking of people, Starfield, did anyone figure out how to get rid of the corpses left in the cockpit? No idea. Until I switched ships, I had, like, literal months my ship was flying around with a bunch of corpses in it because I killed the people to take the ship. My favorite one is, I won't spoil the character, but there was a character who's like, your ship smells so much better than Daddy's. I mean, like, a whole lot better. And I'm saying things like, man, there have been corpses that have been ripening in this ship for like 2 months, kid. What the hell is going on your dad's ship? Either that or you're just really into corpse rot. Either way is deeply concerning for very different reasons. The people who dive into RimWorld memes are the one reason it's hard to watch it. If you played it for any length of time. Yeah, this is true. I've definitely had where you start picking up that other people viewing, like who enjoy watching RimWorld, get tired of the edgy memes. Like the 8 without a table is a fantastic meme. Because it's just so silly and over the top. The random, like, pawns having their, you know, like the various social relationships between them and how they're just so dysfunctional that you'll have, like, one pawn will marry one pawn, then divorce them, then marry the other pawn, then divorce that first pawn, then the first pawn will end up going into a murderous rage and killing the second one, and it's like this whole big thing. They end up with this absolutely absurd story that, like, not even the most trashy soap opera would ever even touch. Can be so much fun. Or just, like, all like, the ridiculous nonsense that happens. Or, like the random banter they had, it's like, you know, such and such proposed to such and such by comparing their face with a walrus. They were aroused. And you're going, what? There's even a mod that will straight up kill anyone who ate without a table. My problem with that is, you'll have the table, you'll have it right next to your fridge, you'll literally make it an obstacle they have to walk around, and you will still have people eat without a table sometimes. And you're like, come on. That's the annoying part, is just fighting the AI on those things. Let's say you have a group of 4/2 men and 2 women. They swap partners like 3 times, usually the married one to the other. Oh yeah, we had we definitely had one stream or one run. Wasn't the Arco Nexus? We had one run where it was just like straight up a swingers couple, like swingers colony. That, like, none of this was my doing. Just there were breakups and hookups and all that happening everywhere, where like affairs. I'm like, what is happening to you people? And the answer is, I had 2 beautiful pawns. I mean, yeah, the TTK also got real bad about everyone was hooking up with everyone because people figured out with TTK you could tell your pawn to flirt with each other, so everyone was spamming flirting. So even if it was like a 1% chance that the pawn could succeed at flirting, it was just attrition by numbers to getting everyone to hook up with everyone. I mean, imagine getting straight up raid and all the raiders straight up kill themselves because they ate without a table. You have like the new siege tech where they show up, they put down their mortars and then a table and a couple of chairs. Yeah, no. And like some of the drama the mental breaks cause those can be a lot of fun at times too. But the point is, all of that fun, like that organic storytelling that happens in RimWorld, which is kind of the whole point, is even if you try, unless you're like flat out dev moding it the entire way, and even then I wonder if you could, no run will have a similar story. Like everything changes just by the events, unless you die immediately. I guess that's the same story every time. If Rabbit shows up and mauls you before any other story has a chance to build. Versus like the cannibalism memes and organ harvesting memes are just they get tired. They admittedly get tiresome after a while. Then you're like, oh, this again. Okay, cool, man. I've debated, and I probably wouldn't do this because it wouldn't feel... It would, like... So, people have probably heard of Buttspot, which is the one that you'll say something, it'll just replace random words with butt. So it comes with, like, all these funny messages. I have debated doing, like, setting up a command like Buttspot that it will pick up the word, like, cannibalism or, like, like a couple different combinations. And just like swap like, human with flowers or like just random stuff so it sounds like the silly flowery happy message or whatever. Because one, that'll satisfy me. Because what that'll do is it'll, take a bunch of those like cannibalism like requests and just immediately kind of intercept them because it's kind of like a tired joke, but also be its own content within itself. Hey, thank you for the raid, West Coast Cowgirl. Let me go ahead and switch my lane over here real fast. And then I'm going to pause and see what we were playing. But how was your stream? And welcome in, raiders. So it looks like you were playing, according to this, The Sims 4, but Twitch does lie. So it might not be The Sims 4. But if you were playing Sims 4, I hope your colony was, or not colony, your household, question mark, your people you were taking care of were going well. Or not well, if that was the goal. Hey, we discovered a new city. I didn't realize we hadn't discovered them all yet. Oh, ATS tonight? Excellent. That makes way more sense. I have played Sims 4 on the channel a bunch, so I wasn't sure if, I'd forgotten a connection. Anyways, so if you are looking for American Truck Simulator or Sims 4, it looks like you can find over that with West Coast Cowgirl. I do hope you had a good stream. So hopefully with ATS, there was minimal physics being discovered. We definitely did not slam a guardrail going, what was it, like 70, because brain went 2 paths and then kind of went the difference, which doesn't not work out. Wait, did we not get the follow alerts? Bot, are you alive? I'm seeing the chat in the bot, so the chat bot looks alive. Nope, actually, I think the bot died. Nope, bot's alive. So I don't know why you're not getting your follow alerts, but thank you for the 3 follows we just got there a second ago. I really do appreciate it. I do anonymous follows here, so I don't call out your names. I'm more than happy to thank you if you do say, hey, I followed and I'd like to be thanked, or something like that. I just do that because a lot of people want to lurk, and they don't want to be outed lurking. So by doing that, if people want to lurk and not have their name called out, they have that opportunity. But welcome in. Thank you so much for that raid, by the way. For those who don't know, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of the games. Yeah, even Rawlbot doesn't know. Well, I mean, Rawlbot still would say you thank you with the follow without mentioning the name as well, because it kind of defeats the point if I don't say the name, but it says it on screen. But yeah, so I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed, 135,121 zombies killed on one character in one life in Hardened Apocalypse settings with no mods, change, itemization, or vehicles. For the record, that record has been beaten. That said, I am a variety streamer. I do play a lot of like city builders, settlement builders, roguelikes, roguelites, colony builders, tycoon, survival, simulation. I play a pretty wide range of games here. So if any of that sounds good, don't forget to drop the follow and all that stuff. You talk at the perfect speed for my brain. Well, that's the first I've heard of that, but thank you. I'm glad to offer you the perfect speed speech. Howdy howdy cow pals. Yeah, so welcome everyone. Nice to meet you. Yeah, it's nice to meet you as well. So, do you primarily play The Sims and games like ATS, or is there a different variety? Like, what would you say is the content you make? Not trying to like do an interview thing here. Just trying to let the people here know what they can find over there to tempt them to drop the follow. Since you were so generous as to drop a follow here. Because we welcome everyone here and I do try and everything. Primarily the Sim streamer, branching out of variety recently though. Makes sense. I've always been variety, but I got myself kind of pigeonholed in Project Zomboid way back. Just because by having the world record, like everyone was coming to see the world record run until it died. And I definitely know branching out because I super was burning out in Project Zomboid. So yeah, I enjoy doing the Sims a bit too. I more dabbled in it, like popped into it for a couple of weeks and popped out. You have a nice voice? Thank you. I appreciate that. I've actually heard that before. And thank you for the follow as well. That was there's no zombies, they're all aliens. But that was so the thing that got me streaming to begin with is I was doing GTRP, and I don't typically RP. I do a lot of conference talk, and I was trying to improve my improv. Just being able to pivot and going, yeah, burnout is real, so you've been enjoying the variety. It's a good time to do variety. There is a whole heck of variety to dip into right now, because we are at that time of year when all of the games are dropping. So it is a good time to do the variety stuff, mix it about, get that burnout out of the system, and then, later if you want to spin back to whatever your main game is, or, I mean, you're going to pop in and out of your main game probably. But, you have to raid and run? That is totally fine. I do appreciate it. Thank you for popping over with the raid. But, yeah, so I was doing a bunch of conference talks. I am a developer of over 15 years experience and former educator, among a whole lot of other things. You're going to want to back off, car. But, when you're dealing with doing conference talks, stuff goes wrong, you get questions you don't expect, and you gotta, ride by the seat of your pants. It's not that you lie or whatever, you want to be honest and all that, but being able to pivot on a moment to whatever's needed, that kind of thing. I want to practice that skill, because there's not a good way to practice that skill normally. So I was doing some GTRP, ended up having a lot of fun with that, and one of the people I was RPing with wasn't going to be able to be on, in the city for a while, but was going to be able to be online. And they were feeling some, serious, fear of missing out. And I was like, I got the internet connection. I got a computer. Yeah, I can try streaming it. I hadn't streamed before, but I've been on camera tons with my courses I was teaching and everything. So I was like, all right, I'll hop on camera. We'll go ahead and I'll put some streams up for the other people in my little circle on the GTRP server so you can see my perspective of the world. Because we kind of learned that depending on where you're at, you can see the same city entirely different between people. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. But, so it's very different. And so what ended up happening is I streamed that stream, and then I just kept streaming. But I got lots of comments about my voice for the first time in GTRP. People were like, oh, you have such a nice voice. Like, oh, thanks, I hadn't heard that before. And now I've heard a bunch of it since then from streaming. That said, my voice is getting a little strained because I have been at this for 9.5 hours, but I usually stream about 11 hours a night, so we still got a bit more before we wrap up and all that good stuff. But, and then what ended up happening from there is, I was also playing RimWorld when the servers was down for GTRP, and I started having a bunch of random people who weren't part of the GTRP group showing up for RimWorld, and those numbers got bigger. And then, I got into Project Zomboid, and, became very known in the Project Zomboid community. Alright, the very last, Lardine, you have a good one. You get your sleep. But yeah, so what ended up happening is I got known in the Project Zomboid community, and that was right before Build 41 dropped, which is when Zomboid just exploded on the platform. Then I got partner and did all that stuff. I am going way below the speed limit because I'm not watching speed limit changes. We got places to be. As we got a line of cars behind me being that guy. Streamer's voice strained from 30-minute hype train earlier. I mean, you're not wrong. Because you're all the hecking most generous I've ever seen you. That's not true, but you're pretty dang generous. There was definitely an outlier for generosity, but streamer voice took a hit. But we don't have a check engine notice anymore. Well, that's because I didn't hit a barricade going 70 miles per hour because I thought I was needing to take an exit and realized I wasn't, and the brain went split the difference. Is there cruise control? Absolutely. Look, Ma, no hands. But, immediately goes into a fence, rolls the truck, tows it home. Yeah, there's cruise control. The cruise control in the game works in you can turn it on, and then you can increment it up or down by, on the fist. So, like, if I'm at 72 and I say down, it goes to 70. If I say up, it goes to 75. And if I go up again, it goes to 80. You get the idea. But it increments by 5. So it's nice because you kind of set the gas, and you go. And you always leave your high beams on, day and night, because there's no penalty for leaving them on, and there is a penalty for forgetting to turn them on. And it's based on time, not light, so it's easy to accidentally miss the cue when you need to turn them on. So you disregard any type of safety in real life, and you just leave your high beams on. You're going, mm-hmm, yep. Taking notes? A lot of places, unlike real life, you're not allowed to turn right on red. And I forget all the time, and I get tickets for it all the time. And I'll continue to get tickets for it all the time, because my brain wants to be allowed to turn right on red. I think California, I think you can. I think Arizona, you can't. I don't know. I always confuse them, so I just turn right on red and I get fined $700. But we make enough money, I don't really care. Okay, we're gonna take that slow down to 55 seriously. I've already taken this where we weren't able to make the turn earlier. We didn't like off-road, but it's definitely like, oh no, this is getting rough. As a commercial driver, NG Saint. It's not, I mean, it could be true of like regular cars, but as a commercial licensed driver, so you know you're driving a big semi, or maybe like a bus or whatever, that you're not allowed to turn right on red in certain places. Which, I mean, I guess sort of makes sense when you're a semi that has to do ridiculously wide turns that take up 2 lanes. And it takes you a while to do it. I can see why some places would be like, maybe not. Considering busy intersections. Obviously, if you're in, like, the middle of nowhere, you know, you would assume you'd not have to worry, but that's not how laws work usually. Because it's hard to have laws with nuance where it's like you can do it here, but not there, but over here. Because no one can then remember the rules, and then no one follows the rules, and then the rules don't help anything. Alright, I probably should be stopping here to sleep, but I'm not going to. Because their character's getting pretty close to the point they're going to start yawning and being generally a nuisance. But I'm not going to stop at the speed trap. Alright, so we just need this bus to start picking up speed. So we can get back to our 70 miles an hour. Because we're in Nevada now. We don't have that 55 mile per hour limit that there is in California to keep the roads from disintegrating. Which means some turns get very harrowing at 70, 75 miles an hour, where you're holding the wheel as hard as you can to the right and you're like, I really hope I make this turn, because I'm slowly working my way to the outside lane, which isn't going the direction I want to go. It's okay. We just have 5 hours and 15 minutes and 307 miles to go. keeping in mind that none of those will actually be those amount of times. Why are you slowing down? Why are you ruining everything? We got places to meet, B, a schedule to keep. If I'm late, they dock my pay. Actually, I don't think this is a just-in-time delivery, so I'd actually be probably fine. And honestly, when they dock your pay, it's not enough to actually care about. Alright, time for another speed trap. So I'm not gonna stop here because it's just gas, but we can get one that's a rest stop and gas. We're probably gonna stop at it because I'm probably like 90% of the way to tired. Hey, what do you think you're doing, buddy? You're right away. And this is what Nevada's like when you're in the middle of the state. A whole lot of nothing. Just rocks and sand and, you know, scrub. You get to like the 1 or 2 population centers in the state. Utah's the same way mostly, but they do have a bunch of ski resorts. Can you overtake? Double line. I mean, the game will let me do it, I won't get punished. Right now I can't see over the hill though. I mostly actually like we asked at the beginning of the stream, I mostly drive legally, and this is a habit I got at GTRP. Lots of parts of Texas, Arizona are like this too. That was the reason we had earlier. Someone's like, "Oh, I think I'm gonna get, you know, this DLC." And I'm like, "Okay, I mean, you could get a DLC that all of this looks kind of the same." But if I was only gonna buy 1 or 2 DLC, I would buy someplace like Washington or Oregon or maybe Oklahoma, where they have a little bit more variety of topography. Alright, so we're going to take a quick rest stop here because we're right about to become sleepy anyways. So we can pop in here, top off our gas, take a nap, and then get back to trucking. Like, we're actually not bad on gas. We're at half a tank, but if I'm going to stop to sleep anyways, I'm just going to top off. Now, hopefully, this is one of the rest stops I can actually get to sleep easily and I don't have to, like, try and circle the building and struggle real hard to make it happen. You saw nothing, chat. Richard couldn't find a job. Richard. I don't pay you to not find jobs. Look it, even Jay-Z, the driver who I usually have to complain about never bringing in any real money, didn't just bring in the money, he actually made good money. Okay, there, Richard apparently just got a job. I know, it's weird. That time it was weird that, like, Richard couldn't find a job and then immediately got a payout. Can see her on the brush. Alright, come on. There's a second one, right? That's fine. The good news is when we drop off this delivery, we will be able to bring on another person onto the team. What if you did an incomplete stop? You will get a fine for running the stop sign. I don't remember how much it is. like right on red, running stoplights, not stopping at stop signs, driving just all over the road sometimes all of those will get you fines. Speeding will get you fines. Your character, you have to sleep every so often like we were. You'll eventually get to the point where your little like sleep icon will turn red and your character will start yawning a whole lot and being obnoxious. And if you put that off, you'll start getting fined for not sleeping. Because in real life, truckers are very, very restricted in how many hours they're allowed to drive a day. So, like, you can get in like big trouble if you go over your hour limit. Because they don't want people who are like half asleep plowing down the road with, you know, hundreds of tons of cargo being dragged behind them. And you can disable almost all those things if you don't want to deal with it. But generally speaking, I mostly keep them on. It gets a little bit too much like Grand Theft Auto and Arcade for my personal taste when you turn every one of them off. Like, I could see doing it for like something silly, like if we just wanted to see how fast it was like the absolute maximum we could deliver something. Or if we're playing like multiplayer, I could see like having a race with another person, you know, for a convoy type mission. You know, you both start at the same time and see who can get there. Knowing it'd be tricky because you're trying to take the same route on the same roads. And overtaking would be extremely hard because you wouldn't be able to see it and there's not a whole lot of room to work. That's bad. I couldn't turn with the speed, like you heard the tire squealing. It's fine, though. It's only 20%. My engine will stall a couple of times. Hey! I didn't get penalized for the second hit. Second hit was their fault. And this is why this tends to be more fun than real life, because in real life, we either went to the hospital or just died. Probably died. So, you know, not being dead's pretty cool. Does this game, like, simulate hydroplaning? Because I definitely am stopping way longer now it's raining. Which is realistic. I just didn't realize, because you don't hear the telltale hydroplane where it's just, you know, like, the constantly engaging, disengaging brakes as it struggles to get traction. Oh good, I have a check engine notification. Excellent. Or maybe it's something to do with the 20% damage. Well, I mean, I got the 20% damage. Oh yeah, so it didn't seem like I braked as much as I thought going into that. That's the reason I kind of like ran through and slammed into them. Is I was expecting to stop way shorter and it just didn't happen. Can you get an Optimus Prime truck? I mean, you could probably paint it up to look like Optimus Prime. The blue and red is what I assume you're talking about. You know, maybe some paneling. Oh, we stalled. It's fine. There we go. I lied about sleeping. ADHD brain said no. Yep, I know how that goes. It happens. ADHD brains beat punks like that. All right. Yeah, how dare your brain, feeling it's all in charge and stuff. And to really just make room. Yeah, it definitely stops way longer. Alright, real life means like time to go. But I think Nevada I'm not allowed to turn right on red? I can never remember if it's like Nevada or Arizona or both or what. And it's like a $900 penalty, which isn't the worst. But I mean, it's $900. Should be green soon. There we go. Nope, stalled. Alright. That's what happens when you bang our truck and other trucks at speed. I mean, in real life, that accident, like, that'd have been there. Did you murder a truck in? With the rain, I wasn't able to make the turn sharp enough, and we definitely headed, like, slammed into another truck head on. It wasn't nearly as bad. Like, this is only a 20% damage versus the one where we hit that rail was like a good, like, 38% or something. That was bad. This one, it's like, okay, that was a pretty solid hit. That's funny, because I think out of, like, the hits I've had in this game, like, this hit and that last hit were definitely top 5. I think the last hit, not the one we just had, but the one at the beginning of this, was definitely my hardest hit. That it took, you know... It took, like, almost 40% in one slam. Otherwise, I think the next worst one is probably only, like... like 15-20% or something like that. I haven't had too many nasty hits because I usually drive mostly like a reasonable person. It's just doing a little hydroplaning, I think. Why is the time going up and down? I'm really confused by that. It's like going back and forth on 3 and 2 seconds. Or 3 and 2 minutes. Yeah, so it's just like that happened where I just went to the other lane because I couldn't quite pull off the turn. Alright, Tintros. You have a good one. Thank you for hanging out. It's just like that, except there was a vehicle coming the other way in the other lane at speed. So I couldn't quite keep it in my lane. I have to slow off more in those turns in the rain. Alright. Is that a okay, it's just billboards. It's like that billboard city up in the distance. I could use my windshield wipers, but eh. Then they'll just get wet. Bunch of random motels that aren't real in the game. Yeah, you go to the speed limit, it's just like, nope, truck cannot handle. That might be like, because this isn't a like top of the line truck. It's kind of like a mid-range. It's capable of doing everything, but it's not amazing at any of the things. So it's like I can take any mission I want and succeed, but there's definitely better. But a lot of that is me waiting for more levels to unlock them. So maybe that's why we have this pain point here, where everything just seems to not, like, be able to steer at the speed limits and all that. That maybe I'm missing out on, like, better traction stuff or whatever. Better transmission, all that. I don't know. I don't think you upgrade your tires or anything like that. That would be the stuff you'd think of for traction or whatever. You know, tires, suspension, brake systems. I don't think any of those you upgrade in the game. Things like transmission, engine, the style of body, the style of the cabin, a bunch of cosmetic stuff like your steering wheel aesthetic and everything. I wonder what, like, the absolute top of the line truck costs in this game. It's got to be $1 million plus, like $1.5 million. Might be able to upgrade the get goods on the truck. Nah, those are like way beyond our budget. We're just fresh out of get goods in this truck. Geez, going to railroad tracks at 70? Nevada. What is it with you and your speed limits? They feel like they're definitely not aligned with reality. That's I can't think of a car I think I'd be comfortable taking over speed, you know, railroad tracks at 70 miles an hour. Like 70 miles an hour is a pretty good clip. Elder's saying, I spent the last half an hour trying to customize ship in Starfield. Oh, just right, but man, it's hard to do. Yeah, and the one that gets me is you can sometimes have where you have the error where it's like, and this is no spoilers, by the way. You can have the error where it's like you don't have all your weapons on your assigned, and it can kind of cover up other more important errors. Like the one I was fighting with is I couldn't see the actual error because I kept having the weapons assigned error, but there wasn't a path from my boarding ramp to the cockpit, which I didn't realize. I just had one of my rooms was placed wrong, so I had to like just take a random like gun I didn't care about, slap it on there so I could assign it to then fix the cockpit thing. Depends on the tracks. There's some around here where you need to be like to do 5 over. So you can push 80 over and be fine. Yeah, mostly here in Florida, when you go to the railroad tracks, they kind of bump up because if you don't, you know, stormwater is a real big concern in Florida. So you definitely don't want like ditches going kind of down in any way. So they're not level. So hitting that at 70 would be about the same as slamming into like a speed bump at speed. A really big, angry speed bump. It's a stop here in red. You know what color this isn't? Red. Alright, we're getting pretty close to our destination. Home stretch. Alright, Bold the car is going for an overtake. I'm going to as well, which is far bolder than the car. Alright, the very last 13. You go pass out. Start counting up and down at the rate you breathe or something to try and get your brain to be distracted. I find that kind of meditation helps me. Just like breathe in and out at regular speed, count up till 10, then count down from 10, then count up to 10, do a couple repetitions, and your brain's like, oh my god, please stop, and then falls asleep. Kind of hoping there'd be a mechanic here, but nope, that's fine. Oh, we stalled. It's fine. Your biggest problem right now is they have you 20 reactor power and got it perfect on toy power used without grab drive, but the mobility is a tiny bit low. Alright, so yeah, you gotta like either drop some mass or shove an extra engine in there, which immediately kills your balance on your power. Yup. Or, sorry, your balance on the whole thing. Yup. That's the same thing I ran into on my big ship. Do you follow the... Do you get a fine for passing over solid yellow lines? Like, there is some stuff that when you drive around, like, over certain lines and all that, I believe you can get fines. It's not like, if I just go like this, that doesn't seem to do it. It feels like if you're driving, like, in the wrong side of the road, that kind of things. The thing I have found is, if you're playing Starfield, the cargo pods, like your cargo stuff, that is by far the heaviest. So if you have more than one, it maybe you just gotta shave a little bit of cargo off, which is very hard to convince yourself to do. Because I wants it all. I wants all of it. I do not wants to leave my cargo behind. That's, I posted on the Discord my current ship in Starfield. And, that Class C ship I've got, I think it got like 20,000 cargo or some obnoxious nonsense. And it's still fairly maneuverable and has pretty much the best particle weapons I have available and a little bit of EM for if I'm boarding stuff. Like, it's a jack-of-all-trades ship. A very large, expensive jack-of-all-trades ship. And it actually looks okay. How far are you into Starfield? I don't know how far the end is, and we're going to avoid spoilers, so don't be like, oh, you're halfway or whatever. I'm not going to tell you specifically what's happening in it, because I can't do that without spoilers. Suffice to say, I think, just by gut check, that I'm probably like 2/3 of the way through the main story, and probably barely scratched the surface of everything else. And it's not been beelining the story. I have been going hard at the game and just playing lots. But that's it. I haven't like finished much of any of the side stories. I've done like big chunks of them. You're currently you're modifying my enormous ship to be smaller and betterer. That's kind of what happened with mine. Is I made it like super duper big and amazing. And then realized I was running into limitations that I physically could not fit the ship because there's a limit on how big your ship can be. It's like 40 meters, front to back 40 meters, left to right 40 meters, and then up and down I have no idea what the limit is because I've not hit it because I find up and down, so far as walking around in your ship, to be incredibly obnoxious. Which was the whole reason I took the ship I had gotten. At first I was like, I'm going to leave this being the dumpster fire it is. And then I realized how much I had to like go up and down stairs kind of thing. Sorry, ladders. That just to reach the cockpit, I'm like, no, absolutely not. Like, one ladder was not, like, that's fine. But, like, have to take, like, a ladder, go to the side, then go down, and go across, and then, like, forward to the cockpit. He's like, no, I'm sorry. I am not having a maze of a ship just to get to the cockpit. Because I will forget to, like, immediately teleport myself to the cockpit, and immediately regret it as I, get lost in my own ship. You like if you haven't seen the size, the Category C ships in the game, they are big. That's close enough. That's fine. All right. Now I really not hadn't really seen them yet. Seen the distance kind of. Yeah, no, it's when you board them. So like when you board the regular ships in the game, you just kind of like storm the one hallway in the cockpit. And you're like, okay, I got it. When you sit there and you go and you hit like those really big ships, it feels like you are like part of an actual like siege of trying to take this whole ship up. It's so large. Which is amazing. Because, like, you get kind of tired of boarding the small ones. Alright, so we need to find a mechanic, as much as I just want to take in our job and go with it. Okay. There's no mechanics here. Or up there. Or down 93. Or in the next town over. Or on the edges of the map over there. You just want to get rid of the corpses in the cockpit? Try going to the station and paying to have the pay the 1,000 to clean your ship or like fix your ship. I feel like that might do it. So the problem is, no matter what route I take, I have to drive a hecking long way. So we are going to just take another freight job. Actually, what is our sleep and all that set to? We're going to sleep is what we're going to do. And I'm going to take another freight job, and we'll just have to try and hit a repair place on the way through. Actually, oh, there's a repair place right here we didn't see. Thank you. Got the brakes a little too hard. Yes, there's a place I can repair right over here. Pretty sure the first thing I've done in game my current ship. Gotcha. Well, it's worth a shit. Worth a shot. Okay. So depending on the next shipment, if it's a short shipment, we probably get 2 in. If it's a long shipment, it's probably the last one for the stream, I would guess. We'll see. It's just weird that you can't pick them up and move them like you could in Skyrim. Yeah, I noticed that. I could have sworn earlier in the game I was picking up like the coffee cups and moving them around like Skyrim. And then I was trying to do it more and it didn't seem to work, and I was very confused by that. So I don't know, like, if I'm just, you know, fever dreaming it, that I just don't remember correctly. You know, play too many games, they all kind of blend together after a while. Or what the deal was. So we need the mechanic. That's you. Oh, that's the mechanic. That's a truck dealership. We'll also order a new truck online because I have the money to sketch, you know, build out another one of the truck I've got to get another person hired and doing stuff for me and making me money. Making me the sweet, sweet money. Yeah, it's only 550 bucks, that's fine. Oh, sleep spot's over here in the front. All right. So, it is time to go shopping. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to go truck manager. I would like to buy a new truck. And I own enough trucks that I can just go online and I can say, I want so let's see. I think that's the best truck we have right now. So customize it, see if we got new parts to make it better. Otherwise, this is going to be probably one of my other characters' vehicles. So let's see. So that would give me a lot more heavy cargo. So we're going to take this as an upgrade. We've almost got everything unlocked there. We already have like the highest end engine here. Yeah. And this one with like was it the ultra speed? Yeah, this is like the one that we've got the best. So we got the best transmission for this one. Yeah, honestly, we only got like one more truck configuration, that one. Yeah, so this truck we literally have on level 25 is the only time we can make a better part. And I haven't been like cosmeticing up these too much. Like you gave it the paint job and all that. But it's just the fleet trucks. So we'll purchase you. Sacramento's garage is full. We'll send this one to Tucson. And next up, we have the recruitment agency. I'm not going to start choosing them. Hire a driver. And the way I've been dealing with the driver is who is the absolute worst driver we have available at the lowest wage. You're all equally awful. Congratulations, Felix. That face tells me you're confident about your ability to drive. And you're definitely not slowly panicking internally. And the first thing we're going to do is we're not going to have you go through training. We're going to immediately hire you and say, get to work. This is your responsibility. You break it, you bought it. All right, chat. I'm going to need just a second to quickly pop in, use the restroom, all that kind of stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and put up the clips for just a minute, and I'll be back in just a minute. So thank you again for tuning in. And this actually works out perfectly because an ad is hitting in 12 seconds. So sorry for everyone with the ads. That's just Twitch these days. All right, but I'll be back in just a minute. I had planned for like filling in for next week. I didn't kind of want to step in for just part of a stream, then have like almost a whole week before I touch it again. So I was like, didn't really have a good choice for today. So I was like, okay, we'll just break out some Zomboid. A lot of people keep begging me for it, and it's like, all right, yeah, I'll break out a Zomboid stream. Don't mind me.
And you.
I have been kicked from the server due to malformed packet detected as I'm being grabbed.
Hey, you didn't
That's
get
fortunate.
grabbed.
All right, well, let's see what happens.
I'll check it in.
I said, we'll see what happens when I come back.
I
I
killed
was
the
just like,
zombie that was grabbing.
oh, nice. On my screen, I'm like, oh no, I totally did not get that runoff on time. Thanks, everyone. Sorry. I did not expect that to do that. My apologies. Stop it, eyes. I need you to cut it out. Are you having an emotion? Yeah. Don't you hate it when that happens? Think we broke Strainer? Yeah. I think I've only gotten teary-eyed, what, 3 times on stream? Get out of the way, little car. Hey, I didn't get penalized for that one. You saw nothing. I definitely did not completely cut off and then sideswipe a car there. It's fine. The game didn't penalize me, so it didn't happen. It's true. If you don't get penalty in game, it doesn't exist. Like, that's just not me. It's just the rules of the universe. The game decides what is and isn't real. Alright, so we got our new driver going. So next up, we need to find ourselves some more work. Yeah, I gotta look, like, that's honestly impressive, because I actually don't have many clips from this game. There we go. $59,000 delivery. And none of it is California, so I don't have to worry about going 55 as the max speed limit on the highway at any point. Yes. Give me the money. What are you trying to tell me? You're about to set a heavy haul job. Review your current truck configuration to make sure it's up to task. Oh, you know what? We are at the dealership. Let's... Before we take that... We're right here at the dealership. Let's, I can't tell where anything is because my GPS... There we go. Let's reconfigure this truck to have the new parts. Because I bought the new better truck and I just gave it to the other driver. And it's like literally the same truck, I just have a couple new parts to upgrade. So truck configuration, that's fine. Yeah, so we get that one. So that gives us way more heavy load cargo. We already have that, we already have that. Yeah, so literally, that's all I had to do is just change it to having a more wheel drive. Alright, so now we go freight, local. It's like you're about to take a heavy haul. Yes, I am basically near maxed out for heavy haul. I feel comfortable that I can handle that. It happens to be right here, which is even better. So just run up to this spot. So freight. Why do you keep saying that? Literally, I'm nearly maxed out for heavy haul. Like, if anything, this vehicle is basically designed for this one specific purpose. I mean, it's also designed to do other things, but this purpose is like what it does. It's designed to rip and tear. Something like that. If by rip and tear, you mean deliver really heavy things. They're basically the same thing, as far as I can tell. I have no idea how big that... Oh, yeah, that's much bigger than the last couple rounds we had of the trucks. So we gotta be real mindful that we're gonna have to take some heckin' wide turns with this one. Yeah, take that curb. Alright, also gonna take a little bit to get this thing moving. It needs more engines. We just need to lower the trucks in the back, so instead of like all hooking them on each other, we just put them all down and have all their engines running. Just like tether all the gas pedals together. You know, don't come with an elegant electronic solution or anything. It needs more engines that shield cargo hold. Yeah, I mean, well, we gotta go to the way stations. We just gotta figure out how to get past those. Oh, look at that 80-mile-per-hour speed limit. It'll take me a little bit to get up there. It'll also take me a lot longer to slow back down too. So even though I don't need to stop here, we haven't gone through this before, so never mind, it just got revealed. Disregard. Basically, it was marked as someplace I hadn't been before, like explored, and there was an achievement for exploring enough of the map, so I wanted to make sure to tag it for like the 10th of a percent or 100th of a percent or whatever it's worth. So it seems like we have pretty close to the maxed out Mack truck. And I don't know anything about truck brands, which is why it's just like, it's literally the reason I chose, because when it's like time to start buying trucks, I want to have everyone having mostly the same truck. I went to Toon and was like, do you know any semi-truck brands? And she's like, I know Mack is a semi-truck brand. And I'm like, good enough for me. And so I've been getting nothing but the Mack trucks. Because there isn't a good tool for like comparing the different brands, trucks, and all that kind of stuff. I'm sure, now that I've unlocked almost all of the trucks stuff in the game, period, that level 25, I think I'll have everything at least I've seen so far. Then that'd be time to be like, okay, no, for real, like, what truck is the best truck? And I'm sure it'll be one of those things that, well, this truck is the best at this, and that truck's the best at that, and this truck is the best at this in these certain circumstances and all that. And I'll be like, look, man, just give me the truck that no matter what I do is gonna cover it, even if it's not the best. Okay, so we will never go on this back road because there's no businesses or anything back here. So I'm gonna go out of my way to drive back here because I'll never have a delivery this way. So we're just gonna do a quick little loop around on this road so that we get marked as having explored it. I'm sure at some point what'll end up happening is I'll end up having to, because you can look at the map and see where it marks as you are exploring or not. There'll be a point that I'll have to like go through and be like, okay, you know, I'm exploring Tucson today, and just like do the last round Tucson. I shouldn't say day, it's like not gonna be like an entire game session or whatever, or even like in-game day. But like, okay, you know, we're going by the city, I'm gonna go just explore it all. Or like I'll end up, you know, when I finish one delivery, I'll go, okay, let me grab a delivery from the city I don't frequent. Like, go out of my way to go to that city, pick up a thing, and try and take a route that I don't normally take to pick up more area. Like, I'll end up trying to figure all that out. Thank you, Zoside. And I just realized when I did my car maintenance, it turned off my headlights. And I don't remember what buttons there are to turn it back on. That's not it. That's my blinkers. Okay, let's not mess with the cameras. Alright. What the heck button is my... This is like the thing that catches me the most. I always forget what's that. Okay, what the heck was my headlights again? One of these days I'll get eye tracker. I've debated it. What? Oh, keybinds and controllers are a separate thing. Let's see. Headlights. X and B. There we go. Eye tracker is great for simulators. I've never messed with an eye tracker, to be completely honest. How much of an annoyance is that to turn that on? And like, how much do I have to tinker? Are you gonna be an absolute pain to do, or is it just gonna work? Oh, I have to download it. Yeah, that's right. High beams in the afternoon? High beams all day long. I think the reason I got the headlight penalty is because it's raining outside and you're supposed to have your headlights on. Not your high beams, but like your regular lights. The truck just passed you, didn't use the signal. You need to catch up and gently guide his truck off the road. Nope, he would have already unloaded from the game. Here, does this make you feel any better? I left my signal on. Why is there a void on the road to the right? Why would you have a rest stop that is a tar pit, as best I can tell? I mean, clearly it's just missing textures, but it definitely looked like it was straight up a tar pit that you're just gonna, like, roll your truck into. Just drive down the road blaring the horn. Or just be one of those people. That most states it's actually, like, against the law to drive during the rain with your hazards on. Like, you're not supposed to turn your hazards on during the rain. If you're gonna pull off the road, you turn on your hazards. That's fine. You made yourself an obstacle, turn your hazards on. If you're just driving down the road, you turn your headlights on and you leave your hazards out of it. So, like, what I'm doing now, no hazards. Even if I have to slow down to like 5-10 miles an hour, no hazards. There might be states the rule's different, but every state I've been in, they like go out of their way to be like, please stop using your hazards when you're, you know, driving slowly in the rain. All you're doing is making it so no one has a clue what you're doing. If you turn on your headlights, your taillights turn on, and those are white, and they're easier to see. I'm sorry, that's a lie. They're red and you're easier to see. It's your reverse lights that are white. Which are probably actually not easier to see. You leave your daylights on whether it's raining or not. Please slow down. Whether it's raining or not. That way people on a 2-lane road know I'm coming towards them and going away. Yeah. I like a lot of modern cars where you don't even have to think about it. It's just like, you turned on your car, your daylights go on. Like, it starts raining, you know, maybe adjust some lights or that whatever thing. Like, they do a lot of good stuff about taking all, like, those little things and just making you not have to deal with it. Like, that's to me where, like, self-driving cars and all that, like, the magic is, like, those very predictable things that just you can forget. Not that I've particularly had a problem with forgetting, and just handle that. And, like, all, like, the nice little features they have, like, the reverse cameras and all that kind of stuff. That's the magic with modern cars. Which, as much as I will gladly, like, badmouth Tesla, which we don't need to, that is one thing I will give them a bit of credit for, is a lot of cars just weren't really doing a whole lot of innovation. It's kind of like baby step kind of innovation. Until it was groups like Tesla and Fisker and all them started popping in and coming out with, like, cars run like tech companies that suddenly got a bunch of the companies that have been sitting on their butts for years to make them go, oh wait, we need to start doing stuff to make our cars look good. And that's all been fantastic. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. For some reason, at some point, my alerts broke. It's probably when we were having the hype train earlier. But the bot's not broken. So I don't really know what's going on with that. So we see a car in the other lane with no lights. I assume it's not safe to pass. One thing that actually frustrates me is when people leave those off. Like, you know it's not the law, but given the traffic on the highways. Oh yeah, yeah, Twitch being Twitch, absolutely. 100%. You know how it works. Yeah, no, when you first said that's like the hazards, no, please turn those off. I was like, no, wait, you're talking about your daylights. Yes. I just wish that was a thing that's normal. It's like, okay, I get it, runs out the bulb faster. You replace those bulbs like once every 5 years, if not longer, and they don't cost like a couple bucks each. And you only need like a Phillips screwdriver to like pop the plastic case off. Unless you got like the fancy fully concealed ones. Or not fully concealed. Fully sealed ones, those cost more. Which, you know, I'm sorry that you have the fully sealed ones because you're getting taken advantage of. I'm gonna tell someone because the lights, is because the lights being on. Let's see. I had someone tell me it was because the lights being on affects the fuel economy. They're wrong. The amount of resistance you get on your belt, your serpentine belt for your alternator, isn't going to change based on a tiny little wattage of light bulb. You did double take it, it was like, you know what else causes you to need to replace them? Being hit in the head by someone who didn't see you. Yup. I did a double take, it was like, buddy, if that amount of extra fuel is well, that's the thing, it's not even an extra amount. For those who don't know, the way your car gets an electric system is there is a, and this is for gas cars, there is what's known as the serpentine belt. It can be other belts, but it's usually the serpentine belt. That what happens is it's that belt you see in the front of the car that like snakes through everything. That usually that runs stuff like your power steering, and runs your alternator. And your alternator gives power to your car. Now your alternator doesn't require more force from the engine on a meaningful level if you have more electricity running. The only time it becomes a problem is if you were somehow running enough power that your alternator couldn't handle it, which does happen if you have like giant ridiculous sound systems. Otherwise, the alternator is just making extra electricity and it's doing bumpkus. So stuff like a light isn't going to affect it. Now your air conditioner is a bit different because it is on that belt and it has resistance and it has a whole bunch of other nonsense. But, you know, the point being, lights on your car are not going to meaningfully impact your fuel economy. Like, not in a measurable amount. Let's see. God, I wish I would take... Yeah, I was saying that, like, most of the cars I've owned, it's like they'll have, like, the cup, it'll have, like, the light bulb in it, or the light. It's not always just a straight-up bulb. It can be, like, LED or whatever. And you just, like... You know, go to the back, usually use like a flathead to like take like the cable, like the bundle of cables have like a snap that you like pop off using the flathead screwdriver, and you just unscrew it and take it out. I had one car that it was pop-up lights, that those were worse, and they weren't that bad, but it required a wrench because there was like a ring that like it screwed the assembly on there, and those lights were way more expensive because it was, you know, like a whole enclosure for the light that you'd replaced all as one piece, which was annoying because you could see it was a light bulb inside that giant enclosure. I'm like, why can't you replace just the light bulb in the enclosure? Why did you seal this? What is the purpose of sealing this beyond making me buy the whole enclosure in the future? And the answer is so you'd buy the whole enclosure and they could charge you like 75 bucks instead of like 3. You have to take your battery out to replace one? Oh, because it's just like you can't get at it? Yeah, what car was that? It wasn't the Honda. The Honda I had, it was snug, but you could get to everything. Like the Honda impressed me. Like, you're like, there's no room that could fit anything in there, but then you'd be like, here's the oil filter, and there'd be magically this like column of space going to just that one thing. And then, you know, like this and that. As long as you had to like tear apart the engine, it'd be awful. I think it was my Mazda. That was like anytime you went to fix anything, you know, you wish your arms were like half the length and half the width. And it was just hard to do anything. Like, you'd end up cutting up and bruising yourself everywhere just trying to, like, get at anything. And then I haven't done, like, any meaningful work on my Ford beyond, like, air filters and stuff like that, which isn't super meaningful. That's just basic maintenance. But it looks like they left plenty of space in the bay. Your sister has a car that requires me to take off her front tire to change a light. Oh, that was, not a light. which car was it? I had one of my cars that it was something that was like really bizarre. I think it was the fuel filter. I had to take a tire off to get to it. Which, it's like, okay, that's not the end of the world, but also, why? Oh, what was it? Was it, I think it was my Honda that to replace, what was it? Was it wasn't my starter? Wasn't the fuel pump? Man, I can't remember. Maybe it was the fuel pump. It was really bizarre. It was like, it was a part that, you know, it wears out and you replace randomly, but I had to open the block of the engine to replace it, because like it was just shoved in the side of the block of the engine, and bolted up to it. And it was such a bizarre thing. It must have been the starter. It would make no sense for it to be the fuel pump. It doesn't matter. It was an old Honda. And I remember looking at that going, why do they make it so a common replace part requires you to take open the block? Is it just to make the repair expensive to make money? It's like, why would they design it this way? This is not for efficiency purposes. Let's see, one of the old North Star's Cadillacs put a wearable item in the oil sump of the engine. Imagine putting oil engines thing. There's usually not to that extreme. There are certain parts. Isn't Honda a Japanese brand? It's complicated. Yes, no, but yes. They manufacture them in the US, and they design them sometimes in the US and sometimes in Japan. So to like straight up to say it is a Japanese brand, it's like, well, it is. It originates from Japan, but they've also moved enough of their infrastructure to the States for when you're buying the cars in the States that it kind of is in the States, but still originally Japanese. I don't know, they had a weird ownership system, because a bunch of them bought each other, and I've lost track over the years. You watch the YouTube video, and it'll let you know it's like one of the worst ever designed motors. Yeah, there's been those. Like, that's, if you ever have a chance to look at a Fiero, that's those cars that's like, they can be interesting cars, but they are like an abomination of design mistakes. If you didn't get one that got like refitted, they put the engine directly up against the gas tank with a mid-engine with like completely inadequate heat shielding. So they're notorious for, you know, bursting in flames with the, you know, like bursting in flames from directly under where you're sitting, which is great. And basically they had a car, they had an engine, and they're like, you know, can we put these two things together, and how much do we have to finagle to make it happen? So it was a whole lot of compromise and cut corners. You don't have to worry about insurance if you're actively on fire. Like, it is one of those cars that if it catches fire, you don't survive. Like, they're peppy little cars. So there's an allure to them, but you gotta look at them and be like, okay. And later on, they made it slightly better. Ford or Fiero or Ford Pinto, which is less survivable. I don't know. You know what? Why am I gonna zigzag through there? We can go around the outside here. Get this revealed, and it's going literally the same spot. They're both pretty awful cars. It was rated one of the most flammable cars ever made. Most of the other cars they're competing against had, you know, actual wood parts. The excitement is the allure of potentially dying during your daily commute in a completely standard car fire. Yeah, and the improvement, all they did is they put like some sheet metal in between the engine and the gas tank, which made it fairly reasonably non-flammable. You know, not particularly worse than any other car, but that's not how it came stock. That was a fix that I think they had to take the engine or the gas tank, one or the other, out to do. I like to wake up each day and ask myself, is this the day I'm gonna die finding out jumping into my Fiero? Yeah. Like I said, they're cool cars, but they're definitely like an absolute death trap. But yeah, there's been some terrible ones. Or if you want another one, not as much of a death trap, but also awful, there's a car called a Reliant Robin, which is the 3-wheel car, but it's boxy like a normal car. Which was entirely designed to bypass the UK's requirement for driver's license because it required 4 tires, so it qualified, I believe, as a motorcycle. And you can imagine having 1 tire in the front and taking corners at any meaningful speed when you're a big box hanging over both directions over the, over it. It is a car designed to roll. In the worst way. You just looked it up. All the images are it overturned. Yeah, they literally had a episode of Top Gear that the entire gimmick was, you know, they'll sit there and be like, we're going to check this car out and we're going to drive it from point A from B. It'll be like 100 to 300 miles. Like, it'll be like an actual meaningful drive. And they did a gag on that one. Like, which granted, they leaned into it. They overdid it. They deliberately rolled it constantly kind of thing. But the person, they installed a roll cage in it. But they're like, we're going to go. And it was like going to the grocery store and back just around the corner. And just the car like sailing into the intersections, rolling like 3 times. And obviously it was all staged and set up. But it was notorious for rolling. Yeah, they strategically placed weights to make it flip ears here. Oh yeah, that's the thing. Like Top Gear, you know, it's entertainment. It's not serious review of cars. They fix it. They're like, how can we fix this design? And they put training wheels on the front of it. You watch a YouTuber who owns one and does work on it, they're hilariously bad. Yeah, there's a bunch of cars, and they all have reasons they were made that way. Like I said, that one it was for people who wanted a normal car, but for whatever reason couldn't get a driver's license. It could be, you know, they got in trouble, it could be, you know, they got DUI, it could be, you know, I don't know, like there was something about like citizenship with the UK that you could get a motorcycle license, but getting a driver's license was harder. It could be you just got in trouble kind of thing. Like, there's just all sorts of different reasons you may or may not be able to get it. But it was the fact... I think there may have also been a tax related between, like, different tax on motorcycles and cars. So motorcycles were cheaper. And so it was a car design to look like a car whose entire purpose was just to legally qualify as a motorcycle while more or less being a car. If you look at the Ford pictures, half the pictures are on fire. Yeah. But that's the other one, was like I said, I'm trying to remember the story behind Fiero. I want to say they had another model of car that was doing really well, and it had its engine. They just had a ridiculous surplus of this engine for the other car. And they're like, we have this body, like, can we use this other engine in this body? And kind of went from there. So that way they could use what they had extra in supply to make a sporty car. And, you know, it wasn't an engine properly fit for that car. It wasn't like anything, so it's just everything was cutting corners and compromised to like kind of cobble this thing together. Mostly from parts they just had laying around, you know, in bulk from other models. And I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, that's the story of the Fiero. I'm sure someone could look it up, and I probably have details wrong. Yeah, Pinto's straight up stupidity in the fuel tank. Well, that's also the Fiero's primary problem. is they slammed the engine right up against the fuel tank. And no anything against the fuel tank to protect it either. How the heck did the Reliant Robin stick shift? I see you jump speeds in that thing. Oh, it's just fine. Can we get channel points to pull the horn? I gotta remember what the horn button is. That's half the problem, is I don't play this enough that's like, you know, my mind wants to say H, because that's it, but it'd be something like high beams or that or whatever. Horn is D? Okay. It's not, that's not the feel you want. Yeah, channel points to handbrake? Does American Truck Simulator have a handbrake? If you're looking for, like... keep in mind, when it comes to that, I don't use a QWERTY layout, so those buttons are usually placed in a way it makes sense. That would be the H button on a QWERTY keyboard, but for me it's my D button. This might be a modern horn, because it's a modern truck. Wait, there was an air horn. Another in there? There was an air horn as a separate button? I'm assuming it'd be right by the horn. Still not what I'm looking for. Closer. And a light horn, whatever it is? You want a ship foghorn sound? Yeah. Either a foghorn or like a train horn sound. Where that was. The little kid in us are happy. Oh yeah, now I remember when I was in school, back when I used to ride the bus and you'd pass semi and you're just all doing this motion. And almost never get the trucker to actually do it. And then there'd be like, every once in a while, you'd get one who'd do that. He'd be like, and you'd be like, yeah! And I'm sure, you know, just about scared the hell out of the bus driver. And everyone immediately around. Which is probably all the other truckers being responsible, being like, no kid, I'm gonna honk this horn and half these cars are gonna veer off the road. Let's see, in my truck, I do have a hole horn set up where I press a dedicated switch for it. You have to be stupid for me to Gotcha. I had a buddy in high school. I don't remember what the heck he was driving. It was like, when I say it was a modern car, we're talking like, it was an late 80s car. But he had a Model T horn in it, which is funny. So it'd be like the which certainly turned heads. You can tell the switch is it's completely worn out. Cut me off, I nearly just ended your whole existence, that's why I use it, yeah. Like, I remember it was like, it wasn't a muscle car, but it was like a fairly sporty car. Maybe it was a Firebird? I know one of my friends did have a Firebird. It was either like a Firebird, a Thunderbird, or one of those. Because I don't remember, but he had it with, he changed the horn to be a Model T horn. So you saw like this fairly looking sports, you know, like this fairly sporty looking sports car, you know, all painted up, you know, relatively good condition. And you pull up next to you and just hear, "Urga." And everyone would just turn and be like, what the hell? This is also the same friend who got together a large number of, like, the friend group we had, and they took their actual cars, which, you know, range from, like, sports cars to, like, you know, old Lincolns to all that, like, just whatever people managed to get used cars because, you know, broke college students. And I can't remember which Fast and the Furious was coming out, but like it had come out, and they got tag board and tape, and made like spoilers and that for their cars out of tag board and tape, and drove to the movie theater with all of this stuff taped on their car, to, like have their cars cosplay as, you know, tricked out, you know, drifting cars and all that. And when I say drove to the movie theater, it wasn't just, you know, like down the road kind of thing. The place we had, you know, had a terrible movie theater, so you went in any direction about an hour-long drive to find a decent movie theater. And so you can imagine driving to a movie theater an hour away on the highway with tag board on, you know, taped on spoilers and like body kits and all that. And they actually put like a lot of effort into it. They got there fine, and they didn't get to the point of driving back. They were parked at the movie theater, and one of the cops saw like their cars in the parking lot while they're in the movie, and just waited for them to come back out. They're like, take all that crap off your car. You're going to kill someone with this giant sheet of tag board, goes flapping and tapes itself to their window. Oh, yeah. Dude, your truck is a former welding truck. I don't know why people like to cut off. Yeah. So, it looks like I take this one to the right and then to the left. This game is sick. Oh, yeah. It's like a really fun, just chill vibes game. You ain't about... Yeah. So, for me, like with the Fast and the Furious, if anything, you see half the wrecks they get in, and then you get in your car and just mentally I'm like, yeah, that movie reminded you the outcome of 90% of those things. Like, almost all the cars are totaled before it's over. You just gotta like engage the brain and be like, remember how it went. But only you wouldn't survive. Right. What is this, like a single player game? It can be single or multiplayer. We are playing single player, which is just what you see. Multiplayer in this game is mostly cooperative. You can just have multiple people running around in the same world, but like, you know, you wouldn't cross paths enough to make it meaningful. So what ends up happening is typically you'll play cooperative multiplayer where you can get what's called a convoy mission, where instead of just shipping one, you know, truckload of stuff, you might ship 2 or 3 or whatever. So you can kind of all going the same route. You know, you can talk in the radios and all that kind of nonsense. I haven't done it much myself, but it looks like fun when people do that. Well, sure, but that's because they're hitting trains with them. Oh yeah, you look at like 90% of stuff in Fast and the Furious, it's so ridiculous. And plus, like, all of those things, they must have done, you know, so many takes or so much planning to get that timing and all that right. Most of those movies, they choose a model of car that they can mock up to look the same real fast and cheap, because they know they're going to ruin a few of them along the way. And then they give, you know, professionals that. It's like, that's like, you look at a lot of the impressive stunts from like really old action movies, like, you know, well, I shouldn't say action movies, really old movies where they did stunts in cars, like, you know, Blues Brothers would do, where you jump a bunch of cars and do the thing where they slide it sideways, like drift it into a spot, or, you know, Dukes of Hazzard. And it was like famously that it's like, oh yeah, we got like 40 of the same model car, there's like 2 of them left. Because we have the normal driving one, and we have the one spare for an emergency. But like all the others, we had to like go hunting for duplicates because we started running out of those cars. But yeah, no, this game is a lot of fun, like a really chill game. It's falls into that category of games where it's like a lot of games like, but you're playing work. Why is that fun? And it's like, it just is, man. Like, you do an honest day work, and you always get an honest day's pay. And you don't have to go to meetings or fill out paperwork to do it. Like, imagine You just go to work, you do your job, and you get paid. There's no third part. Like, it's just A to B. Work, pay. And you don't have to worry about, like, all that. I see the Arizona sign, and my mind just goes, was it Arishtika or whatever it is from, Papers, Please? And, like, in real life, if you mess up and you total some vehicle, there's legal consequences potentially. You're, injured and off the road for months, if not forever. You have, like, all those things that can go wrong looming over you. You're dealing with all sorts of ridiculous nonsense. You have all that responsibility, all that concern to deal with. And the game's like, yeah, you just slammed into another vehicle going thing. Yeah, we just take away, some game points. We take away a little bit of your money. But you make so much, it's really not that big a deal unless you're, like, really going over the top with it. No one's life is on the line when I'm doing this in a video game. So you can just kind of have, like, none of the stress, none of, like, the worry and responsibility that you'd actually deal with in these kind of things. None of the overhead, none of the drama or any of that. You can just play it, you get your free points, you get a feeling of accomplishment, you keep going. And it's the same with almost all, like, those games that are work. Like Farming Simulator, it's, like, very cathartic as you, like, see, like, the farm build up and you grow it and you go through there. You don't have to worry about, oh no, some disease came through, it was a rainy year and my crop didn't make it, so now I'm facing bankruptcy. Or, I have to fill out all the paperwork for, like, all of the paperwork for the insurance and all that. And, and without actually driving 10 hours like this. Yup. And without the AC not necessarily keeping up because you're driving through, like, a sweltering cesspool and not getting your arms, like, sunburned because it's just, you don't have, like, properly tinted windows, or, I mean, truck probably doesn't have to worry about that part. Like, all the other thing. And if you get bored, you can just fly a spaceship for a while instead. Yep. If you get bored, you can just do something else. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Sorry the alerts aren't working. Something happened midstream. They're working on the first half, and I guess Twitch is just being Twitch. And I see the alerts, but now they're not playing the alert thing. It's been that way for about a little over an hour now. It's been doing that. But it was working before that. Yeah, that'd be about right. A little bit over an hour, and then, like, ago, the alerts just stopped working on us. And it's not everything. Like, the text-to-speech. You wonder if it was the hype chat thing that broke it? No, they want to measure our weight. Yeah, I'd have no idea. It wouldn't surprise me if it was something like that obvious that, fell between the cracks with how much stuff does fall between the cracks. At some point, I accidentally turned on my windshield wipers, and I don't know what the button for is, but, it's here now, so we're just going to go ahead and leave them on forever. Because unless we start getting fined for, like, keeping our windshield wipers on, because, why would we? Alright. P. So, alright, so it'd be P on... Actually, I'm pretty sure I remapped that. So, it would be P on a QWERTY keyboard. And I do appreciate the effort. The only downside is I don't use a QWERTY keyboard. I use a Dvorak keyboard. So P would be over here. Yep. Okay, so it is... Thank you. So it actually did work. I had to remember where it was. Look, man, I was fixing my windshield wipers, copper. Just turn on rain instead. You sleep well, Sorry Mage. Thank you for hanging out. Bro, imagine you alone on the long highway, and you were the only one to drive on that highway with no streetlights. So, when you damage your truck, it stalls and the headlights turn off. It's pretty terrifying when you can't see anything, and you're like, I was in a turn. I really hope I'm guessing how hard I had to turn this wheel, because I can see nothing. We just had to. Because people reminded me of the horn button. And saw one car that is like dead and crashed on the tree. That's not fun. I've responded to car accidents before. It's not good feels. I respond to motorcycle accidents. That's super not good feels. Definitely not a good time. Now, real life me, and in your scenario you have depicted, I would stop to check on the car. You know, call the like dial 911 if necessary, which more than likely. With no please. It's broken speed sign. I don't get what the spoken. I mean, you're saying there's no cars in the road. There's gonna be like no ambulance, no police or anything, so you call the police or you call 911. Like that's just what you do. Like, you go up there, is a person in the vehicle? If so, you dial 911 because don't move the person, please, for the love of everything. Like, unless the car is, like, actively catching fire or something where them remaining in that seat is a danger to them. Like, you know, if they do respond to you, you just try to keep them calm, be like, hey, you know, are you okay? You know, let's, you know, don't move. I'm gonna go ahead and get, you know, get us some medical attention over here. Like, we'll get an ambulance here for you. And the reason you don't want to move is, like, you may not feel injured, but that doesn't mean you aren't injured. And I can speak from personal experience on that one from being in a car that was T-boned. That, you know, I was riding in the car, I wasn't driving. I was riding in the car down the highway, and a person ran a stop sign and just bonk. And like, I was like, oh, you know, the ambulance showed up. It's like, hey, do you want to get in the ambulance? Like, no, I think I'm fine. And I went to stand on my ankle, and it just kind of moved in a way it wasn't supposed to. And I was like, never mind, I'll get it. I'll get in the ambulance. It's like, he's like, yeah, your ankle's swollen. I'm pretty sure it's messed up. Which it was a sprain, but it was a real bad sprain. But like, I felt just like, you know, just a little bruised up and all that. There is a China that is very long traffic in the world. It'd take like 3 weeks. It's a true story. Are you saying there's a road in China that the traffic is bad enough that it would take 3 weeks for you to go down the road? I would believe there was a point that it would take 3 weeks to go down the road, but as a continuous thing, I would not imagine it would take you 3 weeks. Okay, so if you're talking about a highway that goes all the way across China, China is a ridiculously large place, so I could believe that. If you're talking about, like, there's just a section of highway that takes 3 weeks, I would be less prone to believe that. It would feel like it takes you 3 weeks. And I would believe that there was an occasion once upon a time that it took that. Like, you know, there's a particularly bad series of events. But then one guy just run for 10 days? Are you saying that the traffic was so... I mean, I could see a pileup where they couldn't clear the road and the vehicles sat there for 3 weeks. The people couldn't physically... I don't really know what you're saying, Bob. Yeah, it's... Yeah, are you trying to give, like, the intro you popped in was like like the particulars of a story of a car accident that had occurred and the person was stuck in... I don't really understand what's happening here. Right, now my assumption is, as, like, there's some major missing component of the story, that, like, there was some awful thing, like, a series of billboards went down that got followed by a crane tipping over, or some like series of events that took a long time to clear, that it was backed up for 3 weeks or something like that, I would believe that. Like I've seen a highway get shut down for, you know, with everything helping it out for a good, you know, number of days to like a week kind of thing. But like, just as a general statement, but I'm thinking that's something either lost in translation. I'm guessing non-native speaker, which is totally fine. We're confused, is what's going to happen. Like the message has not been clearly conveyed. So you might have to reword a couple things to try again or clarify. Look what you driving, no cars. Or few when you're driving? Yeah, so you're saying there's no traffic. And we came, like, you're saying there's no traffic, they came up on a wrecked car, no police around. I got the first part, but then that took 3 weeks. That's where you lost me. No streetlights, yep, I get that part. You lost me at the 3 weeks thing. Are you saying that the person was trapped in their car for 3 weeks? Because that is a believable story as well. Like that person had, you know, some amount of food and water, probably like sodas or whatever, in their car, and, you know, despite not being great job, managed to keep themselves okay. Or you're saying they got in a wreck and they had to walk for days to find help, which I believe with the size of the road. So effectively stranded, isolated. Yeah. So they crashed their car and they walked for 10 days. Yep, no, I believe that. That's a believable story. Sorry, when you first presented it with like the 3 weeks, I was like, there's no way. Like you're getting to survivalist situations of needing to find like new sources of water and food in 3 weeks. Like, unless you brought, you know, a prep kit or, you know, had other resources. No, that's just an accident in a remote area. That thing, like, those kind of things happen in places like Alaska all the time. Someone will get in a car accident in the middle of nowhere and either be stuck there for a long time or, you know, have to, like, go hiking in the mountains, like, survivalist style, to get back to wherever the next nearest place is to get help. I mean, I'm not saying it's like not a major story that the individual went through all that. It is. But that there'll be stories of that nature in lots of places, unfortunately. Like even places like in the swamp areas, however, people like wreck a car into the swamp and get trapped in their car. But like not like they drown, but like the marsh traps the doors closed. That ends up being this whole ordeal to try and get themselves out, and they end up being stuck for a while, and then, you know, being in the swamp, they have to figure out their way back home, kind of, well, back to civilization. Yeah, people get trapped in their cars ice over, that happens. Yeah, that's exactly where I was going. Brian Sun saying you getting stuck in snowstorms as well. Yeah, your car gets iced over and piles up snow on you, and you cannot get out of the vehicle. So you effectively have to wait for outside help, or that one truck on the right was dreaming while sleeping. Yeah, I mean, right now our character is tired enough that we're snoring a whole bunch. Well, not snoring, we're yawning a whole bunch. And it'd be nice if we can get back to the place. We're actually going to stop at this this rest stop up ahead. Because the last time I tried to put it off, we ended up getting a bunch of fines because I couldn't find our rest stop forever. Yep. So we got our first fine because we're staying up driving too long without a break. No coffee? Well, it's not a coffee matter. It's U.S. law. We're very, very strict here about how long a trucker can drive their car or drive their truck without sleep. that you have to get at least X number of hours of sleep a day if you're going to be driving commercially. It's like the game we're getting slapped with fines because we're driving too long. It's a safety thing. Yeah, it's fine. Stop hiding my little screen down there. Let's see, in multiplayer, you stop to get coffee instead of sleeping, since you can't really pass 8 hours. This is reasonable. It's also good because we were getting to the point I was going to need to get gas. My pet peeve of not using the wipers. So in real life, if it's just a drizzle, I don't end up using the wipers. It's only when it starts picking up a lot, where like visibility is actually properly terrible. That's just Florida things. Just being used to that. There you go. Can't see it all out that side, it's fine. We only use windshield wipers when it's right. I mean, that's been our track record, because it didn't remember what the windshield wiper button was. Maybe it's because my eyesight is really already terrible and the extra distortion in my vision. Yeah. The windshield wipers in this game aren't exactly amazing. Like, they clean it, but it's replaced so fast, it doesn't really do a whole lot. Need Rain-X on your window? I've never used Rain-X or anything like that. Does like that even work any well? And like how often do you have to replace it? Because I think that'd be my fear is with how much it rains here, a lot of stuff that you like, you know, spray and coat stuff, like not windshield wipers, I don't genuinely know that, but like a lot of stuff you do like spray and all that kind of stuff, it almost immediately becomes like, you know, just gets washed away after so. Looks like a retro highway in 2040s. It works nice? Okay. I've never tried to use it, so I genuinely don't know. Like, I've only had a couple times that the rain has been, like, really a problem for me. I looked away and for some reason I thought it was red. Just gotta go real wide so you don't catch the light. A retro highway in the 2040s. So, just a normal highway? Play the game for this torrent. Yeah, I missed what it said it there, but I assume I'm talking about pirating it or something. I missed the. Yeah, no. If you are pirating games or torrenting games and all that kind of stuff, generally speaking, you don't want to advertise that. Because, like, Twitch gets a little bit sensitive about when you start talking about stuff that's unlawful in your channels. You know, it's probably one of those things you get away with, but if someone points it out, you can, you know, be a thing. And also, as someone who has been a software developer for over 15 years, I kind of like when people pay for the software they use, because, you know, it would be kind of hard for me to have a job if no one paid for the software. You wish you could get out of the truck and inspect it? Yeah, it'd be neat to get out, but then I'd have to do, like, the whole walking player model running and all that kind of stuff. Like, be able to move around the whole thing, get all that sort of stuff. Which means an entirely different set of controls and gameplay and all that things, which is a decent enough investment of time to develop in a way that doesn't feel clunky. They'd also have to add animations to all of their vehicles that you can get in and out of and all that. So, I think it's fine not having it. It'd be a nice to have thing, but... Or, like, because it'd also be interesting because, you know, like, if you were wanting to play multiplayer, you could have, like, someone get in your other seat and ride with you kind of thing. I mean, you could do that, not like, they could add that without requiring, you know, you to get in and out. You could just have the person, like, ride along kind of thing. Very immersion breaking for people with wheels. The, not being able to get in and out. Oh, very immersion breaking for people with wheels. Like, right. Like, you have a control wheel, which is very popular for this game. And then you go first-person shooter, and you have to, like, kind of tuck your keyboard out here, you know, and do use the keyboard, you know, like WASD, or, you know, then you turn around, like, grab the steering wheel or whatever, and you have some way of walking around that feels funky. Or you have to, like, juggle the peripherals or whatever. Yeah, and that's the same thing that happens with, some of the Space Sim games I've gotten. Some of the Space Sims I've played ran into that. Like, that was always the weird thing with Elite Dangerous. So, like, I have a HOTAS that's, like, over there in the corner, which is hands-on throttle and stick, so joystick, throttle, all the, like, dip switches and all that kind of stuff. And it feels great for the space flight. But then you'd switch to the, like, the SRV, which is, like, basically a space four-wheeler. And it felt really weird to do a space four-wheeler with a flight stick. You know, like a throttle and a flight stick. What are you doing? Are you gonna turn? Are you gonna go straight? Are you gonna creep through? Alright, thanks, man. That's real helpful. But, and I quit the game before they added walking. It's like around the time that they added the ground stuff, because they felt the way they handled it didn't leave me with particularly good vibes. So I never got to try that, but I'm sure that was atrocious. Like, flight stick to walking, you'd have to switch to your controller. I couldn't imagine trying to first-person shooter with a joystick and throttle. Going outside to check, yeah. That, I do VR. The SRV was a disaster VR. Oh yeah, the workaround to avoid making everyone horrifically motion sick was they had, because I've done VR in it as well. They would make it so it'd black out your screen when it starts spinning and everything if you launched yourself or whatever. I was actually okay with the SRV in VR once they turned on the blackout thing when it starts spinning or whatever. The idea is you're just putting yourself under enough G's that your character would lose sight. But yeah. I enjoyed the VR stuff. Like, I still have the rig, I just don't have the room set up for it. But, my whole thing is playing long-term VR and anything is uncomfortable. Like, your face just gets all sweaty because you have, like, all that heat held up against your face. I thought that was my turn. It's up here. It's fun to pop in for a little bit. It's like Beat Saber was amazing, Lone Echo was really good. Elite Dangerous is going to be a lot of fun. in VR. Oh yeah, no, I've been pretty hardly no-lifing Starfield off stream. We did a little bit on stream, but I've been mostly doing it off stream. Because like on stream I've been deliberately not doing the main story any more than you absolutely had to be able to, you know, be able to move around kind of thing. That's fine, I don't care. Okay, what was that? I got an achievement for what? Finished 50 deliveries? I thought I had done way more than that. It's fine. Ah, not quite enough to level. Okay. So we made a bunch more money. We're already... Honestly, I can already buy another truck and hire another person. So we can go to truck manager. Oh, it's not here. It's truck dealers. Just choose Mac. Buy online. We just did our fleet configuration, which is out. Oh, actually, I don't have enough. I'm sorry, that's not true. I almost have enough, because I need a little bit more to actually hire the person afterwards. But that's kind of what it is. It's just, I keep buying the truck that can do just about any mission, and then just throwing a driver in and say, just go. Make me money. And it definitely feels like we are starting to snowball the money where I'll do a delivery, and at the same time I'm doing a delivery for like 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, whatever thousands. I'm seeing, you know, 10,000 here, 2,000 there. Like each one of my drivers is bringing me a couple thousand. So your workaround for that issue is you have a Quest 2, there's a strap called a Halo strap. It's modified mine a bit so that it hangs on the headset above my face. I play without the face padding, and there's almost half an inch of space between my face and there. Minimal heat build-up. Gotcha. I'd be worried about motion sickness with that because you'd see the outside area. But I could definitely see that kind of thing working. Alright. Now, with all that said, for everyone who has been here, I'm going to be stopping the recording side that I will post on YouTube later. So, goodbye, YouTube, whenever you see this recording.